Alright, my friends, if you're still awake right now, congratulations. You've officially outlasted most medieval teenagers, who would have been up before sunrise hauling water or learning a trade. So tonight, we're stepping into their world for a while. Not the knights and castles version, but the everyday life of a young person growing up hundreds of years ago, when childhood ended quickly and responsibility arrived early. If slow, slightly boring history helps your brain power down, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. I always like seeing where everyone is drifting off from. Now get comfortable, adjust that pillow a little, maybe let a fan or some soft noise run in the background, and let's ease quietly into the story. You're about to step back 7 centuries to a world where your teenage years meant something entirely different than they do today. The rhythm of medieval village life shaped every moment from dawn until the stars appeared over thatched roofs. This is your story of growing up in that distant time. The rooster announces dawn with his usual lack of consideration for anyone still dreaming. You open your eyes to find pale light filtering through the gaps in the shutters. The wooden slats never quite fit perfectly against the window frame. Every single morning brings this same gentle introduction to the day. You can hear the rooster continuing his announcement outside. He sounds particularly enthusiastic this morning. Perhaps he has forgotten that everyone already heard him the first time. Your bed consists of a straw-filled mattress that crackles whenever you shift position. The fabric covering has been patched so many times that finding the original cloth would require a detailed investigation. Your mother sewed the latest patch just last week using a scrap from an old tunic. Sometime during the night you kicked off the woolen blanket. It now lies in a heap near your feet looking dejected. The summer air feels warm enough without its scratchy embrace. The cottage smells like wood smoke and old thatch, and the faint sweetness of dried herbs hanging from the rafters. Your mother started the fire in the central hearth before dawn broke. She always does this. The smoke drifts upward toward the hole in the roof that serves as your only chimney. Most of it escapes into the morning sky. Some of it does not. Your eyes sting slightly from the lingering haze. You sit up slowly and carefully. Your back makes a small popping sound that reminds you of yesterday's work in the fields. 14 summers have passed since you were born into this world. That makes you almost an adult by the standards of your village. Almost, but not quite. You exist in that strange territory between childhood and full responsibility. The floor beneath your bare feet consists of packed earth mixed with fresh straw and rushes. Your mother replaces the rushes every few weeks when they become too soiled, or start to smell too strongly of the daily traffic passing over them. Today they feel relatively fresh under your toes. Small mercies make life bearable. Your clothing waits on a wooden peg driven into the wall beside your sleeping area. The tunic is made from undyed wool that has turned a sort of greyish brown from countless wearings and washings in the stream. You pull it over your head in one practice motion. The fabric feels rough against your skin, in that familiar way you have known since early childhood. Comfort and medieval clothing rarely occupy the same sentence. You have accepted this reality. Next come the hose. These woolen leg coverings require a certain amount of determination and occasional cursing to put on properly each morning. You tie them to your belt with leather points that thread carefully through small holes. One of the points broke last week during a moment of careless pulling. Your father replaced it with a strip of cloth that works well enough but looks slightly ridiculous. You have learned not to care about such things. Vanity serves no practical purpose in village life. Your shoes are made of leather so thin you can feel every pebble beneath your feet when you walk the village paths. The soles have been repaired 3 times already this year. Soon they will need replacing entirely. That means saving up coins for a visit to the cobbler. That means months of careful planning and doing without other small luxuries. The cottage contains exactly 1 room. Your parents sleep on one side near the far wall, where they can tend the fire during cold nights. You and your younger sibling share the other side in a jumbled arrangement of bodies and blankets. Privacy remains a concept that will not become fashionable for several more centuries. Everyone sees everything that happens within these 4 walls. Everyone hears every conversation and argument and snore. You have grown accustomed to this arrangement out of pure necessity. Your mother stands by the fire stirring something in the large iron pot. Porridge, most likely. She makes it every single morning without fail or variation. Oats mixed with water and perhaps a pinch of salt if the family finances allow for such luxuries this particular week. The smell of it fills the cottage with a bland but comforting aroma. Steam rises in gentle curls from the pot's surface. She glances up when you approach the hearth area. Her face shows the tiredness of early rising, but also quiet contentment with the familiar routine. She tells you to fetch water from the well before you do anything else. This qualifies as your first task of every single day without exception. The wooden bucket waits by the door exactly where it always waits. You pick it up feeling the smoothness of the handle, worn down by thousands of trips to the well and back. You step outside into the morning light. The village spreads before you in all its muddy glory. Cottages cluster together along a single dirt road that turns into a river of sticky brown soup whenever it rains for more than a few hours. Chickens wander freely between the buildings, pecking at the ground with eternal optimism. A pig roots enthusiastically through someone's refuse pile looking for treasures. The smell of manure hangs in the air like an uninvited guest who refuses to leave no matter how many hints you drop. The well sits in the centre of the village at the intersection where two paths cross. You join 3 other people already waiting their turn in the morning ritual. Everyone exchanges quiet greetings without much enthusiasm. Mornings tend towards silence in your community. People wake slowly here. Speech requires energy that takes time to gather. The water comes up cold and beautifully clear from deep underground. You fill your bucket carefully, trying not to spill a single drop. Spilling means making a second trip. 2 trips before breakfast would start the day on entirely the wrong footing. You carry the full bucket back to your cottage with both hands wrapped around the handle. Your mother accepts the water with a brief nod of acknowledgement. She ladles some into the pot for the porridge. The rest goes into the large clay vessel that stands in the shadowy corner. This vessel holds your family's drinking and cooking water throughout the day. It needs refilling several times between dawn and darkness. Breakfast arrives in wooden bowls worn smooth by years of use. The porridge tastes exactly like every other morning's porridge for the past 14 years, bland but filling. Sustenance rather than pleasure. You eat slowly, letting each spoonful settle. Your father eats quickly and efficiently like a man with many tasks ahead. Then he heads out to the fields without ceremony. He tends strips of land scattered throughout the village's complicated open field system. The Lord owns the actual land. Your father works it in exchange for the right to keep some portion of what he manages to grow. You have perhaps 10 minutes before your own work begins at the smithy. You spend them sitting on the wooden bench outside your cottage door. The sun climbs higher above the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The village comes fully awake around you in gradual stages. Dogs bark territorial warnings at each other. Children run past, chasing each other in some game only they understand. Somewhere nearby, someone argues loudly about a lost tool. This moment of quiet observation feels precious and rare. Soon enough, the day will demand your complete attention and physical effort. For now, you simply watch the world organise itself into its daily patterns. The baker lights his oven. The smith's apprentice before you probably already started pumping the bellows. The priest emerges from the church to ring the morning bell. Everything happens in its proper order. A small girl runs past clutching a doll made from straw and rags. She trips over absolutely nothing and falls sprawling in the dirt. She picks herself up without crying and continues running as though nothing happened. Children in your village learn early that minor injuries deserve no particular attention. You smile at her resilience. The church bell rings out across the village, marking the official start of the working day. You stand up from your bench and stretch your arms above your head. Your stomach feels comfortably full. Your body feels rested enough. Time to begin your apprenticeship duties at the forge. Your apprenticeship began 2 years ago when you turned 12 summers old. The blacksmith agreed to take you on after lengthy negotiations between your father and him that lasted several weeks. The arrangement works like this in its basic form. You learn a valuable trade that will support you for life. The blacksmith gets free labour for several years. Everyone pretends this represents a fair exchange. Nobody complains about the obvious imbalance. The smithy stands at the edge of the village near the road that leads to the next town several miles distant. The building is larger than most cottages and entirely open on one side to let the tremendous heat escape. The forge glows red even from a considerable distance. You can feel the warmth radiating outward as you approach down the path. The blacksmith arrived before you as he always does without exception. He stands at the anvil already hammering a piece of metal that glows orange with intense heat. The ringing sound of his hammer striking the anvil echoes across the village like a second alarm clock. This sound serves as familiar background music to village life. When the ringing stops, people notice the unusual silence. He looks up when you enter the work area. His face is permanently reddened from years of working near intense heat. Soot darkens his skin in irregular patches that shift location daily. His leather apron shows countless burn marks and scorch spots accumulated over decades. He grunts a greeting that might mean hello or might mean get to work immediately. You have learned to interpret his minimal communications. Your first task involves working the large leather bellows. This contraption pumps air into the forge to make the fire burn hot enough to soften iron. You grab the smooth wooden handles and begin the rhythmic pushing and pulling that you could probably do in your sleep by now. The bellows wheeze with each compression, like an old man climbing stairs. Air rushes into the glowing coals. The fire responds by burning brighter and hotter. This work sounds simple when described in words. It is absolutely not simple in practice. The bellows require constant attention and significant arm strength that you did not possess when you first started. You pump them for what feels like hours, but is probably closer to 20 minutes. Your shoulders begin to ache with familiar discomfort. You ignore it completely. Complaining to the blacksmith would accomplish nothing except possibly earning you additional tedious work as punishment. The heat from the forge washes over you in visible waves. Summer mornings in the smithy can become almost unbearable without any breeze. Winter mornings feel surprisingly pleasant when the cold outside makes the heat welcome. You have learned to appreciate seasonal balance in unexpected ways. The blacksmith pulls a piece of iron from the fire using long-handled tongs. He places it carefully on the anvil and begins hammering it into a new shape with powerful strikes. Sparks fly with each impact, scattering across the floor like tiny shooting stars. The metal gradually transforms from a rough bar into something that begins to resemble a door hinge. The process requires skill that you're slowly acquiring through observation and increasingly through practice. He finishes the piece and plunges it into the water barrel. Steam erupts with a loud hissing sound. The metal turns from glowing orange to dull grey in seconds. He sets it aside to finish cooling and then hands you the tongs with a meaningful look. This gesture means it is your turn to try your developing skills. You select a piece of scrap iron from the carefully sorted pile. The blacksmith wastes absolutely nothing in his work. Even the smallest scraps eventually get repurposed into something useful. You hold the iron in the fire using the tongs until it glows exactly the right colour. Judging the temperature correctly took you many months to learn through trial and error. Too cool, and the metal will not shape properly under the hammer. Too hot, and it becomes brittle and might crack or break. You pull it out when the colour matches what the blacksmith painstakingly taught you to watch for. The anvil waits solid and patient. You place the glowing iron on its flat surface and pick up the smaller hammer reserved for apprentice work. Your strikes lack the blacksmith's confident rhythm and power. The metal shapes itself slowly and somewhat unevenly under your less experienced hand. The blacksmith watches without comment or expression. He will tell you immediately if you are doing something dangerously wrong. Otherwise, he lets you learn through direct experience and occasional failure. This particular piece will eventually become a simple nail. The village always needs more nails for construction and repairs. You hammer and then reheat and then hammer again. The work settles into a meditative pattern that empties your mind. Strike the metal. Watch it deform slightly. Reheat when it cools too much. Strike again. Your consciousness narrows to just this simple, repetitive task. Your mind wanders while your hands continue their practiced work. You think about the girl who lives 3 cottages down from yours. She works as a weaver's apprentice, learning to create cloth from thread. You see her sometimes at the well drawing water, or during village gatherings on festival days. She has dark hair that she keeps covered with a linen cloth as unmarried girls must. Her smile appears rarely, but lights up her entire face when it does appear. You have never spoken more than a few words to her. The blacksmith clears his throat loudly and deliberately. You realise with embarrassment that you have been staring at the piece of iron without actually working it for who knows how long. He raises one sceptical eyebrow in your direction. You return your full attention to the task with renewed focus and slightly burning cheeks. The morning progresses through various projects in steady succession. You practice making more nails until you have created a small respectable pile. The repetitive motion becomes almost meditative. Hammer, reheat, hammer, shape. Each nail slightly better than the last. You help repair a broken plough blade that a frustrated farmer brought in yesterday afternoon. The metal shows stress fractures that need careful attention. You hold pieces steady while the blacksmith welds them together in the intense heat. You sort through the scrap pile, organising pieces by size and type and potential use. The blacksmith works on a special commission that someone from the manor house ordered last month. Decorative iron brackets for a new building under construction. These require more artistic skill than simple tools or basic nails. You watch whenever you can, stealing glimpses of technique. Around midday, the blacksmith's wife appears carrying a basket. She brings thick slices of bread and hard cheese and a ceramic jug of weak ale. You eat sitting on a rough bench outside the smithy in the shade. The food tastes better than it probably deserves to. Hard physical labour makes absolutely everything more delicious. Your stomach growls appreciation. The blacksmith speaks more during meals than at any other time. He tells you about the time he accidentally set his previous apprentice's hair on fire through careless handling of hot metal. The story ends with reassurances that the apprentice recovered fully and went on to become a successful blacksmith in the next county over. You remain not entirely sure whether this tale is meant to be encouraging or cautionary. Possibly both. After eating, you return to the afternoon's work. More bellows pumping, more practice pieces, more sorting and careful organising. The repetitive nature of the work would bore some people to tears. You find it oddly satisfying in ways you cannot quite explain. Each small skill you master brings you closer to actually being useful at this ancient trade. The blacksmith lets you attempt a more complex piece late in the afternoon. A simple knife blade. This requires more precision than nails. The metal must be hammered to the right thickness. The edge must be shaped correctly. The whole piece must remain symmetrical. You work slowly and carefully under his watchful eye. The blade emerges from your efforts looking somewhat crude but undeniably functional. The blacksmith examines it carefully, turning it over in his scarred, weathered hands. He runs his thumb along the edge, testing its straightness. He grunts something that might be approval or might be neutral assessment. He sets it aside for grinding and sharpening later. Your chest swells with quiet pride at this small accomplishment. This represents real progress. 6 months ago you could not have produced even this rough blade. The blacksmith returns to his own more complex work. You watch him shape a decorative scroll from glowing iron. His hammer strikes create a rhythm that sounds almost musical. Each blow lands exactly where intended. The metal obeys his will as though it has no choice. You hope to possess even half this skill someday. As the sun begins its descent toward evening, the blacksmith finally banks the forge fire. The flames will stay alive, but greatly reduced overnight. This saves the considerable work of rebuilding the fire completely from scratch tomorrow morning. He dismisses you with his usual economical wave of one hand. You walk home through the village in the golden late afternoon light that makes everything look softer. Your arms ache pleasantly from the day's efforts. Your clothes smell strongly of smoke and hot metal and sweat. You carry these scents like badges of honest work accomplished. Tomorrow will bring more of the same. The day after that will too. The pattern continues endlessly forward. The next morning arrives with unexpected urgency. Your father shakes you awake while the sky still clings to the last darkness of night. Today you work in the fields instead of at the smithy. Harvest time approaches with its usual demands. Every available hand in the village gets drafted into service regardless of other obligations. You dress quickly in near total darkness. The cool pre-dawn air raises immediate goosebumps on your exposed skin. Your father hands you a piece of bread left over from yesterday's baking. You eat it while walking through the silent village toward the waiting fields. The bread tastes stale, but fills your stomach adequately. The open field system stretches out beyond the last cottages in all directions as far as you can see. Long narrow strips of cultivated land create a complex patchwork of different crops at various stages of growth. Your family works several scattered strips awarded through the village's traditional allocation system. This arrangement ensures that everyone receives some portion of good fertile soil and some portion of poor rocky soil. Fairness through equal distribution of both fortune and misfortune. Other families arrive at roughly the same time from different directions. People greet each other quietly in voices still thick with sleep. Tools get distributed from a communal pile. Sharp scythes for cutting stalks. Long-handled rakes for gathering. Large woven baskets for carrying. Everything has been carefully sharpened and prepared for this crucial work period. The wheat stands tall and golden in the gradually growing light. Each individual stalk bends under the weight of heavy grain. This crop represents months of backbreaking labour and anxious prayer and desperate hope. A good harvest means your family survives the coming winter with full bellies. A poor harvest means hunger and genuine hardship, and possibly worse. Your father shows you the proper technique for swinging the scythe with maximum efficiency. The cutting motion should come from your whole body pivoting rather than just your arms pulling. A smooth, controlled arc that slices cleanly through multiple stalks at once. You practice several times under his patient but critical eye until your form meets his basic standards. The actual work begins in earnest when the sun finally clears the eastern horizon. You swing the scythe with concentration, cut through the stalks, step forward carefully, swing again in the same practice motion. The rhythm becomes automatic after a short while. Your back starts to complain loudly within the first hour of work. You ignore its protest completely and keep working without pause. The wheat stalks fall in neat, organised rows behind your advancing position. Other workers follow immediately behind you, gathering the cut stalks into manageable bundles. These bundles get tied securely with twisted straw and then stacked upright. Later they will be loaded onto carts and transported to the barn for the threshing process that separates grain from chaff. Sweat runs down your face in steady streams despite the early hour. The physical effort required for this work exceeds anything the smithy has ever demanded from you. You understand now on a visceral level why harvest time is universally considered the most important and simultaneously most difficult period of the entire agricultural year. A woman moves through the working crowd carrying a large clay jug. She offers drinks of water mixed with a small amount of vinegar to everyone. The combination tastes strange and sharp but remarkably refreshing. You drink deeply, letting the liquid cool your parched throat. Then you immediately return to the cutting work without being told. The morning stretches on endlessly. Cut, step forward, cut again, step, cut. The pile of harvested wheat grows steadily larger behind the advancing line of workers. Your hands develop painful blisters that quickly break and begin to sting. You wrap them in strips of cloth torn from an old tunic and continue working without complaint. Everyone else does exactly the same. Complaining about minor injuries during harvest would be like complaining about rain being wet. Pointless and unwelcome. Around what must be midday, someone finally calls for a rest period. You collapse onto the stubbled ground wherever you happen to be standing at that moment. The hard earth feels wonderfully solid and blessedly unmoving beneath your exhausted body. You could fall asleep right here among the wheat stubble without any difficulty whatsoever. Food appears as though by magic. Thick slices of bread and hard, salty cheese. A bit of smoked fish that tastes of wood and thyme. Some early apples from someone's carefully tended tree. You eat without really tasting anything. Your body needs fuel more than your tongue needs pleasure. Everything disappears quickly into your grateful stomach. The older men sit together telling stories while they eat and rest. Tales of previous harvests, good and bad. The year when rain came too early and ruined half the crop before it could be gathered. The year when the wheat grew so abundantly thick that all the work finished 3 full days ahead of the usual schedule. Every harvest eventually becomes a story that gets retold during future harvest seasons. This one will join that collection eventually. You listen to these tales while resting your aching muscles. You try very hard not to think about the long afternoon of work still stretching ahead like an endless road. The sun climbs steadily toward its peak position in the sky. The heat intensifies noticeably with each passing minute. You can feel it pressing down on you. Soon enough someone will call everyone back to their assigned tasks. You savour these remaining moments of rest. The afternoon work proves even harder than the morning somehow. Your already tired body protests every single movement with increasing volume. The scythe feels heavier with each successive swing. Your grip slips occasionally from accumulated sweat. You develop a mental technique of counting to exactly 100 swings and then allowing yourself one brief pause to catch your breath and stretch your aching back. This strategy breaks the endless work into small manageable pieces that feel slightly less overwhelming. The sun beats down relentlessly. There is no shade in the open fields, no escape from the heat. Sweat stings your eyes. You wipe your face with your sleeve, leaving a streak of dirt across your forehead. Everyone around you looks equally dishevelled and exhausted. A boy roughly your same age works the adjacent strip of land. He makes a joking comment about your somewhat awkward cutting technique. You respond with an observation about his own less than perfect form. This brief exchange of friendly insults somehow makes the brutal work feel slightly more bearable. Shared suffering always weighs less than solitary struggle. The sun finally begins its slow descent toward the western horizon. The harsh light turns softer and golden. Long dramatic shadows stretch across the harvested stubble. Your father examines the day's progress with satisfaction, visible on his weathered face. "Good work," he announces to everyone nearby. "Tomorrow you will finish this particular strip and move on to the next section." The walk back to the village happens in near complete silence. Everyone remains too thoroughly exhausted for casual conversation. You can smell evening meals being prepared in cottage hearths. Smoke rises in thin columns from dozens of roofs. The working day is finally ending after what felt like weeks compressed into hours. Your mother has prepared a large pot of thick pottage. Vegetables and grains cooked together into a filling stew. It tastes like the single best thing you have ever consumed in your entire life. Hunger makes an excellent seasoning for even the plainest food. After eating, you sit outside on the bench watching the last remnants of daylight fade away. Your entire body aches in places you did not previously know could ache. Tomorrow will bring more of exactly the same work, and the day after that, and probably several more days beyond that. Harvest continues relentlessly until every last stalk gets cut and gathered. But tonight you simply sit in the cooling air. You feel the gentle breeze on your sweat-dampened skin. The stars begin their nightly appearance overhead in the darkening sky. Somewhere in the distance, someone plays a simple melody on a wooden pipe. The notes drift through the evening like smoke from the hearth fires, like prayers rising toward heaven, like hope made audible. The village contains no proper school building. Most people walking these muddy streets cannot read a single word. This reality does not mean you lack education or knowledge. It simply means your learning happens through entirely different channels than it will for children born many centuries from now. The priest possesses literacy, of course. He studied for several years at a monastery before being assigned to serve this small rural parish. Sometimes on Sunday afternoons he gathers willing children and attempts to teach them basic prayers in Latin. You repeat the strange foreign words without understanding most of their actual meaning. The sounds themselves carry religious significance beyond their literal translation. The rhythm and repetition create their own form of meaning. The church building stands at one end of the village with its stone walls and high thatched roof. Inside, the dim interior smells perpetually of incense and burning candle wax and old wood. Images painted directly onto the walls tell Bible stories in vivid pictures. These colourful scenes serve as books for those who cannot decipher written text. The stories become accessible through visual representation. You learn to recognise different saints by their traditional symbols and attributes. St. Peter always holds large metal keys representing his role as heaven's gatekeeper. St. Catherine stands beside or upon a great wheel referencing her martyrdom. St. Christopher carries a small child across a river. These visual markers help you navigate the complex religious landscape of your medieval world. Literacy takes many different forms. Most of your practical education happens through apprenticeship and careful observation rather than formal instruction. The blacksmith teaches you metalworking without ever consulting a written manual or textbook. The knowledge passes directly from his experienced hands to your learning ones through endless demonstration and guided practice. You absorb skills through repetition rather than reading. Your mother taught you to identify useful plants and herbs when you were barely old enough to walk steadily. She would take you on long walks into the surrounding woods and meadows. This particular plant reduces fever when made into tea. That one soothes upset digestion. The other should never ever be touched because it causes painful burning rashes that last for days. You learn to recognise dozens of plants by their leaves and flowers and growing patterns. This botanical knowledge might genuinely save your life someday during illness or injury. It certainly makes daily life more manageable and less dependent on expensive remedies. You know which mushrooms growing in the forest are safe to eat. You know which leaves make a soothing tea for headaches. You know which roots can be ground into powder useful for cleaning teeth and freshening breath. The old woman who lives alone at the very edge of the village knows even more about medicinal plants than your mother does. People call her a wise woman with respect in their voices. Sometimes they call her other less flattering names when they think she cannot possibly hear them. She understands healing in ways that seem almost magical to ordinary people. You visited her cottage once when you cut your hand quite badly on a piece of sharp scrap metal at the smithy. The wound bled freely and showed absolutely no signs of stopping on its own. Your mother wrapped it as tightly as she could and sent you hurrying to the wise woman for proper treatment. Her small cottage smelled intensely of dried herbs and strange brewing mixtures. Bundles hung from every available rafter, clay pots and jars lined rough shelves. She unwrapped your injured hand and examined the deep cut with eyes that missed nothing. Then she applied a thick paste made from ingredients you could not begin to identify. The immediate stinging sensation made your eyes water involuntarily. But the bleeding stopped almost immediately, as though obeying her unspoken command. She wrapped your hand carefully in clean linen cloth and instructed you to keep it completely dry for 3 full days. She also told you with absolute certainty that you would live a long life but should definitely avoid travelling by sea whenever possible. You have no idea whatsoever how she determined this last peculiar detail. You thanked her politely and left, feeling both grateful and slightly unsettled by her mysterious methods. The wound healed cleanly and quickly, with only a thin white scar remaining as evidence. You learned through that experience that some forms of knowledge cannot be found in books, even if books were readily available. Some understanding lives inside certain people and passes through direct experience and careful observation. Your father teaches you about farming and agriculture through action rather than lengthy explanation. He shows you how to read approaching weather by watching cloud formations and animal behaviour. He demonstrates the proper depth for planting different types of seeds. He explains through example which fields absolutely must lie fallow to recover and which can be safely planted again this season. This agricultural wisdom has accumulated slowly over countless generations. Your grandfather taught your father these same skills. Your father now teaches you. Someday you might teach your own children if fortune grants you any. The knowledge flows forward through time like a river. Numbers present an interesting daily challenge. You can count well enough for all normal purposes. The baker's apprentice taught you a clever method for keeping accurate track of larger quantities using notched marks on a stick. Each individual notch represents a specific agreed-upon amount. This simple system works surprisingly well for someone without any formal mathematics training. The travelling merchant who visits the village market several times each year taught you basic principles of value and fair exchange. 3 healthy chickens roughly equal 1 young pig in trading value. A good quality knife costs about the same as 10 full days of skilled labour. These relative values shift somewhat with seasons and changing circumstances, but the general relationships remain reasonably stable. You learn to judge the passage of time accurately without any mechanical clocks. The sun's position in the sky indicates the approximate hour. The precise length and angle of shadows provide more specific information. The church bells mark the most important moments of each day. These natural and social timekeepers structure your daily routine without need for numbers. Music education happens through active participation rather than written notation. During festivals and celebrations, someone always brings simple instruments. You learned basic tunes by listening carefully and trying to replicate the sounds. No written musical notation exists for these traditional folk songs. They survive purely through communal memory and repeated performance and teaching. The village storyteller visits, occasionally travelling from settlement to settlement, earning his modest living. He shares traditional tales that teach moral lessons or preserve historical memory, or simply entertain tired workers. Some stories carry obvious messages about virtue and vice. Others exist purely for the pleasure of the narrative itself. You learn to listen with complete attention, because he never tells the exact same story in exactly the same way twice. Each performance is unique and unrepeatable. He taught you an important lesson about memory and learning. The human mind works better when new information connects to vivid images and strong emotions rather than abstract facts. Bare facts alone slip away from memory easily like water through fingers. But a compelling story with memorable characters and dramatic conflict and satisfying resolution sticks firmly in the mind for years. This principle applies to everything you need to remember long term. Your education completely lacks the formal structure and institutions of future centuries, but it successfully equips you with practical knowledge genuinely needed for survival and modest success in your particular world. You can work iron and shape metal. You can grow food from seeds. You can identify useful and dangerous plants. You can navigate complex social expectations. These hard-won skills matter far more than reading ability in your daily existence. Sometimes you wonder with curious longing about the mysterious books locked safely away in monastery libraries and manor house collections. The knowledge they contain seems exotic and powerful from your distant perspective, but then you remember with satisfaction that you can do many things those scholarly readers cannot possibly do. You can shape raw iron with your own hands. You can predict weather patterns by observation. You can turn tiny seeds into life-sustaining food. These abilities have genuine value. Different types of knowledge suit different types of lives appropriately. Yours happens to unfold in a world where practical skills decisively outweigh abstract learning in importance. You make peace with this basic reality and continue gathering whatever useful wisdom comes your way through any available channel. The modern concept of childhood as a separate protected phase of life, distinct from adulthood, has not been invented yet in your medieval world. You transitioned directly from helpless infant to working member of the community, without much ceremony or recognition. But meaningful friendships still bloom naturally in the small spaces between endless labour and family obligations. Thomas works as a shepherd tending flocks. This solitary occupation means he spends long days essentially alone with sheep on the common grazing land that stretches beyond the village's cultivated fields. You first met him during a village festival 3 years ago. He had just been struck squarely in the face with a badly thrown ball during some rowdy game. Blood streamed dramatically from his nose. You helped him get adequately cleaned up using water from the well. He immediately made a self-deprecating joke about how the rearrangement of his features probably represented an improvement. You laughed genuinely at his unexpected humour. The friendship formed naturally in that brief moment of shared laughter amid minor chaos and bleeding. Now you actively seek him out whenever your work schedule and his duties allow. He teaches you fascinating things about the natural world that only long hours of patient solitary observation can reveal. He knows exactly where wild rabbits build their hidden warrens. He can predict approaching rain with accuracy by carefully watching how his sheep behave. He once spent an entire afternoon explaining in detail the social hierarchy that exists within his particular flock. You found it surprisingly interesting. Thomas possesses a gentle philosophical nature that contrasts noticeably with his rough weathered appearance. Years of constant sun exposure and harsh wind have darkened and toughened his skin considerably. His hands carry permanent stains from handling greasy wool daily. But his private thoughts tend strongly toward questions of meaning and wonder about existence. You visit him sometimes when he watches the flock on distant hillsides. The two of you sit together on the sloping ground overlooking the village from a distance. From this elevated vantage point, everything below looks deceptively peaceful and well-ordered. You cannot see the persistent mud or smell the ever-present animal manure from up here. Just cottages and neat fields arranged in patterns that probably make sense to someone. He asks profound questions that have no easy or obvious answers. Why do some people have so much material wealth, while others struggle with so little? Whether sheep experience dreams during sleep. What actually happens to the human soul after death ends life? You offer your own uncertain thoughts. He offers his equally uncertain ideas. Neither of you genuinely expects to solve these ancient mysteries. The exploration and discussion itself provides the real value. Margaret lives in the cottage located directly beside the baker's busy shop. Her father earns his living repairing carts and wagons for the village and surrounding area. She helps him when additional hands are absolutely needed, but mostly works alongside her mother preparing and preserving food. You know her somewhat less intimately than Thomas, but she regularly appears at most village gatherings and celebrations. She possesses a remarkable talent for finding genuine humour in everyday situations that others might overlook. During last winter's Christmas celebration, she performed a spot-on impression of the priest's dramatic hand gestures during sermons. The performance made everyone laugh until their sides literally hurt. Even the priest himself laughed heartily, once someone carefully explained that she meant the imitation affectionately rather than mockingly. Margaret moves through daily life with unusual confidence that seems remarkable for someone your age. She states her opinions directly without excessive hedging. She questions authority figures when their decisions seem unreasonable or unfair. She once told the Lord's bailiff to his face that his new regulation about gleaning rights was unjust and poorly thought through. The bailiff appeared too surprised by her boldness to respond effectively. You admire her confident boldness even when it makes you nervous on her behalf. She represents a possibility you had not seriously considered before meeting her. Perhaps young people can have legitimate, valuable thoughts worth expressing publicly. Perhaps authority figures sometimes genuinely deserve respectful challenging. These ideas feel almost revolutionary. The three of you form a loose but consistent friendship group, not exclusive or rigid but reliably present. When each day's required work finally ends, you often find yourselves naturally gathering near the village well. This central spot serves as the informal social centre where young people congregate. Others frequently join these casual conversations. Robert works in his uncle's tannery and consequently always smells faintly of the harsh chemicals used to cure and preserve leather. Alice helps her mother with brewing ale and somehow knows more village gossip than anyone reasonably should. John tends his family's large vegetable garden with almost obsessive perfectionist care. These regular gatherings rarely involve carefully planned activities or games. You simply exist together in the same comfortable space. You share casual observations about the day's events. You make gentle jokes at each other's expense. You complain about various perceived injustices. You speculate idly about uncertain futures. Sometimes someone suggests an impromptu game or competition, throwing smooth stones at a distant target, a simple foot race to some far landmark, wrestling matches that inevitably become too enthusiastic and get broken up by concerned adults. Play still maintains its important place even in young lives already filled with serious work and real responsibilities. The village festivals provide much better opportunities for organised fun and games. The community celebrates several important dates scattered throughout the year. Planting festivals in early spring, harvest celebrations in autumn, various religious feast days dedicated to different saints, May Day, Midsummer, Christmas season. During these special events, the normal strict rules relax noticeably. Music fills the air from multiple sources. People dance in traditional patterns that absolutely everyone knows by heart. Food appears in much greater abundance than usual. The rigid social boundaries that carefully structure daily life become temporarily more permeable and flexible. You danced with the weaver's apprentice during last summer's Midsummer Festival. The vivid memory of that brief interaction has sustained you through many weeks of ordinary routine since then. Her hand felt small and surprisingly warm clasped in yours. She smiled genuinely when you clumsily stepped on her foot. The entire moment lasted perhaps 3 minutes total, but created enough material for countless subsequent daydreams. Friendships at your particular age carry a special intensity that feels unique. You share a very specific moment in time that both older and younger people cannot fully understand from their different positions. The adults certainly remember their own youth, but only through the distorting lens of accumulated experience. The young children have not yet arrived at this peculiar threshold. Only your immediate peers truly comprehend what it means to exist in this strange liminal space. No longer a carefree child, but not quite a fully responsible adult either. Capable of performing adult work, but not granted adult authority. Aware of the future rushing steadily toward you, but still firmly tethered to the immediate present. You talk about this unusual position sometimes late at night when a few of you gather quietly after everyone else has finally gone to sleep. Whispered conversations by dying firelight. Dreams and fears expressed in hushed voices. These intimate moments create emotional bonds that might last your entire lives regardless of what happens. Thomas wants desperately to save enough money to buy his own small flock of sheep. He imagines a future life with slightly more independence than his current employed position offers. Margaret plans confidently to inherit her father's cart repair business and expand it significantly. She has specific ideas about efficiency improvements that could revolutionise the trade in the entire region. You remain considerably less certain about your own future path. The blacksmith apprenticeship will eventually lead naturally to the position of paid journeyman. After that, perhaps advancement to master blacksmith with your own independent shop somewhere. Or perhaps something else entirely different. The path forward contains far more unanswered questions than clear answers. But sitting here comfortably with your closest friends in the gentle darkness, you feel less anxious about that persistent uncertainty. Whatever eventually comes, you will face it alongside people who understand your struggles. That knowledge provides deep comfort that no amount of detailed planning could possibly match. The village calendar revolves around both sacred religious festivals and secular seasonal celebrations. These regular breaks from constant routine give meaningful shape to the endless cycle of work. They mark passing time in ways far more significant than simple dates on calendars. May Day arrives reliably with the warming weather of late spring. The entire village participates enthusiastically in this ancient festival. People rise before dawn specifically to gather fresh flowers and green branches from the surrounding countryside. These natural decorations temporarily transform the ordinary muddy village into something that genuinely approaches magical. You join a large group walking together to the nearby woods. The early morning air smells wonderfully of damp earth and growing things. Birds sing elaborate territorial claims from every tree. Heavy dew soaks completely through your thin shoes within the first few minutes of walking. Everyone fills woven baskets with fragrant hawthorn blossoms and young bright oak leaves. Someone discovers the very first bluebells of the season. Another person locates a hidden patch of delicate primroses. The most impressive decorations require real effort and dedicated searching. Back in the village, the enthusiastic decorating begins immediately. Flowers get woven carefully into long garlands. Fresh branches are arranged artistically over doorways and windows. The tall maypole stands ready in the centre of the common area. Bright-coloured ribbons hang from its decorated top, waiting to be braided. The traditional dancing starts mid-morning when enough people have gathered. Everyone takes their assigned positions around the maypole. The musician begins playing a familiar tune everyone has known since childhood. You grasp your designated ribbon firmly and move in the ancient pattern, over and under alternating, weaving in and out between other dancers. The ribbons gradually create an intricate, beautiful braid down the pole's entire length. This communal dance requires genuine cooperation and constant attention from every participant. If even one person loses the established rhythm, the whole delicate pattern falls completely apart. But when everyone moves together in harmony, the result looks almost impossibly complex and stunningly beautiful. A temporary creation that will be carefully undone next year to be joyfully recreated again. After the maypole dance concludes comes abundant food. Tables appear, seemingly from nowhere, loaded with fare considerably better than usual daily meals. Savoury meat pies, fresh bread still warm, early strawberries, honey cakes that taste like pure, concentrated sunshine. People eat and talk and laugh together. The young athletes organise various competitions and contests, running races over different distances, jumping contests, trials of pure strength. You enter the middle distance foot race and finish somewhere respectably in the middle of the pack. Good enough to avoid embarrassment, but nowhere near winning. Thomas wins the long distance running event easily. His daily shepherd's life keeps him remarkably fit. As afternoon gradually turns to evening, the celebration continues with renewed energy. More music from multiple sources, more dancing in various styles. The strict rules that normally govern proper behaviour loosen very perceptibly. Young people flirt more openly than usual. Adults drink considerably more ale than they probably should. The tight social fabric stretches wide to accommodate collective joy. You find yourself dancing with several different partners in succession. Some you know quite well. Others remain barely familiar. The dancing itself matters more than the specific identity of your partner. The movement and music create their own temporary reality outside normal time. Late in the long evening you sit with Margaret and Thomas, watching the ongoing revelry from a slight distance. Your feet hurt genuinely from so much dancing. Your stomach feels pleasantly full. The warmth of the large fire and the company wraps around you like a comfortable blanket. Margaret points out various amusing situations unfolding around the crowded common area. The baker attempting to dance despite having absolutely no sense of rhythm. Two older women arguing good-naturedly about whose bread rose higher this week. A dog successfully stealing food from an unattended table. The celebrations wind down gradually as people slowly drift toward their homes. No formal ending announcement occurs. The crowd simply thins naturally until only a few people remain by the dying fire. You walk back to your cottage through the decorated village. Flowers and fresh greenery adorn every surface. Tomorrow they will begin to wilt, but tonight they still look perfectly fresh. The harvest festival in autumn brings entirely different energy to the village. Gratitude and profound relief dominate this celebration. The crops are safely gathered from the fields. Winter can be faced with reasonably full storerooms. Survival through the cold months seems genuinely possible for another year. This particular festival involves considerably more feasting and slightly less dancing. Long tables overflow with the impressive bounty of recent harvest. Fresh bread made from new grain, vegetables prepared in every possible variation, fruit carefully preserved for winter, now enjoyed in abundance, roasted meat from animals necessarily slaughtered before winter. Feeding becomes too expensive. The priest solemnly blesses the displayed food and offers formal prayers of thanksgiving. Everyone responds in unison with the familiar phrases learned from childhood. Even those who rarely bother attending regular church services make the effort to show up for this critically important ritual. Gratitude transcends personal piety. After the formal blessing, the actual feast begins in earnest. You pile your wooden plate dangerously high with everything available. Everything tastes somehow enhanced by the knowledge that months of hard work made it all possible. These flavours represent effort transformed into sustenance. The travelling storyteller earns his generous place at the feast by entertaining throughout the meal and afterwards. He tells traditional tales of legendary harvests from the distant past, stories of saints who miraculously blessed crops, funny accounts of harvest disasters in other less fortunate villages, each story perfectly calibrated to match the prevailing mood. You listen attentively while eating steadily. The combination of genuinely good food and skilled storytelling creates a contentment that goes deeper than simple happiness. This feeling connects you directly to every generation that came before. They sat exactly like this after their harvests. They felt this same bone-deep satisfaction. As darkness finally falls, someone lights an enormous bonfire. The flames leap dramatically toward the night sky. People gather naturally around its welcoming warmth. The nights grow noticeably cooler now that summer has surrendered to autumn's inexorable advance. Young people take turns jumping over the dying flames when the fire burns lower. This ancient tradition supposedly brings good fortune for the coming year. You take your turn leaping across the glowing embers. The intense heat licks at your legs. You land safely on the far side. Thomas and Margaret cheer enthusiastically. The church festivals punctuate the year with deep religious significance. Christmas, Easter, various saints' days dedicated to different holy figures. These celebrations successfully blend spiritual devotion with practical community gathering. The Christmas season brings the darkest days of winter. The church interior decorates with evergreen boughs. Candles multiply dramatically until the space glows with light that actively pushes back against the darkness outside. The services last considerably longer than usual. More prayers, more singing, more incense creating fragrant clouds. After the religious observances come 12 days of significantly reduced work and increased celebration. Feasting happens despite winter's natural scarcity. Special foods appear from carefully hoarded supplies. Someone always manages to produce a roasted goose or at least a large chicken. Dried fruits and precious nuts emerge from storage. Spiced ale warms cold hands and bellies. Games and entertainments fill the long dark evenings. People perform short, simple plays depicting biblical scenes. Children sing carols carefully learned from the priest. Someone inevitably dresses as a monstrous figure and chases others around in elaborate mock terror. Genuine laughter echoes through the village. You notice during these celebrations how they bind the community together into something larger. Shared rituals create essential common ground. Even people who barely speak during normal times come together naturally for these important moments. The celebrations remind everyone that you belong to something far larger than individual families or separate households. Standing by the Christmas bonfire, watching your neighbours' faces glow warmly in the firelight, you feel this belonging acutely. These people share your daily struggles and your occasional joys. They understand without lengthy explanation what your life actually contains. This deep understanding matters more than you can properly articulate. The festivals will come again next year and the year after that. The cycle continues endlessly forward, but each individual celebration remains somehow unique. Next year you will be older. Circumstances will have changed in small or large ways. The precise moment you occupy right now will never repeat exactly, so you pay careful attention. You deliberately notice specific details, the distinctive taste of honey cake, the sound of laughter mixing with music, the warmth of fire against cool night air, the feeling of belonging to a specific time and place and group of people. These accumulated sensory memories will sustain you through the ordinary days that stretch long between celebrations. Your 16th birthday passes without significant ceremony or special recognition. The village does not carefully track individual birth dates with precision, but sometime around the beginning of summer you complete your 16th year of life. This milestone carries genuine significance, whether or not anyone marks it specifically with celebration. The blacksmith begins treating you noticeably differently. He assigns increasingly complex projects to your care. He trusts you to work independently for much longer periods. When customers arrive with questions, he sometimes lets you explain technical details and pricing. This growing responsibility clearly indicates his developing confidence in your abilities. You notice other subtle changes as well. Adults begin including you in conversations previously reserved exclusively for their peers. Your opinions occasionally get specifically solicited on village matters. People stop referring to you as a child in casual conversation. The transition happens gradually but unmistakably. Your father talks to you about the future with new seriousness. He explains the financial arrangements that will absolutely need to be made eventually. Apprenticeships cost money that must be repaid. Setting up your own independent household will cost considerably more. These practical economic considerations cannot be ignored or postponed forever. The subject of marriage enters previously casual conversations with pointed regularity. Your mother mentions various girls in the village with obvious interest. She describes their specific skills and family situations in detail. The subtext rings absolutely clearly. You should begin seriously thinking about potential matches. This prospect fills you with genuinely mixed feelings. Marriage represents true adulthood and meaningful independence, but it also means enormous responsibility. A wife to provide for, eventually children requiring food and shelter, your own household to maintain. The weight of these future obligations feels genuinely heavy. The weaver's apprentice occupies your private thoughts with increasing frequency. You have watched her grow from a shy girl into someone approaching womanhood. Her visible competence at her difficult craft impresses you. Her quiet intelligence attracts you. The rare conversations you manage to share stay in your memory for days afterwards. But approaching her about anything beyond casual pleasantries requires courage you have not yet mustered. The social rules governing proper courtship feel complex and intimidating. What if she has no romantic interest? What if her family considers your prospects insufficient? What if you simply make an embarrassing fool of yourself? Thomas faced this exact challenge last year with surprising success. He wanted desperately to court the miller's youngest daughter. He agonized for months about the right approach and perfect timing. Finally, he simply walked directly up to her after church services and asked if he could speak with her father about potential marriage arrangements. She said yes immediately. They are now formally betrothed. The wedding will happen next summer after Thomas completes his current contract with the shepherd who employs him. The whole process seems simultaneously simple and absolutely terrifying from your perspective. Margaret takes a characteristically different view of marriage entirely. She announces one evening with conviction that she has no intention of marrying anyone unless they agree to her unusual terms. Her future husband will need to accept her continued active work in her father's business. He will need to tolerate her fiercely independent nature. He will need to understand that she has zero interest in becoming a traditional docile wife. You and Thomas exchange knowing glances. Margaret's specific requirements will likely limit her available options considerably, but she seems genuinely unconcerned about this reality. She would rather remain unmarried indefinitely than compromise on essentials. You admire her certainty even while questioning its long-term practicality. Your own path forward remains frustratingly unclear. The blacksmith has hinted several times that he might take you on as a paid journeyman when your formal apprenticeship ends next year. This would mean actual wages instead of just room and board. It would mean official recognition as a skilled craftsman, but it would also mean remaining in this particular village indefinitely. The alternative involves travelling to seek work in larger towns or proper cities. Journeymen traditionally spend several years moving from place to place. They learn different techniques from various masters. They build professional reputations. Eventually, they save enough money to open their own independent shops. This wandering life strongly appeals to your developing sense of adventure, but it also means leaving behind absolutely everything familiar. Your immediate family, your closest friends, the only place you have ever known. The choice between comfortable security and uncertain possibility keeps you awake some nights. The village elder dies unexpectedly in early autumn. He was ancient by local standards, past 70 years old. His passing surprises absolutely no one but still leaves a noticeable gap. He served as a reliable source of wisdom and fair mediation for decades. The funeral brings the entire community together in the church. Everyone gathers regardless of other obligations. The priest conducts the service with appropriate solemnity. You stand among the other young adults, no longer with the children, but not quite among the established adults either, still occupying that strange in-between space. Watching the elder's body being carried to the churchyard for burial, you think seriously about mortality. Your own death eventually, everyone's inevitable end. The medieval world does not hide death from view. It remains constantly visible and present, a fact to be acknowledged rather than denied. After the burial, people naturally share stories about the elder, his reputation for fair judgments, his occasional surprising moments of humour, his genuine dedication to the village's collective well-being. These memories become his lasting legacy, the intangible inheritance he leaves behind. You realise with some shock that someday people might tell similar stories about you. What will they say specifically? What mark will you leave on this community? The questions feel too large for your current age, but they demand serious consideration nonetheless. The responsibilities of full adulthood creep steadily closer each day. You can feel them approaching like spring feels the inevitable approach of summer. Inevitable and completely transformative. The person you are now will not be the person you eventually become, but tonight you remain firmly in this in-between space, still learning important skills, still growing physically and mentally, still figuring out who you might turn out to be. The firelight flickers warmly across familiar faces, your mother and father, your younger siblings, your close friends, the neighbours you have known your entire life. This moment will not last forever. Change comes regardless of whether you welcome it or not, but for now, you exist here in the warmth and the community, and the ordinary magic of being young and alive and surrounded by people who know your name. The day winds gradually down as the sun approaches the western horizon. Your work at the smithy ended about an hour ago. You walked home through the familiar village streets, the exact same route you have travelled thousands of times. Your cottage welcomes you with its usual distinctive smells and sounds. Your mother stirs something over the fire. Your younger siblings argue about something trivial. Your father sits carefully repairing a broken tool by the fading natural light. Ordinary domestic life continues its eternal rhythm. You wash your hands and face in the basin by the door. The water immediately runs grey with accumulated soot and sweat. Your wavering reflection looks up from the water's surface. You look older than you remember. When exactly did that happen? Supper consists of bread and thick pottage. The same basic meal that appears most evenings with minor variations. Sometimes vegetables, sometimes a bit of meat, but fundamentally unchanged. You eat without really thinking about the food itself. Fuel rather than pleasure. After eating, you step outside again into the cooling air. The village settles into evening routines all around you. Smoke rises in thin columns from hearth fires. Animals get secured for the night in pens and stables. Children reluctantly head toward bed. The pace slows noticeably as darkness gathers. Thomas appears, walking back from the common land where his sheep graze during summer months. You call out a greeting. He joins you sitting on the wooden bench outside your cottage door. Neither of you speaks for a while. The silence feels comfortable and natural. Margaret walks past, returning from some errand. She stops to share amusing news about the baker's son who apparently fell into the mill pond fully clothed while trying to impress a girl. The image makes all three of you laugh genuinely. The poor boy's dignity probably suffered more than his body. She continues toward home. You and Thomas remain sitting in companionable silence. The first stars become visible overhead in the darkening sky. The endless dome of night spreads gradually above you. Thomas asks if you have decided anything about your future, the journeyman offer, the possibility of travel, the complicated question of marriage. You admit honestly that no firm decisions have been made yet. Everything still feels uncertain and unclear. He nods, understanding. His own future seems more settled and predictable. Marriage next year. Continued work as a shepherd. A life that will unfold in familiar patterns. But even he expresses occasional doubt. Whether he made the right choices. Whether other paths might have suited him better. You tell him that uncertainty probably never fully disappears. Even adults who seem confident likely harbour private questions. This thought provides minimal comfort, but some. At least you're not alone in your confusion. A dog barks somewhere in the darkness. Someone shouts at it to be quiet. The dog completely ignores this instruction and continues barking. Village life contains these small irritations alongside its comforts. Your mother calls from inside the cottage. Time to come in. Thomas stands and wishes you good night. He disappears into the darkness, heading toward his own home. You linger a moment longer outside. The air smells of wood smoke and growing things and the indefinable scent of late summer. The temperature drops steadily as night deepens. Soon you will need a heavier cloak. Soon the leaves will turn brilliant colours. Soon winter will arrive again with its challenges. But not tonight. Tonight remains suspended in that perfect moment between warm and cold. Between summer and autumn. Between youth and adulthood. You breathe deeply, trying to capture and hold this exact feeling. The church bell rings calling people to evening prayers. Most will ignore it, but the sound still marks the day's formal end. Another 24 hours survived. Another small victory against the relentless passage of time. You finally go inside. Your bed awaits with its familiar lumps and scratchy blanket. You lie down, still fully clothed, too tired to bother with changing. Your body aches pleasantly from the day's work. Through the gaps in the shutters you can see a sliver of night sky. Stars scatter across it like seeds broadcast across a prepared field. Infinite and unreachable. You wonder if anyone else in the village is looking at those same stars right now. Probably not. Most people have more practical concerns than celestial observation. But the thought pleases you anyway. The idea that you might share this moment with unseen others. Your breathing slows naturally. The cottage falls quiet around you. Your father's gentle snoring. Your mother's movements as she carefully banks the fire for the night. Your siblings' whispered conversation gradually fading into silence. Sleep approaches on soft feet. You can feel it drawing steadily near. The boundary between waking and dreaming grows thin. Your thoughts begin to drift and scatter like leaves in wind. Tomorrow will bring more work, more routine, more ordinary moments strung together like beads on a string. But tomorrow also might bring something genuinely unexpected, a surprise, a significant change, a new direction. The future remains completely unwritten, full of possibility and danger in equal uncertain measure. You stand on its threshold looking ahead into unknown territory. The path forward will reveal itself one step at a time, but tonight you rest. Tonight you let go of questions and concerns. Tonight you simply exist in this moment, a medieval teenager in a small village, living a life that will someday seem impossibly distant to people not yet born. Your breathing deepens into the steady rhythm of sleep. The day releases its hold on you completely. Dreams begin their nightly work, and the stars continue their slow wheel across the sky, marking time, bearing witness, illuminating the darkness with their ancient light. The medieval world sleeps peacefully around you. The quiet fields rest under moonlight. The animals settle quietly in their pens. The village holds its breath between today and tomorrow, and you sleep deeply, knowing that when morning inevitably comes you will rise and begin again. The endless cycle continues. Life goes on, as it always has, as it always will, forever and ever into the unknowable future. You're lying on packed earth in what will someday be called France, but right now has no name at all. The year is approximately 28,000 BCE, and above you, smoke from the fire drifts toward a ceiling of rock that your people have painted with running animals. Outside this cave, winter has locked the world in ice, but here the fire keeps you warm enough to drift towards sleep. Your body knows this transition intimately. Your breathing slows, the rhythm changing from the quick, shallow pattern of activity to something deeper and more regular. Your muscles release their daytime tension one group at a time. First your jaw, then your shoulders, then your hands that have been gripping tools all day. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the flickering firelight becomes less distinct, blurring into warm orange smears against your closed eyes. And then, without fanfare or ceremony, without even noticing the precise moment of transition, you find yourself running alongside the painted animals. They've leaped from the stone walls into a grassy plain that exists nowhere on Earth. The grass is impossibly green, greener than anything you've seen in this ice-locked world, and it brushes against your legs as you run. The deer beside you, the one painted in red ochre on the cave wall, turns its head to look at you with eyes that seem to hold more intelligence than any animal should possess. You don't question this. The boundary between waking and sleeping feels less like a wall and more like a curtain that shifts in an unfelt breeze. You move between states without noticing the movement, without marking the transition as something worthy of examination. During the day, you hunt and gather and maintain the fire. During the night, you run with painted animals and visit the spirits of your ancestors and see things that haven't happened yet but might. These seem like equally real aspects of existence. The red deer is trying to tell you something. It uses no words. Your language is still young, consisting of a few hundred sounds that convey immediate concrete meanings, but somehow you understand. The herd has moved to the valley beyond the ridge, where a fallen tree creates shelter from the wind. There's good grazing there, protected by the tree and the curve of the land. You should hunt there when morning comes. When you wake, slowly surfacing through layers of consciousness like rising through water, you'll tell the elders about this vision. They'll nod seriously, their weathered faces showing no surprise, because to them dreams aren't random firings of a resting brain, a concept that won't be articulated for another 30,000 years. Dreams are messages, warnings, and visits from the world that exists beneath the world, the place where the spirits of animals live when they're not wearing their physical bodies. No one in your community has a word for subconscious, or REM, sleep or memory consolidation. They simply know that sleep opens doors. The funny thing is, you're not entirely wrong. In a way that neuroscientists 30 millennia from now will struggle to explain fully, your brain has been processing information all day. You've been noticing patterns in animal behaviour without consciously cataloguing them. The way certain birds fly when deer are nearby, the angle of trampled grass, the age of droppings, and the scent carried on yesterday's wind. You've registered distant sounds you didn't actively listen to, tracked subtle changes in weather, and observed 100 small details that your conscious mind was too busy with survival to fully analyse. Now freed from the need to focus on immediate threats and opportunities, your sleeping brain is sorting through these observations. It's finding patterns, making connections, and occasionally stumbling onto something genuinely useful. The information emerges dressed in the symbols and metaphors your culture provides. Talking animals, spirit journeys, and painted figures come to life. You interpret it as the deer speaking to you, which seems perfectly reasonable given your understanding of how the world works. Tomorrow, when the hunters find the herd exactly where your dream suggested, your status in the community will rise slightly. You'll be known as someone the spirits speak to, someone whose dreams carry weight. This will encourage you to pay even more attention to your dreams, to try to remember them more clearly, and to look for messages in the nightly visions. And this attention itself will begin to change the dreams, though you won't notice this feedback loop, this subtle influence that awareness exerts on the thing being observed. Over the years, you'll develop a sensitivity to the feeling of dreaming, not quite awareness, not the clear knowledge that you're asleep and this isn't physically real, but a kind of receptiveness, an openness to the strange logic and impossible events that characterize the dream state. When you dream of flying, you'll accept it. When your dead grandmother appears looking young and strong, you'll speak with her without confusion. When you find yourself in a landscape that combines features from many different places, you'll navigate it confidently. This acceptance, this lack of critical questioning, is actually what allows your dreams to be so vivid and useful. Your brain can process and recombine information freely, because your conscious mind isn't interfering, isn't saying, wait, that's impossible, or this doesn't make sense. The dreams flow like water, following their own logic, making connections that waking thought might dismiss as nonsensical, but that sometimes reveal genuine insights about the natural world you depend on for survival. You're standing in the Egyptian city of Memphis around 2000 BCE, and you have a problem that's been gnawing at you for 3 nights running. Each night, you've had the same disturbing dream. Your teeth are falling out, scattering across the ground like pale seeds, leaving your mouth empty and aching. You can feel them loosening in the dream, can taste blood, and can see them lying in the dust at your feet. The dream is vivid enough that you wake each time touching your mouth, relieved to find your teeth still firmly in place but deeply unsettled by the recurring vision. This is clearly significant. In Egypt, dreams are taken seriously. They're considered messages from the gods, warnings about the future, or reflections of spiritual imbalance that needs correction. But you're not educated in the mysteries of dream interpretation. You're a mid-level scribe, comfortable enough but not wealthy, learned in hieroglyphics and mathematics but not in the symbolic language of the divine realm. So you've come to the temple, joining a stream of other dream-troubled citizens seeking guidance. The priest who greets you is younger than you expected, perhaps 30 years old, with a shaved head and white linen robes that mark his calling. He shows no surprise at your arrival. People come here daily with similar concerns, their sleep disrupted by visions they can't interpret. He leads you through courtyards fragrant with incense, past pools where lotus flowers float, into a small chamber where previous visitors have carved their dreams into the walls. This inadvertent archive of Bronze Age anxieties is fascinating if you take time to read it. Someone dreamed of climbing a mast on a ship. Another saw themselves eating figs that turned to ash in their mouth. A third encountered a cat the size of a cow, which probably says something about that particular individual's relationship with cats, or possibly their relationship with divine judgment, since cats are sacred to Bastet. There are dreams of flying, drowning, losing one's way in familiar streets, meeting with the dead, and encountering gods in both terrible and benevolent forms. The priest consults a papyrus scroll that's already ancient by his standards, its edges worn soft from handling, some sections faded to near illegibility. This is a dream book, one of several copies made from an original that dates back hundreds of years. It lists hundreds of dream scenarios and their meanings, organised with the bureaucratic precision Egyptians bring to everything from tax collection to theology. The categorisation is sometimes odd by modern standards. Dreams are divided into good and bad rather than by symbolic content, and the interpretations can be startlingly direct or mysteriously vague depending on the entry. He finds the section on teeth and runs his finger down the columns of hieratic script. Teeth falling out could indicate the death of relatives, though the text hedges its bets with enough qualifiers that it's rarely entirely wrong. The number of teeth matters. Which teeth, upper or lower, matter. Whether you see them fall or simply notice them missing matters. Whether there's blood or pain involved matters. The priest asks you these questions methodically, and you do your best to remember details from dreams that felt vivid at the time but are now fragmenting in your memory. You feel simultaneously enlightened and anxious when he finishes his interpretation, which is probably the optimal outcome from the temple's perspective. You've received a knowledge that explains the dream, but that knowledge carries its own weight of concern. The priest, reading your expression with practiced ease, offers you an option: temple sleep. For a fee that will strain your budget but remains manageable, you can spend the night in a special chamber where the god Imhotep, the deified architect and healer, may visit your dreams and provide clearer guidance. The chamber is dedicated to incubation dreams, a practice the Egyptians have refined over centuries. You agree, partly from piety and partly from genuine curiosity about what will happen. The priest seems pleased. He explains that you should purify yourself, abstain from certain foods for the rest of the day, and return at sunset. When you come back, the evening air is cooling and the sky's turning the colour of copper. The priest gives you herbs to drink. Nothing dramatic, just a mild tea that makes your thoughts pleasantly fuzzy and your body relaxed. He leads you to the incubation chamber, a small room painted with calming scenes. Lotus flowers bloom in impossible profusion. The Nile flows peacefully through green banks. Birds wing across a cloudless sky. The painted ceiling shows stars and constellations carefully rendered, with the goddess Nut arching across the heavens. The priest explains what you should do. Lie down on the sleeping mat. Clear your mind of daily concerns. Focus your thoughts on your question, your need for guidance. Invite Imhotep to speak to you. Then simply allow sleep to come naturally. You're not to force anything, not to strain towards some mystical experience. Just rest, remain open, and trust that if the god has wisdom for you, it will come. As you drift towards sleep in this carefully prepared space, you're aware, in a distant, dreamy way, that you're trying to dream something specific. You're not quite controlling the dream, but you're suggesting, requesting. The boundary feels blurry, and perhaps that blurriness is the point. Your conscious mind is releasing control while simultaneously holding an intention, creating a kind of directed receptiveness that's different from your normal sleep. The chamber's painted walls seem to pulse slightly in the dim lamplight. The scent of the herbs lingers in your nostrils. You can hear distant sounds from the city, someone laughing, a dog barking, cartwheels on stone. But they feel far away, separated from you by more than just the temple walls. Your breathing deepens, your thoughts begin to wander and fragment, and then you're asleep, though the transition is so smooth you don't notice it happening. When you dream that night, you find yourself walking through a garden more beautiful than any you've seen in waking life. The trees are heavy with fruit, pomegranates and dates and figs all growing together despite their different seasons. Water flows in channels that catch the light, and flowers bloom in colours you can't quite name. Your ancestors are there, tending the plants, moving among the trees with calm purpose. Your grandfather, dead these 10 years, looks up and smiles at you. He says something about roots and growth, about things that seem lost but are merely transformed. You wake convinced that Imhotep arranged this vision, that the god spoke through the symbols of the garden and your ancestors' words. And maybe, in a sense, he did, or rather you did, by creating conditions where your sleeping mind knew what kind of dream would bring you comfort and clarity. The temple environment, the priest's guidance, the herbal preparation, and the painted walls suggesting peaceful imagery, all of it conspired to shape your dreaming in particular directions. The temple priests have noticed something crucial, even if they interpret it through their theological framework. Dreams can be influenced by expectation, environment, and intention. They haven't developed this into a systematic technique for achieving awareness during dreams, but they're circling around a fundamental insight about consciousness. The mind can be prepared for certain types of experience. The boundary between waking intention and sleeping vision is more permeable than rigid, and the act of paying attention to dreams, of treating them as significant, somehow changes the dreams themselves. When you leave the temple the next morning, you're calmer. The dream of falling teeth hasn't recurred. You've received what feels like meaningful guidance, though if pressed, you'd have difficulty explaining exactly what you learned, or how it helps with your original anxiety. But that vagueness is part of the process. The dream worked on you emotionally and symbolically rather than providing clear intellectual answers, and that seems to be exactly what you needed. You're a student in Athens around 400 BCE, and your teacher has just given you an assignment that sounds suspiciously like he's making things up as he goes along. "Remember your dreams," he says, with the casual authority that teachers use when they want to sound like they're conveying ancient wisdom rather than personal speculation. Not just remember that you had them, but remember the details. What you saw, what you felt, where your attention went, and how you moved through the dreamscape. This teacher is influenced by Pythagorean ideas, though he's careful to keep the more mystical aspects quiet. Athens has a complicated relationship with philosophers who claim special access to hidden knowledge, as Socrates discovered in the most permanent way possible just a few years ago. But your teacher is convinced that dreams matter, that they reveal something about the soul's true nature, and that they represent the psyche freed from the constraints of physical sensation and able to perceive more subtle truths. The first step toward understanding them, he insists, is simply paying attention. So you start trying. That first night, you go to sleep with the intention of remembering, telling yourself firmly as you drift off, "I will remember my dreams. I will wake and recall them clearly." This seems to have no effect whatsoever. You wake the next morning with the vague sense that you dreamed something important. There was water, maybe? Or was it a marketplace? Or possibly both? The details evaporate like morning mist, leaving only frustration and the dim sense of having lost something that was present just moments ago. The second night, you try a different approach. You place a wax tablet and stylus next to your sleeping mat, within easy reach. The idea is to wake yourself slightly during the night and scratch down whatever you remember before sinking back into sleep. This works better. You do wake once, disoriented and confused, with fragments of a dream still clinging to your mind. You grope for the tablet in the darkness and scratch a few words before sleep reclaims you. In the morning you examine what you wrote. The letters are clumsy, carved by someone half asleep and not bothering with proper spacing or straight lines, but you can decipher them. Fish made of light. The teacher had wings. It felt like flying, but also like swimming. Reading these words brings the dream flooding back in more detail. You were in a place that was simultaneously ocean and sky, where movement was effortless, where your teacher glided past you with great feathered wings, and where schools of luminous fish swam through the air like they were moving through water. By the 5th night, you've developed a routine. You keep the tablet ready. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes reviewing the day and telling yourself you'll remember your dreams. When you wake, whether in the middle of the night or at dawn, you lie still for a moment before moving, letting the dream memories solidify, then reach for the tablet and record what you can. The act of writing seems to anchor the memories, making them more stable and retrievable. This practice, simple as it sounds, is quietly revolutionary. You're training your mind to build a bridge between sleeping and waking consciousness. You're creating the habit of noticing your own mental states, of treating dreams as experiences worth preserving rather than ephemeral nonsense to be dismissed upon waking. And occasionally something odd happens. While dreaming, you have a moment of recognition, a flash of thought that says, I should remember this for my dream journal. It's brief and you usually forget it anyway despite the intention. But the fact that it happens at all suggests something interesting about the nature of awareness during sleep. Your teacher is pleased with your progress, though he himself is still working out the theoretical implications. He's noticed that students who practice dream recall consistently sometimes report moments of clarity within the dream itself. Brief instants where they seem to know they're dreaming, where they possess a dual awareness of being asleep while experiencing the dream. He doesn't have a proper framework for this yet and doesn't know what to call it or how to encourage it deliberately. But he's seen enough examples to suspect that the sleeping mind is more accessible to conscious awareness than most people assume. You notice these moments yourself as your practice continues. One night, you're dreaming that you're competing in the gymnasium, racing against other students, when suddenly you think, my legs feel strange. Am I dreaming? The question itself is remarkable. It shows some part of your mind stepping back and evaluating the experience rather than simply being immersed in it. But the answer doesn't come clearly, or rather, dream logic provides a nonsensical answer that you accept without further questioning. No, it's just that the ground is sloped differently today, and the dream continues with you convinced of your waking state, despite the impossibility of your legs feeling simultaneously heavy and weightless. In the markets of Athens, dream interpretation is becoming a booming business. Professional oniromancers set up shop near the agora, offering to decode dreams for a small fee. Most of them are charlatans, clever readers of human nature who tell people what they want to hear in vague enough terms to seem profound. But a few have noticed the same patterns your teacher has observed. People who pay attention to their dreams, who record and reflect on them, report different experiences than people who ignore their dream life entirely. The act of observation seems to change the thing being observed. When you treat dreams as meaningless, forgettable noise, they remain vague and unmemorable. But when you approach them with attention and respect, recording them carefully, looking for patterns and recurring symbols, the dreams themselves seem to become more vivid, more coherent, and more accessible to memory. It's as if your sleeping mind responds to being taken seriously, offering clearer and more detailed experiences when it knows those experiences will be valued and preserved. You've been keeping your dream journal for 3 months now, and it's become a fascinating document. You can see patterns emerging, certain images that recur, particular anxieties that surface in symbolic form, and creative solutions to problems you've been working on during the day. There's the recurring dream of being in the academy, but unable to find your classroom, which clearly relates to your ongoing anxiety about measuring up to your teacher's expectations. There are dreams where you're speaking eloquently in public, which seem to follow days when you felt inarticulate and clumsy with words. And there are stranger, less interpretable dreams, surreal landscapes, impossible architecture, and encounters with figures who might be gods or might be amalgamations of people you know. One entry stands out. You dreamed you were walking through Athens at night, the streets familiar but somehow different. Cleaner, more orderly, lit by a silvery light that came from no visible source. You passed your teacher's house and noticed the door was open. Inside, he was sitting at a table covered with scrolls, but the scrolls were blank. He looked up at you and said something about empty pages being the truest books. And then, this is the part that struck you as significant, you thought to yourself within the dream, I need to remember this phrase so I can ask him what it means tomorrow. That thought shows a level of metacognition, of awareness about your own awareness. That's unusual in dreams. You were conscious enough to recognize that you are having an experience worth preserving, to think about your future waking self and what that self would want to know. You were, for that brief moment, operating with a kind of dual consciousness, simultaneously immersed in the dream experience and standing slightly apart from it, observing and evaluating. When you mentioned this dream to your teacher, his eyes lit up with interest. That moment of recognition, he said, is what we should be cultivating. The ability to maintain some thread of awareness even when the rational mind sleeps. The Pythagoreans believed the soul travels during sleep, freed from bodily constraints. Perhaps what you experienced was your soul becoming aware of itself, recognizing its own nature even while engaged in the journey. He's assigned you a new practice. Throughout the day, at random moments, pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? Then examine your surroundings for evidence. Can you remember how you got to where you are? Do the details remain stable when you look away and back? Does everything follow logical rules? The point isn't to answer the question, obviously you're awake during the day, but to build a habit of questioning, of examining your state of consciousness. The theory is that if you do this often enough while awake, you'll eventually do it while asleep, and that moment of questioning might trigger the realization that you're dreaming. You're skeptical but willing to try. After all, the dream journal practice seemed pointless at first, and it turned out to be genuinely valuable. So you start incorporating these reality checks into your day. While listening to a lecture, you pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? You look at your hands, check if the text on the scroll stays consistent, and try to remember the sequence of events that brought you to this moment. The answer is always no, I'm awake, but the practice keeps you attentive to your own consciousness, in a way that's oddly interesting. You're a novice monk in a monastery perched on a Tibetan mountainside around 900 CE. The air is thin enough that newcomers spend their first weeks short of breath, gasping during meditation sessions and struggling to complete simple physical tasks without their hearts hammering. But you've lived here since childhood. Your parents brought you to the monastery when you were 7, offering you to the Sangha as an act of devotion, and your lungs have adapted to the altitude. What hasn't adapted, despite years of training, is your ability to maintain awareness during sleep, which your teacher insists is possible, necessary, and, most annoyingly, simple once you understand the technique properly. The problem, he explains for what must be the 20th time, his voice patient but edged with the faintest exasperation, is that you assume waking and sleeping are fundamentally different states. But consciousness continues. It simply changes its object of attention. This sounds profound when he says it, accompanied by the singing bowls and the thin mountain air and the sense that wisdom is being transmitted. But it isn't particularly helpful when you're lying on your sleeping mat at night, tired and confused, trying to figure out what exactly you're supposed to do differently. Continue consciousness? How? By what mechanism? Through what practice? The technique he's taught you involves cultivating a habit of questioning reality during the day. Throughout your waking hours, you're supposed to periodically stop whatever you're doing and ask yourself, am I dreaming right now? Then you look for signs that might indicate you're in a dream. Text that shifts when you look away and back, unusual events that violate natural law, or logical inconsistencies in your environment or recent memories. During the day, the answer is always no, I'm awake. But the practice builds a habit that eventually, according to your teacher, carries over into sleep. You've been doing this for months. Every hour, roughly, you pause and ask the question. You examine your hands. They look normal, solid, and consistent. You read a line of scripture, look away, and read it again. The text is unchanged. You try to recall how you arrived at your current location, and the sequence of events makes perfect sense. You're definitely awake. And yet, the practice continues day after day, a ritualized questioning that's starting to feel less like meditation and more like an elaborate game you're playing with yourself for unclear stakes. Tonight, after evening prayers, you're lying on your narrow sleeping mat, and your mind is still buzzing with the question, am I dreaming? You're definitely not. The stone floor is cold even through the thin cushion. Your knee hurts from the extended kneeling during prostrations. You can hear another monk snoring 3 mats away, a rhythmic rasp that suggests serious sinus problems and zero awareness of how disruptive the sound is. Your own breathing is slowing as sleep approaches, that familiar descent into unconsciousness that's happened thousands of times before. You drift off thinking about the question, which is exactly what your teacher suggested. Not forcing it, not concentrating hard, just letting it float gently in your mind as you cross the threshold into sleep. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I... The dream begins ordinarily enough. You're walking through the monastery courtyard, and the light has that particular quality of late afternoon, golden and slanting, making the prayer flags cast long shadows across the stones. Everything feels normal. Your feet on the ground feel solid. The air has the characteristic crispness of high altitude. Nothing seems unusual or worth questioning. You walk toward the fountain at the courtyard centre, intending to fill your water bowl. But when you get close, you notice something odd. The fountain is flowing upward. Water is climbing into the air in a neat column, rising 10 feet or more before dispersing into mist that vanishes into the sunlight. This should surprise you. This should immediately signal that something is wrong, that this violates everything you know about how water behaves. But dream logic, that strange cognitive fog that makes impossible things seem reasonable, offers an explanation that you accept without question. Oh, someone must have changed the fountain. That's nice, it looks quite beautiful like this. You stand there watching the impossible water for several moments, admiring the way light catches in the ascending column, and how the mist creates small rainbows. And then, like a quiet bell ringing in a distant room, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've asked yourself countless times during the day, but now, in this context, it triggers something different. You look at the fountain again, really look at it, and understand that water doesn't flow upward. You look at your hands, another technique your teacher demonstrated, and they look odd. The details won't quite hold still. You try counting your fingers and the number keeps changing. 5, then 6, then 4, the count shifting each time you try to focus on it. And suddenly, with a clarity that's almost shocking in its brightness, you understand. You're asleep. This is a dream. You're aware of this fact while the dream continues around you. The fountain is still there, still flowing impossibly upward. The courtyard hasn't changed. The late afternoon light still slants across the stones. But your relationship to all of it has transformed completely. You can feel your sleeping body on the mat in some distant peripheral way. The cold stone beneath you, the rough wool blanket, and the position of your limbs. You understand that this entire scene is occurring in your mind, that you're lying unconscious on a monastery sleeping mat while simultaneously standing conscious in this dream courtyard. The dual awareness is strange and wonderful, and unlike anything you've experienced before. You realize, with a combination of excitement and deep calm, that you might be able to change things. This is part of the training. Not just becoming aware in dreams, but learning to work with them, to shape them, to use them for spiritual development and exploration of consciousness. You will make the fountain flow normally. Nothing happens. You try again, concentrating harder, focusing your intention the way you would during meditation. Still nothing. The water continues its upward journey, completely ignoring your mental commands. Apparently dream control isn't quite as simple as your teacher implied, which you'll enjoy pointing out to him tomorrow morning with all the satisfaction of a student finding a gap in the master's knowledge. But the awareness remains stable and clear. You spend what feels like several minutes simply observing the dream, noting its qualities, marvelling at the vividness of sensation. The stone beneath your feet feels absolutely real. The air has texture and temperature, and sounds have proper directionality and volume. Everything is rendered in perfect detail, indistinguishable from waking experience except for the fact that you know it's not. You experiment with different actions. You try to fly, because this seems like an obvious thing to attempt in a lucid dream. You jump and will yourself upward, but gravity works normally, and you simply land back on the ground. You try to make something appear, perhaps a lotus flower in your hand. You close your eyes and concentrate, and when you open them, there's nothing there. Whatever capacity you have to influence this dream, it's not responding to direct commands or visualizations. But then you notice something interesting. Your emotions affect the dream. When you feel frustrated about your inability to control things, the light in the courtyard dims slightly and the air grows cooler. When you let go of that frustration and simply feel curious about the experience, the light brightens again and the whole scene becomes more vivid. It's subtle, but unmistakable. The dream responds to your emotional state rather than to your conscious intentions. You try working with this. You cultivate a feeling of calm joy, the kind you experience during successful meditation. The courtyard seems to glow in response, colours becoming richer, edges more defined. You shift to compassion, thinking of all beings trapped in the cycle of suffering and wishing them liberation. The dream softens somehow, becoming gentler, more welcoming. The upward flowing fountain begins producing a sound like distant bells. This continues for what feels like much longer than most dreams last. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can't really judge time accurately. But throughout it all, you maintain that thread of awareness, that knowledge that you're asleep and dreaming. It's effortful in a subtle way, requiring a kind of balanced attention, where you can't think too hard about being aware or you'll lose the awareness, but you can't let your mind wander completely, or you'll slip back into ordinary unconscious dreaming. Eventually something shifts. Your attention wavers for just a moment. You start thinking about how you'll describe this experience to your teacher, and the analytical thinking pulls you slightly toward wakefulness. The courtyard begins to fade, becoming less solid and more dreamlike in the conventional sense. You try to hold on to the awareness, but it's slipping, the clear knowledge dissolving, and then you're in a different dream entirely. Something about climbing stairs that keep rearranging themselves, and the lucidity is gone. You wake a while later, in the deep part of the night when the monastery is completely silent. For a moment you lie there, perfectly still, afraid that moving will disrupt the crystal clear memory of what just happened. Then carefully you reach for the small journal and ink you keep near your mat, specifically for recording dreams, another practice your teacher insists on, and you write down everything you can remember while it's still fresh. The next morning, during the period after dawn meditation when students can ask questions, you catch your teacher's eye and give a small nod. He smiles slightly and nods back, understanding immediately. You've crossed a threshold that monks have been crossing for centuries, joining a quiet tradition of practitioners who've learned to maintain consciousness through the transition into sleep. The tradition calls it dream yoga, using dreams as a practice ground for recognizing the illusory nature of all experience, for developing the kind of stable awareness that persists regardless of whether you're awake or asleep. Over the following weeks, you'll have more lucid dreams, each one teaching you something about the nature of awareness and the relationship between mind and experience. You'll learn that strong emotions tend to destabilize the lucid state. You'll discover that expectations shape the dream more than direct commands do. You'll find that the most profound experiences come not from trying to control the dream, but from simply being present in it, maintaining awareness while remaining open to whatever arises. Your teacher will guide you deeper into the practice, teaching you to use lucid dreams for specific purposes, rehearsing meditations, contemplating Buddhist teachings in the vivid symbolic language of dreams, and even practicing for the experience of death, which Tibetan Buddhism views as similar to the dream state. Consciousness separated from its familiar reference points, navigating a realm shaped by karma and mental habits. But all of that comes later. Tonight, you've simply had your first clear moment of recognition within a dream, that flash of awareness that says, "I'm sleeping and I know it." It's a small achievement in the monastery's terms. Many monks have gone much further, maintaining continuous consciousness through sleep, transforming dreams into sophisticated meditations. But for you, right now, it feels miraculous, like discovering a hidden room in a house you thought you knew completely. You're a merchant's daughter in Florence around 1350 CE, and you've been having the strangest experience for the past week. It started when you attended a sermon where the priest discussed visions and divine messages, emphasizing with considerable dramatic flair that God sometimes speaks to people in sleep, sending angels or saints to deliver warnings, guidance, or comfort. The examples he gave were vivid. People dreaming of heaven's glory, receiving instructions about their life's purpose, and even being shown future events that later came to pass exactly as dreamed. That night, while dreaming that you were flying over the city's red-tiled roofs, you suddenly thought, "God is showing me this." The thought itself woke you partially, pulling you into that strange liminal state between sleeping and waking. You hovered there for several moments, aware that you were in bed but still able to see the dreamscape of Florence spreading below you. The Duomo with its incomplete dome, the Arno winding through the city, and the surrounding hills covered in olive groves and vineyards. It was disorienting and wonderful, and you fell back into the dream almost immediately, but this time without the awareness, simply experiencing the flight as a seamless part of the dream narrative. Since then, it's been happening more frequently. You'll be in the middle of a completely ordinary dream, walking through the market, helping your mother with weaving, attending mass, when recognition strikes. This is a dream. Sometimes the realization ends the dream instantly, popping it like a soap bubble and leaving you lying awake in the darkness of your bedroom, disoriented and slightly disappointed. Other times, you maintain the awareness for a few moments, observing the dream from this strange dual perspective, where you're simultaneously inside the experience and watching it from outside. You haven't told anyone about this because you're not entirely sure it's appropriate or safe to discuss. The Church has complicated and somewhat contradictory views about dreams. Some are considered divine messages, sent by God or his angels to guide the faithful. These are sacred and should be heeded carefully. Other dreams are temptations from demons, designed to lead people astray through false visions and deceptive imagery. These should be resisted and ignored. And still other dreams are just the result of eating too much cheese before bed, according to your grandmother, and have no spiritual significance whatsoever. The idea that you might be somehow conscious during dreams, aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, choosing what happens or at least observing with full knowledge that none of it is real, this feels like it might fall into the potentially heretical category. Are you supposed to be able to do this? Is this a gift from God or something more dangerous? Could demons use this state to deceive you more effectively, catching you in a moment of vulnerability? You don't know, and you're not about to ask the priest and risk being told to do penance or worse. But you've noticed patterns in when the awareness arises. It comes most easily when something in the dream is unusual, when your deceased aunt appears looking young and healthy instead of wasted by the plague that took her, when the street you're walking down leads somewhere it shouldn't, when you find yourself in your father's warehouse, but it's somehow also the cathedral, or when the laws of nature bend in small ways that would be impossible in waking life. These inconsistencies seem to trigger a part of your mind that notices and questions, even while asleep. It's similar to the way you might notice a wrong note in a familiar hymn. The inconsistency stands out against your knowledge of how things should be, and your mind flags it as requiring attention. In dreams, though, this noticing is usually suppressed by what you think of as dream fog, that strange acceptance that makes impossible things seem perfectly reasonable. When the fog lifts for a moment, awareness comes through. You've also discovered, through trial and error, that you can sometimes continue the dream by staying calm. If you get excited when you realise you're dreaming, thinking, "Oh, I can do anything! I can fly anywhere! I can make anything happen!" You wake up immediately, the surge of emotion pulling you out of sleep. But if you simply observe, staying curious but relaxed, the dream continues while you watch it unfold with that split awareness. Simultaneously, the dreamer and the observer of dreams. Tonight you're trying something experimental. You've been thinking about this phenomenon for days, turning it over in your mind during the long hours of sewing and household work, and you've come up with a technique that might help. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes in the candlelight studying your hands, really looking at them, the pattern of lines on your palms, the shape of your nails, the way your fingers taper, and the small scar on your left thumb from when you cut yourself on a spindle 2 years ago. You're creating a kind of anchor, something familiar that you can check while dreaming. The idea is that if you can remember to look at your hands in a dream, they might look different enough to trigger that moment of recognition. It's based partly on something you heard once, that in dreams your hands often look wrong, having too many fingers or not enough, appearing blurry, or shifting in form. You don't know if this is universally true, but it seems worth testing. You blow out the candle and settle into your bed, which you share with your younger sister. She's already asleep, breathing deeply and evenly, one arm flung across her eyes. You lie there in the darkness, thinking about your hands, about the need to remember to check them, and about the strangeness of trying to remind yourself to do something while unconscious. The thoughts grow softer and less distinct as sleep approaches, blurring into fragmentary images and incomplete sentences, and then you're dreaming. You're in a garden you've never seen before, though it has elements from the monastery gardens you've visited, and from descriptions you've heard of paradise in sermons. Roses climb over stone walls, but instead of smelling like roses, they smell of cinnamon and cloves, spices your father trades in. The sky is that particular shade of blue that you see sometimes at dusk, when the last light is fading but the stars haven't yet appeared. There's music playing from somewhere, though you can't see any musicians, a single voice singing a melody that's hauntingly beautiful, but not quite like any song you know. You walk through this garden for what feels like a long time, just experiencing it, until something makes you think of your hands. The thought comes unbidden. I should look at my hands. You raise them, studying them in the dream's strange light, and immediately notice that they're wrong. The number of fingers keeps shifting. 5, then 6, then 4, the count changing each time you try to focus. The skin looks somehow translucent, as if you could see through it to the bones underneath. The scar on your left thumb is missing, or maybe it's there but on the wrong finger. You can't quite tell. This wrongness triggers the recognition. I'm dreaming. The garden remains solid around you. The roses continue to bloom, their impossible scent filling the air. The voice continues singing its nameless melody. But you're aware now, fully conscious of the fact that you're asleep in your bed, that your sister is beside you, that Florence is outside your window, and that none of this garden exists anywhere except in your sleeping mind. The awareness brings a surge of wonder, but also a touch of fear. What if this is a trap? What if becoming aware in dreams opens you to demonic influence? But the garden feels benign, even holy. The singing voice has the quality of church music. The light is gentle and welcoming. If this is a test or a temptation, you can't see how. You decide to try something that's been in your mind since these experiences began. You've always wanted to see the ocean. Florence is landlocked. The sea is days away by horse, and as a merchant's daughter, your travel has been limited to the city and its immediate surroundings. But you've heard descriptions from travellers, and your father has brought you shells and once, thrillingly, a small preserved seahorse that you keep in a box of treasures. In the dream, you simply decide that beyond the garden wall lies the ocean. You don't force it or concentrate hard or visualize it in detail. You just gently intend that it's there, the way you might decide to turn left instead of right while walking. You make your way to the wall, made of old honey-coloured stone covered in flowering vines that release perfume when you brush against them, and look over it. There's a moment of resistance, as if reality itself is uncertain, hanging in balance. And then the ocean appears, stretching blue and endless to the horizon, exactly as you've imagined it. The view is impossibly clear. You can see individual waves, white foam breaking, and seabirds wheeling in the distance. The sound reaches you, that rhythmic crash and hiss of water meeting land. You can smell salt, sharp and clean, so vivid it almost makes you sneeze. Spray touches your face, cool and fine. You've done it. You've changed the dream through simple intention, and you're awake enough to marvel at the achievement even as it unfolds. The detail is extraordinary, because your dreaming mind is filling in all the elements you've heard about in travellers' stories, combining them with your own imagination to create something that feels completely real. The ocean has actual depth and movement, not the flat-painted quality you might expect from imagined scenery. Waves roll toward the shore with proper weight and momentum. The horizon curves slightly, just as you've heard it does. You spend what feels like several minutes just watching, drinking in this sight you've longed to see. And then, because you're aware enough to be curious about the limits of this state, you try to fly. You climb onto the wall and jump, willing yourself to soar over the water like the seabirds. Nothing happens. You simply fall, landing on the sand below the wall with a thump that should hurt but doesn't. Dream physics apparently has its own rules that don't always respond to your intentions, or perhaps you don't quite believe you can fly, and that doubt prevents it from happening. You're not sure. You try again, running and leaping, trying to feel what flying might be like, but gravity pulls you back each time. This failure is oddly reassuring. If you could do absolutely anything just by wishing it, this might feel more like madness than like exploration. The resistance, the way some things change and others don't, gives the experience a kind of structure that makes it seem more real rather than less. Eventually your awareness begins to waver. You've been maintaining it for what feels like a remarkably long time, but the effort is subtle and cumulative, and you can feel yourself starting to tire. The ocean becomes less distinct. The sound of waves grows quieter. The garden behind you fades into vagueness. You're slipping back into ordinary unconscious dreaming, and you don't quite have the skill yet to prevent it. The last thing you remember clearly is standing on the beach, watching the sun set over the water, which shouldn't be happening since the sun was high overhead just moments ago. But Dreamtime follows its own logic, and feeling deeply grateful for this experience, whatever its source and meaning might be. When you wake in the morning, your sister is already up and getting dressed. You lie there for a moment, not moving, afraid that the memory will dissolve the way dreams usually do. But it remains vivid and clear, every detail accessible. You remember the garden, the roses and the singing voice. You remember looking at your hands and understanding you were dreaming. You remember the ocean appearing beyond the wall, fulfilling your intention. You remember trying and failing to fly. You don't tell anyone, but you start experimenting more deliberately. Each night before sleep, you study your hands and remind yourself to check them in dreams. You think about impossible things you'd like to see. The mountains to the north covered in snow, forests you've never visited, and the inside of the Doge's palace in Venice, which you've heard described but never seen. And sometimes, not always, but with increasing frequency, You find yourself aware in your dreams, conscious enough to explore and experiment while the rest of your mind creates elaborate worlds from memory and imagination. It becomes a secret practice, something entirely yours in a life where privacy and personal choice are limited. In waking life, you'll do what's expected, help with the household, marry the man your father chooses, and probably die young from childbirth or plague like so many women do. But in dreams, you're beginning to find a kind of freedom and agency that waking life doesn't offer. You can explore, create, and test the boundaries of consciousness itself. You still don't know if this is a spiritual gift or a psychological quirk, divine communication, or merely the mind's strange capacity for self-reflection. The uncertainty doesn't trouble you as much as it once did. Whatever this is, it's revealing something about the nature of awareness, about the flexibility of consciousness, and about the strange fact that you can be both the dreamer and the observer of dreams. You're a natural philosopher in London around 1750 CE, and you've been conducting what you consider a very serious scientific experiment, though your colleagues at the Royal Society would probably laugh if you told them about it. For 6 months you've been keeping a detailed dream journal, noting not just the content of dreams, but your state of mind within them, any moments of awareness or recognition, and the factors that seem to influence dream recall and clarity. The Enlightenment has encouraged a particular kind of curiosity, the belief that anything can be studied, measured, and potentially understood through systematic observation and careful reasoning. Most people apply this to rocks, plants, the movement of planets, the properties of gases, and electrical phenomena. You've decided to apply it to sleep and dreams, treating your own consciousness as a laboratory where experiments can be conducted. Your journal has become quite extensive. Each morning, immediately upon waking, before getting out of bed, before speaking to your wife, before your mind is fully engaged with the day's concerns, you write down everything you can remember from the night's dreams, not just the narrative, but the quality of the experience. Were you aware of dreaming? Did anything seem unusual? How vivid were the sensations? Did you question anything that happened? Could you remember how the dream began, or did you simply find yourself already in the middle of it? Your observations have revealed several interesting patterns. First, you've confirmed what some folk wisdom suggests but others dismiss. Certain foods do seem to affect dreams, though not in the ways folklore typically claims. It's not about specific ingredients having magical properties. Rather, it's about digestion, anything that causes mild physical discomfort, that keeps the body from resting completely peacefully, tends to produce more vivid and chaotic dreams. A heavy meal before bed leads to strange, energetic dreams. Mild hunger leads to dreams about food. Indigestion produces anxiety dreams. The body's state influences the mind's nighttime activities. Second, you've noticed something about memory. Dreams fade rapidly upon waking, but the speed of fading can be influenced. If you lie still upon waking and focus on the dream, letting it play through your memory before moving or thinking about other things, you can retain much more detail. Movement and immediate engagement with daily concerns seem to disrupt the delicate memory traces dreams leave behind. The simple act of physical stillness for a few moments can double or triple what you remember. Third, and most intriguingly, you've confirmed what the ancient Tibetans apparently knew. Regular reality testing during the day sometimes carries over into dreams. You've developed a habit of reading text twice, looking at a page, looking away, then looking back to confirm the words haven't changed. In waking life, they never change. Text is stable, but 3 times now you've thought to try this test in dreams, watched the words shift and rearrange themselves like living things, and realized you were asleep. The most recent time this happened, you were dreaming that you were in your study, working on a paper about planetary motion. Everything seemed completely normal. The familiar smell of ink and paper, the weight of your pen, the scratch of the nib on vellum, and the comfortable chair you sit in for hours each day. But something prompted you to look at what you'd written, look away at the window, then looked back at the page. The words had completely changed. Not just shifted slightly, but transformed entirely. What had been equations was now a recipe for plum pudding, and in a handwriting that wasn't yours. You stared at this impossibility for several seconds before the recognition struck. I'm dreaming. The study remained around you, perfectly solid and detailed, but now you understood its nature. This wasn't your actual study. You were lying in bed upstairs. This entire scene was occurring in your sleeping mind. The most interesting finding in your research, though, has been about intention. You've discovered that the period between waking and sleeping, those few minutes when you're drowsy but still somewhat aware, when your thoughts are becoming loose and disconnected but haven't entirely dissolved, offers a unique opportunity. If you hold a question or intention loosely in mind during this transition, not forcing it, but just letting it float there like a leaf on water, it sometimes influences the dream that follows. You don't get direct answers exactly. Dreams don't solve mathematical problems or provide clear solutions to practical challenges. But your dreaming mind seems to process the question, creating scenarios and images related to it, approaching it from unexpected angles that can provide new perspectives. Last week provided a perfect example. You'd been struggling with a problem related to a mechanical device you're designing. Specifically, how to create a smoother transition between gears of different sizes. You'd tried several approaches, all producing too much friction or too much noise or requiring such precise manufacturing that they'd be impractical to actually build. The problem was genuinely vexing, and you fell asleep thinking about it, turning it over in your mind as consciousness faded. You didn't solve it directly in the dream, but you dreamed about walking beside a stream, watching water flow around rocks. The dream had that vivid, absorbing quality that sometimes happens, and you found yourself fascinated by how the water adapted its flow to obstacles, moving faster here, slower there, creating eddies and whirlpools, but overall maintaining its direction toward the sea. When you crouched down to look more closely, you could see how the water's path changed gradually around each rock, not abruptly, but through a series of small adjustments. You woke with that image still clear in your mind, and suddenly the gear problem seemed obvious. You'd been thinking about it wrong, trying to create an immediate perfect transition from one gear to the next. What you needed was a series of smaller transitions, intermediate gears that would allow the change to happen gradually rather than all at once. The dream hadn't handed you an answer. It had helped you reframe the question, to see the problem from a different angle. Tonight you're trying something more ambitious. You've prepared your sleeping room carefully, treating it like a laboratory being set up for an important experiment. You've eliminated potential sources of disturbance, secured the shutters against wind, banked the fire so it won't need tending, and informed your wife that you'd prefer not to be woken unless there's an emergency. You've ensured a comfortable temperature, proper bedding, and removal of anything that might cause physical discomfort during the night. You've spent the evening reviewing your dream journal, particularly the entries that describe moments of awareness within dreams. You're reminding yourself of what that state feels like, what triggers it, and what maintains it. And as you prepare for bed, you're holding a gentle intention. I want to recognize when I'm dreaming. I want to be aware during tonight's dreams. You're not forcing this or concentrating hard. That would likely interfere with the natural onset of sleep. You're just planting the seed of the idea, letting it sink into your mind as you drift off, trusting that some part of your consciousness will remember it even as the rational waking part of your mind shuts down for the night. The dream begins in your study, which should be your first clue that something's odd since you're actually in your bedroom upstairs. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable, the way dreams always do. There's no moment of questioning how you got here or why you're here instead of in bed. You simply are here, and that seems natural. You're examining a book, trying to make sense of its contents. The text is difficult to read, somehow both clear and blurry at the same time, and the subject keeps shifting. Now it's about astronomy, now botany. Now it's written in a language you don't recognize but seem to understand anyway. This should be strange, but you accept it without question. until you remember your reading test. The memory surfaces almost casually. I should check if the text changes. You look at a paragraph, reading it carefully. It's about the migration patterns of birds. You look away at the window where rain is falling even though you're certain it was sunny a moment ago. Then you look back at the book. The words have completely changed. Now they're written in a language that doesn't exist, made of symbols that look like a combination of Greek, Arabic, and something else entirely. And yet you can read them perfectly, understanding a philosophical argument about the nature of time that's far more sophisticated than anything you've actually studied. The impossibility of this should be obvious, and this time, it is. The recognition arrives smoothly, without the jolt of surprise that sometimes triggers waking. I'm dreaming. You're getting better at this, maintaining the awareness without becoming so excited or analytical that you pull yourself out of sleep. The study remains solid around you. The familiar walls lined with books, the desk cluttered with papers and instruments, the window now showing a garden that exists nowhere near your actual house. Here's where your scientific curiosity takes over. Instead of trying to fly or visit exotic locations or do any of the dramatic things one might do in a lucid dream, you decide to investigate the nature of the dream itself. You want to understand this phenomenon, to gather data, and to test hypotheses about how consciousness works in this altered state. You examine your hand closely, holding it up to the light from the window. When you focus hard on it, it becomes unstable. The fingers seem to blur and multiply. The skin takes on strange colours, and the whole hand feels like it might dissolve into mist. But when you relax your attention, just viewing it gently without intense scrutiny, it stabilises again, looking almost normal, though somehow not quite right in ways you can't exactly specify. You touch various objects in the study, noting how realistic the textures feel. The smooth wood of your desk has proper grain and temperature. The books have the expected weight and flexible covers, the pages crisp under your fingers. The window glass is cool and hard exactly as it should be. The rug under your feet has the right texture, soft and slightly worn in familiar places. Everything has physical presence and substance, even though you understand it's all occurring in your mind, that there's no actual desk or books or window, just neural patterns creating an extraordinarily convincing simulation. You try an experiment. Can you create something from nothing? You decide there should be an apple on the desk, a perfect red apple, fresh and crisp. You look away from the desk, toward the bookshelf, holding the intention that when you look back, the apple will be there. You count to 3, then turn your gaze back to the desk. It is a perfect red apple sitting exactly where you intended, on the corner of the desk nearest the window. You pick it up, testing its weight in your hand. It feels completely real, substantial, and cool. It smells faintly of autumn, of orchards and harvest. You take a bite, and it tastes impossibly perfect, crisp and sweet and tart all at once, more ideal than any real apple you've ever eaten. The juice is cool on your tongue. You can feel the texture of apple flesh and hear the crunch. This is fascinating from a philosophical perspective. You've created something from nothing, or rather, from memory and imagination. Your sleeping mind has assembled this apple from recalled experiences, every apple you've ever seen, tasted, or touched, and synthesized them into this ideal version. The fact that it seems completely real, indistinguishable from a waking apple except for its impossible perfection, says something profound about the nature of perception and reality. You continue experimenting, testing the boundaries of what's possible in this state. You try to make it daytime instead of nighttime, looking away from the window and intending that the sun should be shining when you look back. The light changes, becoming brighter and warmer, but it's not quite daylight, more like a strange twilight that's brighter than it should be, as if your sleeping mind couldn't quite manage the full transformation or didn't have a clear enough template of what the study looks like in full daylight. You attempt to change the room itself, to transform the study into something else entirely, Perhaps the observatory you visited last month. This doesn't work at all. The room remains stubbornly itself, though details shift and waver when you're not looking directly at them. The stack of papers on the left side of the desk sometimes has more pages, sometimes fewer. The books on the nearest shelf seem to rearrange their order, but the fundamental structure of the room resists change. This tells you something about how dreams work. Small changes are easy, especially when you use the simple technique of looking away and intending that something will be different when you look back. Larger transformations are harder, perhaps because they require more extensive reorganization of the dream imagery. Your sleeping mind has constructed this study from familiar templates, and those templates have a certain stability, a resistance to wholesale alteration. You test one more thing. Can you conjure another person? You think of your colleague from the Royal Society, the one you've been collaborating with on the planetary motion research. You look toward the door, expecting him to enter. You hear footsteps in the hallway outside and the sound of the doorknob turning. The door opens and someone enters, but it's not your colleague. It's a stranger, someone you've never seen before, though his face has elements that remind you of several different people you know. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but before any words come out, you make a crucial mistake. You start thinking about the implications of all this, about whether these observations could be considered scientific proof of consciousness during sleep, about how you'll describe all this in your journal, and about what it means for theories of mind and perception. The analytical thinking, the shift from experiencing to analysing, pulls you toward wakefulness. The dream begins to dissolve, losing coherence and stability. The stranger's face becomes unclear. The study grows dim and vague. You try to hold on to the dream, to maintain the awareness, but it's too late. The lucidity is slipping away like water through your fingers. You drift into non-lucid dreaming for a while, confused fragments about being late for a meeting, something about a broken clock, and then wake fully in the darkness of your actual bedroom. Your wife is sleeping peacefully beside you. The real study is downstairs, dark and empty. The whole experience exists now only in memory, and in the notes you immediately begin writing by candlelight, capturing the details before they fade. But you've gathered data. You've confirmed several things through direct observation. First, awareness is definitely possible during dreams. You can maintain consciousness, can observe and evaluate your experience, and can remember your waking intentions and act on them, all while remaining asleep. Second, some level of control can be achieved, though it has limitations and seems to work better through indirect influence than direct command. Third, the experience has a consistency to it. It's not random or chaotic, but follows certain rules, even if those rules differ from waking life. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, analytical thinking disrupts the state. The lucid dream seems to require a particular kind of consciousness, aware and attentive but not too rational or analytical, observing but not dissecting. This suggests something interesting about the relationship between different modes of thought, between the rational mind that analyses and the experiencing mind that simply observes. Over the following months you'll continue your experiments, gradually building a systematic understanding of lucid dreaming. You'll discover that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, reality testing during the day, setting intentions before sleep, and using the period of waking in the middle of the night to practice awareness before falling back asleep. You'll learn to prolong the lucid state by staying calm and engaged without becoming too excited or analytical. You'll explore different ways of influencing the dream, through expectation, through emotional states, and through the simple technique of looking away and back with the intention that something will change. You'll never publish this research formally. It's too subjective, too difficult to verify, and too far outside the bounds of respectable natural philosophy. But you'll keep your detailed records, and someday, centuries later, when the scientific study of consciousness has become acceptable, researchers will find patterns in your observations that match their own findings. For now, though, You're simply a curious person who's discovered a laboratory within your own mind, a place where you can explore the nature of consciousness through direct experience. You're a university student in Germany around 1850, and your philosophy professor has been discussing the nature of consciousness in ways that make your head hurt and your notebook fill with questions you're not sure how to answer. The course is on phenomenology, the systematic study of conscious experience itself, and today's lecture has been particularly abstract, focused on the question of whether consciousness requires self-awareness, whether it's possible to be conscious without knowing that you're conscious. The professor, a thin man in his 50s with wire-rimmed spectacles and a habit of pacing while he talks, uses examples that initially seem clear but become more confusing the more you think about them. Consider a dog, he says, chasing a rabbit. The dog is certainly conscious. It perceives the rabbit, feels the excitement of pursuit, and adjusts its running to match the rabbit's movements. But is the dog aware that it's conscious? Does it think to itself, I am now having the experience of chasing a rabbit? Or does it simply chase, with consciousness present but not reflected upon? This abstract discussion has been rattling around in your mind for days, getting tangled up with your own experiences with dreams. Like many people, you've had occasional moments of clarity within dreams, brief flashes where you understood you were asleep, where you possessed a strange dual awareness. These experiences have always seemed interesting but not particularly significant. Just an odd quirk of sleep, something that happens sometimes for no clear reason. But now, in light of these philosophical discussions, those dream experiences seem potentially relevant. If consciousness can exist without self-awareness during waking life, what's happening during a dream where you become aware that you're dreaming? Is that a case of self-awareness arising within a normally unreflective conscious state? Does it tell us something about the layers or levels of consciousness, about how awareness can turn back on itself? One evening, after a particularly intense seminar on the phenomenology of temporal experience, how we perceive time, how the present moment contains traces of the immediate past and anticipations of the immediate future, you mention your dream experiences to the professor during office hours. You're nervous about bringing it up, worried it might seem frivolous or off-topic. But he's encouraged students to relate the theoretical discussions to their own experiences of consciousness. His eyes light up with unmistakable interest when you describe the moments of awareness within dreams. Yes, he says, leaning forward in his chair, this is exactly the kind of phenomenon we should be examining. The dream state offers a unique laboratory for studying consciousness, because it's a state where experience continues, but our normal frameworks for interpreting experience are suspended. He explains that he's been collecting accounts of what he calls lucid dreams, from the Latin lux, meaning light, suggesting illumination or clarity. These are dreams where the dreamer knows they're dreaming, where there's awareness of the dream state while it continues. He's noticed that certain people seem naturally prone to these experiences, while others report never having them. He's also noticed that practice and attention seem to matter. People who think about dreams, who value them, and who try to remember and reflect on them report more instances of lucid dreaming than people who ignore their dream life entirely. He gives you an assignment. For 1 month, conduct a personal experiment in what he calls consciousness continuity. The goal is to see if you can maintain some thread of awareness through the transition from waking to sleeping, and to observe what happens to consciousness as it shifts between states. He suggests several techniques, drawing on his reading of various spiritual and philosophical traditions. First, keep a dream journal. Write down everything you remember from dreams immediately upon waking, before the memories fade. This builds the habit of paying attention to dreams, which seems to influence the dreams themselves. Second, practice reality testing during the day. Periodically stop and ask yourself, am I dreaming? And look for evidence. Check if text changes when you look away and back. Try to remember how you got to where you are. Notice if anything unusual is happening. The idea is that this habit will eventually carry over into sleep. Third, Try mnemonic induction. As you're falling asleep, repeat a phrase like, "The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming," or "I will recognize my dreams as dreams." Don't force it or concentrate hard. Just let it cycle gently through your mind as you drift off. Fourth, if you wake during the night, spend a few moments in that liminal state between sleeping and waking, noticing what consciousness feels like in that transitional zone. You take the assignment seriously, approaching it with the same systematic rigour you would bring to any academic study. You purchase a new notebook specifically for dream records. Every morning you spend 15 minutes writing down everything you can remember from the night. Not just narratives, but sensations, emotions, the quality of light, unusual details, and moments of transition or confusion. During the day, you set yourself the task of asking, "Am I dreaming?" at least 10 times, trying to spread them throughout the day so it becomes a genuine habit, rather than a mere formality. You check your hands, looking for the kinds of anomalies others have reported. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, confirming it stays consistent. You think about how you got to where you are, checking if the memory is clear and logical or vague and confused. The first week produces nothing but ordinary dreams and frustrating gaps in memory. You remember fragments, being in a forest, having conversation with someone whose face you can't recall, looking for something important that keeps eluding you, but nothing coherent and certainly no moments of awareness or recognition. The reality testing during the day just makes you feel slightly foolish, asking yourself if you're dreaming while sitting in perfectly ordinary lectures or walking through completely normal streets. The second week, something small happens. You're having a dream about falling, a common enough dream type, and as you fall, tumbling through space with that characteristic dream combination of terror and strange detachment, you suddenly think, "This is a dream, I'm safe." The thought is brief, lasting perhaps a second before the dream ends and you wake with your heart pounding. But it was there, unmistakably, a moment of recognition, a flash of awareness that you were asleep and that the danger wasn't real. You write it down immediately, noting the circumstances. You'd been practicing the mnemonic induction technique before sleep, repeating, "I will recognize my dreams," as you drifted off. You'd also spent extra time that day asking yourself if you were dreaming. The correlation might be coincidental, but it seems worth noting. The third week, something shifts more dramatically. You're in the university library in your dream, which should be closed since it's night. But this inconsistency doesn't immediately strike you as odd. You're searching for a particular book, moving between the tall shelves, feeling that sense of mild frustration that comes from not being able to find what you need. The lighting is strange, brighter than lamplight, dimmer than daylight, and coming from no obvious source. But again, this doesn't trigger any recognition. And then, for no reason you can later identify, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've been asking yourself during the day, but now, in this context, you actually examine the question seriously rather than immediately dismissing it. You look at your hands, holding them up to the strange light. They look wrong. The fingers seem to shift and waver, sometimes appearing longer than they should be, sometimes shorter. You try counting them and get different results each time. 5, 6, 4, 5 again. You try the reading test. You pull a book from the nearest shelf and open it to a random page. The text appears to be in German, and you read a sentence about the cultivation of wheat in medieval agricultural systems. You look away, then back. The text has changed completely. Now it's in Latin, discussing Aristotelian metaphysics. You close the book, put it back, pull it out again, and open it. The pages are blank. The recognition arrives with absolute clarity. I am dreaming. But here's what surprises you. What will become the core of your report to the professor? The awareness doesn't feel like waking consciousness. It's subtly different. Less sharp in some ways, but more expansive in others. You're aware of being in a dream, but you're also aware of multiple layers of experience simultaneously existing. Somewhere, distantly, you can feel your body in bed, the weight of blankets, the position of your limbs, and the solidity of the mattress beneath you. That's one layer of awareness, peripheral and quiet, but definitely present. You're also conscious of the dream imagery itself, the library, the shelves, the books, and the strange sourceless light. This is the most vivid layer, taking up most of your attention. It has the full richness of sensory experience, visual detail, spatial relationships, the texture of book covers under your fingers, and the smell of old paper and binding glue. And there's a third element, harder to describe, a kind of observing awareness that's watching both the dream and your recognition of the dream. It's the part of you that's conscious of being conscious, that's aware of having awareness. This is the aspect that allows you to think I am dreaming and I know it, that provides the meta-level perspective on the experience itself. This three-layered consciousness is exactly what your professor has been theorizing about in his lectures. Consciousness isn't a single unified thing, but a collection of processes that can separate and recombine in interesting ways. During normal waking life, these processes work together so seamlessly that we experience them as one thing, awareness, perception, and self-awareness, all flowing together into the unified experience of being conscious. But during lucid dreams, they can partially separate, creating this strange state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You're both in the dream and observing the dream. You're asleep, but also somehow awake. You're experiencing and analysing the experience at the same time. The boundaries between these different aspects of consciousness become visible, precisely because they're no longer perfectly aligned. You spend the rest of the dream, which lasts for what feels like perhaps 20 minutes, though dream time is notoriously difficult to judge, simply observing this state, noting its qualities, and trying to understand its structure. You move through the library, noticing how the environment shifts when you're not looking directly at it. Shelves appear in different configurations, doorways open where walls should be. The room seems to expand and contract based on some logic you can't quite grasp. You try to have coherent thoughts about philosophical questions, to bring your waking intellectual analysis into the dream. You try to think about Kant's categories of understanding, about whether the dream experience proves anything about the nature of phenomenal versus noumenal reality. But sustained analytical thinking is difficult in this state. Your thoughts keep sliding sideways into images and sensations, rather than remaining as clear propositions. What you can do quite successfully is observe. You can notice the quality of consciousness in this state, and can pay attention to how awareness works when freed from the usual constraints of waking perception. You notice that your attention is more fluid, shifting easily from one thing to another without the effort that waking attention requires. You notice that emotions arise and fade more quickly, without the sustained quality they have during waking life. You notice that time feels elastic, stretching and compressing unpredictably. Most importantly, you notice that the sense of self feels different. During waking life, you have a strong, continuous sense of being a particular person with a particular history, particular characteristics, and particular relationships and roles. In the lucid dream, that sense is looser, more provisional. You know who you are in some abstract sense, but the usual solidity of identity is softened. It's not disturbing, just different, as if the self is revealed to be more flexible and constructed than it usually appears. Eventually, your awareness begins to fade. The clarity dims, the multiple layers of consciousness blur back together, and you slip into ordinary, non-lucid dreaming. You have confused dreams about trying to write something important, but the ink keeps disappearing, and about showing up to an examination without having studied. And then you wake in the early morning with pale light coming through your window. You lie there perfectly still, not wanting to move and disrupt the clear memory of the lucid dream. You can still feel what it was like and can still access that state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You know this memory will fade as the day progresses, as your waking consciousness reasserts its normal structure, and the dream state becomes harder to recall clearly. So you reach for your dream journal and spend the next hour writing down everything you experienced, every observation and sensation and insight, trying to capture the phenomenology of the lucid dream state as completely as possible. When you bring this to your professor the following week, he reads through your notes with visible excitement. "This is excellent," he says. "You've documented exactly what I've been trying to articulate theoretically, the way consciousness can layer and separate during liminal states. The dream awareness you describe, with its 3 levels of perception, confirms that consciousness isn't a simple on-off phenomenon, but a complex system that can reconfigure itself." He asks you to continue the practice to see if you can have more lucid dreams and gather more observational data. He's particularly interested in whether you can conduct specific experiments while lucid, testing the boundaries of dream control, examining how intention and attention shape the dream, and exploring whether complex reasoning is possible in that state, or if it's limited to observation and experience. Over the following months, you become quite skilled at lucid dreaming. You learn the tricks that help. Waking after 5 or 6 hours of sleep, staying awake briefly, then returning to sleep with strong intention seems particularly effective. You learn that certain mental states encourage lucidity, being well rested but not exhausted, being interested but not anxious, and approaching sleep with curiosity rather than determination. You also learn about the limitations. Sustained abstract reasoning really is difficult in lucid dreams. You can think about philosophical questions, but you can't follow long chains of logical argument the way you can while awake. The lucid state requires a delicate balance. Too much thinking and you wake up, too little and you slip back into non-lucid dreaming. Strong emotions destabilize the state. Trying too hard to control things often backfires. What you can do, remarkably well, is observe the nature of consciousness itself. You can notice how perception works, how attention flows, how memory operates, and how the sense of self forms and dissolves. The lucid dream becomes a laboratory for phenomenology, offering direct experiential access to questions that would otherwise remain purely theoretical. Your professor eventually publishes a paper drawing on your observations and those of other students who've participated in similar experiments. The paper argues that consciousness should be understood not as a single unified phenomenon, but as a collection of processes that typically work together, but can separate under certain conditions. The lucid dream is presented as evidence for this layered model, a state where some aspects of waking consciousness, awareness, intention, memory, persist, while others, critical reasoning, stable sense of self, connection to sensory input are diminished or altered. The paper doesn't get much attention at the time. It's too speculative, too dependent on subjective reports, and too far outside the main currents of academic philosophy. But it plants seeds that will grow over the next century and a half, contributing to evolving understandings of consciousness, attention, and the relationship between different modes of awareness. And for you personally, it transforms sleep from a necessary but passive part of life into an active domain of exploration, a place where you can investigate the nature of mind through direct experience. You're a research subject in a sleep laboratory at Stanford University in California in 1975, and you're covered in wires that make you look like you're being prepared for some kind of elaborate electronics experiment. Electrodes are pasted to your scalp with thick gel that feels cold and slightly uncomfortable, positioned according to the International 10 to 20 system for EEG recording. These will monitor your brain waves, tracking the electrical activity that characterizes different stages of sleep. Sensors are taped near your eyes, positioned to detect the rapid eye movements that occur during REM sleep, the phase when most vivid dreams happen. Other instruments measure muscle tension in your chin, which decreases dramatically during REM sleep, along with your heart rate, breathing patterns, and body movement. You've agreed to spend several nights in this laboratory, sleeping under observation while trying to have lucid dreams. It's not particularly comfortable. The wires restrict your movement, the electrodes itch slightly, and you're aware of being watched and recorded in a way that's not conducive to relaxation. But you're fascinated by the research and convinced it's important, so you volunteered despite the discomfort. The lead researcher is a psychologist named Stephen LaBerge, who's been studying lucid dreaming for years, fighting an uphill battle for legitimacy in a field that generally considers the topic fringe science at best, pseudoscientific nonsense at worst. The problem is fundamental. Dreams are inherently subjective, private experiences. You can report having been aware in a dream, can describe the experience in detail, and can swear it really happened. But how can researchers verify this? How can they prove that you were actually conscious during REM sleep and not just creating false memories upon waking or misunderstanding normal dream confusion for genuine awareness? For most of scientific history, this verification problem has seemed insurmountable. You can't directly access someone else's subjective experience. You can't peer into their sleeping mind and see whether awareness is present. All you have is their report, and reports are notoriously unreliable, subject to false memories, confabulation, and wishful thinking. LaBerge's solution is elegant in its simplicity. Create a prearranged signal that can only be produced deliberately, then have lucid dreamers execute that signal while dreaming. If the signal appears on the recording equipment at the right time, during REM sleep when dreams are occurring, it proves that the person was conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately, that they weren't just passively experiencing random dream imagery, but were actively aware and capable of volitional action. The specific signal you've agreed on is eye movement. During REM sleep, most of the body's voluntary muscles are paralysed. This is why you don't physically act out your dreams, why you don't actually run or fight or fly despite dreaming about these actions. But the muscles controlling eye movement aren't paralysed. They remain active, and their movements during dreams can be detected by the sensors near your eyes. Before going to sleep tonight, you and LaBerge review the signal one more time. If you become lucid in a dream, you'll deliberately move your eyes in a specific pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right, several times in quick succession. This pattern is distinctive enough that it won't be confused with the random eye movements that occur during normal REM sleep. If it appears on the recording during an REM period, it will be objective, verifiable evidence that you were conscious and capable of executing a planned action while dreaming. The first night produces nothing useful. You sleep, but it's not your normal sleep. The laboratory environment is too unfamiliar, the wires too constraining, and your awareness of being observed too present. You have dreams, vague and forgettable, with no lucidity. You wake feeling unrested and slightly discouraged. The second night is similar. You're more comfortable with the setup, but that doesn't translate into lucid dreams. You have one moment that might have been brief awareness. You were dreaming about being in a classroom and something seemed odd, but you can't remember whether you actually recognised it as a dream or just felt confused within the dream narrative. Either way, you didn't think to signal, so there's no data. By the third night, you're starting to worry that you've lost whatever knack you had for lucid dreaming. You've had them spontaneously before. That's why you were recruited for this study. But the pressure to perform seems to be interfering with the spontaneity these dreams require. You're trying too hard, thinking about it too much, and that very effort is preventing the state you're trying to achieve. LaBerge, reading your frustration, suggests a different approach for the fourth night. Stop trying so hard, he says. Just go to sleep normally. If you happen to become lucid, great, send the signal. If not, that's fine too. No pressure. It's good advice, though paradoxical, trying to not try, deliberately cultivating an attitude of relaxed indifference. You follow his suggestion, approaching sleep with less determination and more openness. You do your usual pre-sleep routine, reviewing the signal pattern to make sure you remember it, and setting a gentle intention to recognise dreams as dreams, but not forcing or straining. Then you just let go, allowing sleep to come naturally rather than pursuing it. The dream begins in a shopping mall, which should immediately seem odd since you're sleeping in a laboratory. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable. You're walking through corridors lined with stores looking for something. You're not quite sure what. The stores keep changing their positions. One moment the bookstore is on your left. The next time you look, it's on your right. Or maybe it's not there at all, but replaced with a clothing store you don't recognise. These shifting positions should be your first clue, and finally, they are. The inconsistency triggers the questioning habit you've built through months of reality testing. Am I dreaming? You check your hands, holding them up to examine them. They look strange. The fingers seem too long. Or is it that your palms are too small? The proportions are somehow wrong, shifting when you try to focus on them. You try to remember how you got here, and the memory is vague, fragmentary, and impossible to pin down. Yes, you realise with sudden clarity, I'm definitely dreaming. And then, crucially, you remember. You're in the sleep lab. You're participating in research. You're supposed to send a signal. This is harder than it sounds in theory. In the dream, you don't have a body lying in a lab bed with electrodes attached. You have a body standing in a shopping mall fully engaged with that environment. To move your actual physical eyes, you have to somehow reach through the dream to the physical body you're not currently experiencing that exists in a different layer of reality that's only peripherally accessible. You focus, concentrating on your real eyes rather than your dream eyes. It feels like trying to move a limb that's fallen asleep. You know it's there. You can feel it distantly, but the connection is fuzzy and indirect. You visualize the pattern. Left, right, left, right, left, right. And then you do it, or at least you try to do it, moving what you hope are your actual eyes in the agreed upon pattern, repeating it several times to make sure it's clear and deliberate. The mall continues around you. Nothing in the dream changes in response to the eye movements. They're happening in a different reality, affecting your physical body in the laboratory, rather than your dream body in the mall. But you feel a sense of accomplishment, of having completed the task. You've sent the message from inside the dream to the outside world, bridging the gap between sleeping and waking reality in a measurable way. The dream continues for a while longer. You explore the mall, conscious throughout that you're dreaming, marvelling at the detail and coherence of the environment your sleeping mind has created. You try some simple experiments, willing a door to appear in a blank wall, which works, trying to fly, which doesn't, and changing the colour of your clothing, which works but takes more effort than you expected. The lucid dream remains stable and vivid for what feels like several minutes before you drift into non-lucid dreaming and eventually wake. In the morning, when the researchers review the recording equipment, there's carefully controlled excitement in the laboratory. The polysomnograph traces show clear REM sleep during the period when you reported having the lucid dream. And there, unmistakable in the eye movement recording, is the signal pattern you sent. Left, right, left, right, left, right, appearing multiple times during REM sleep. Exactly when and where it should be, if your report of lucid dreaming is accurate. For the first time, someone has sent a message from inside a dream to the outside world, proving through objective measurement that they were conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately while asleep. The signal appears during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralysed and the eyes are moving rapidly. This rules out the possibility that you are actually awake or in some lighter stage of sleep. You are genuinely dreaming, as proven by the REM indicators, but you are also conscious and volitional, as proven by the deliberate signal. This experiment, repeated over the following months and years with multiple subjects, will finally establish lucid dreaming as a legitimate phenomenon worthy of serious scientific study. It confirms what Tibetan monks have claimed for centuries, what medieval mystics reported, and what curious philosophers suspected. Consciousness can persist during sleep. You can be aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues. and with practice this state can be reliably accessed and studied. The implications extend beyond just proving that lucid dreams exist. The research demonstrates that REM sleep isn't simply an unconscious state, where random neural firing produces meaningless dream imagery. It's a state where complex cognition can occur, where awareness can be maintained, and where voluntary action is possible. The sleeper isn't passive, but can actively engage with their dream experience, can remember intentions formed while awake, can execute planned actions, and can observe and report on their mental state. This opens up new questions and possibilities. If people can be conscious during dreams, what can they learn about consciousness itself by investigating this state? Can lucid dreaming be used therapeutically, helping people with nightmares or trauma? Can it be trained systematically, or does it require some innate capacity? What are the neural mechanisms that allow awareness to persist during REM sleep when it usually doesn't? How does the brain maintain that dual state of being asleep but also conscious? For you personally, participating in this research has been transformative. You've gone from someone who occasionally had interesting dreams to someone actively investigating the nature of consciousness through direct experience. The laboratory setting, far from diminishing the phenomenon, has made it more real, more legitimate. Your subjective experience now has objective validation. What you feel and observe in lucid dreams corresponds to measurable changes in brain activity and to detectable signals in the physical world. Over the following weeks, you'll return to the lab several more times, contributing more data to the growing body of evidence. You'll get better at signalling from dreams, sometimes sending complex messages, different numbers of eye movements to indicate different things, and responding to external stimuli that the researchers present during your sleep. You'll help map the relationship between subjective experience and objective measurement, between what lucid dreaming feels like and what it looks like on the monitoring equipment. And you'll take the techniques home with you, continuing to practice lucid dreaming in your normal life, free from electrodes and laboratories. The research has given you confidence that this isn't wishful thinking or self-deception, but a real, verifiable state of consciousness that can be cultivated and explored. Every night becomes an opportunity for investigation, for experiencing consciousness in an altered mode, and for learning something new about how awareness works when freed from its usual constraints. You're a modern person living in a time when lucid dreaming has moved from mysticism to mainstream, from forbidden knowledge to Reddit threads and YouTube tutorials. The information is freely available. Techniques that monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices are now explained in blog posts with titles like 5 Easy Steps to Your First Lucid Dream. The democratization is wonderful and slightly overwhelming, and you've decided you want to learn this skill for yourself. Your motivations are personal and ordinary rather than mystical or scientific. You're not seeking spiritual enlightenment or trying to prove theories about consciousness. You're simply curious about the experience itself, about what it might reveal about your own mind, and about the possibility of exploring these nightly landscapes with full awareness rather than passive confusion. You start with the basics, the same advice that gets repeated across dozens of sources because it actually works. Keep a dream journal. You buy a notebook specifically for this purpose. Keep it on your nightstand next to a pen and commit to writing in it every single morning before doing anything else. Before checking your phone, before getting out of bed, before your mind fully engages with the day, you spend a few minutes recording whatever you remember from the night. At first, there's almost nothing. Dreamed something about water is a typical entry for the first week. Felt anxious about something. Can't remember what. Fragments of conversation with someone I didn't recognize. The gaps are frustrating. You know you must have dreamed. Everyone dreams multiple times each night, but the memories slip away like smoke, leaving only the faintest traces. But you persist, and gradually something interesting happens. The habit of paying attention, of telling yourself that dreams matter enough to record, seems to strengthen the bridge between sleeping and waking memory. After 2 weeks, you're writing full sentences. After a month, you're filling half a page most mornings, sometimes more. The dreams aren't necessarily more vivid. They're just more accessible, easier to remember, and their details more stable in memory. You start noticing patterns. You have recurring dream signs, things that happen in dreams but never in waking life. You're frequently back in your childhood home, even though you haven't lived there in years. You often can't find your car in parking lots, or you discover you can breathe underwater, or you're trying to read but the text keeps changing. These repeated elements are valuable because they can become triggers for lucidity, dream signs that might help you recognize when you're dreaming. Next, you add reality testing to your practice. This technique feels deeply silly at first, asking yourself, am I dreaming? While you're obviously, undeniably awake. You're sitting at your desk drinking coffee, or standing in line at the grocery store, or walking your dog in the park. Of course you're not dreaming. Everything is completely normal and consistent and clearly real. But you do the tests anyway, building the habit that might eventually carry over into sleep. You check your hands, looking for the kind of anomalies people report in dreams. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, looking at a sign or label, looking away, and looking back to confirm it hasn't changed. You attempt to remember how you got to where you are, checking whether your memory of the past few minutes is clear and logical or vague and discontinuous. You set alarms on your phone to remind you to reality test throughout the day. At first, you need these reminders, but gradually the questioning becomes more automatic. You find yourself spontaneously checking reality during transitions, when you enter a new room, when you start a new activity, or whenever something slightly unexpected happens. The habit is forming, embedding itself into your daily awareness patterns. The technique that finally works for you is called mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. It was developed by Stephen LaBerge, the same researcher who conducted the eye movement experiments, and it's elegantly simple in concept, though it requires practice to execute well. As you're falling asleep at night, you repeat a simple phrase to yourself. The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming. You don't force it or concentrate hard. That would keep you awake. You just let it cycle gently through your mind, a quiet intention you're planting in your consciousness as it transitions towards sleep. Sometimes you visualize recognizing a dream, imagining the moment of awareness, though you keep this light and relaxed rather than intense. The first 2 weeks of practicing mild produce nothing obvious, though you do notice your dream recall continuing to improve, and your dreams becoming slightly more vivid. The third week, you have a dream where you briefly wonder if you might be dreaming, though you decide you're not and continue with the dream narrative. It's progress. Even though it doesn't result in full lucidity, at least the question arose, and at least some part of your sleeping mind was paying attention to the possibility. And then, on the 23rd night of practice, it happens. You're dreaming that you're back in your childhood home, which should be an immediate dream sign since you know you don't live there anymore. You're in the kitchen, and the layout is wrong. The refrigerator is on the opposite wall from where it should be, and there's a door that leads directly outside when there should be a hallway. These inconsistencies don't immediately register as significant, protected by that fog of dream logic that makes impossibilities seem reasonable. But then you notice your hands as you're reaching for something, and they look strange. Slightly transparent maybe? Or is it that they're flickering slightly, unstable in a way hands shouldn't be? The strangeness triggers the question you've been training yourself to ask. Am I dreaming? You look at your hands more carefully. The fingers are too long, or maybe your palms are too narrow. The proportions are somehow wrong in ways you can't quite articulate. You try counting your fingers, and the number keeps shifting. 5, 6, 4, 7, 5 again. Each time you try to focus on a specific finger, it seems to split or merge or simply refuse to be counted consistently. The recognition arrives with remarkable gentleness, without the shock or surprise you expected. Oh, I'm dreaming. It feels natural, obvious even, like remembering something you'd temporarily forgotten rather than discovering something new. The childhood kitchen remains around you, perfectly solid and detailed. The wrongly placed refrigerator is still there. The impossible door is still there. But your relationship to all of it has shifted. You understand now that you're lying in your actual bed, in your actual apartment, safely asleep. This kitchen exists only in your mind, constructed from memories and imagination, having no physical reality anywhere. You've read enough to know not to get too excited, not to let strong emotions destabilize the dream. You stay calm, maintaining that gentle awareness, simply observing this state you've worked so hard to achieve. The dream remains stable around you. You can feel both your dream body standing in the kitchen and distantly your actual body in bed. The dual awareness is strange and fascinating, like being in two places simultaneously. You try the simplest form of dream control you've read about, changing something small. You look at the refrigerator, white, standard, nothing special, and decide it should be red, bright, fire engine red. You look away toward the window, holding that intention lightly, then look back at the refrigerator. It's changed. Not quite the brilliant red you visualized, more of a brick red, darker and less vivid, but it's definitely red instead of white. This small success fills you with quiet satisfaction. You've influenced the dream through simple intention. You're not just observing this altered state of consciousness, you're participating in it, shaping it, albeit in modest ways. You spend the rest of the dream, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, though time is hard to judge in dreams, simply exploring. You walk through the house, noting how it's simultaneously familiar and strange, how your sleeping mind has reconstructed it imperfectly, mixing memories from different time periods, adding elements that never existed, and creating a composite version rather than a faithful reproduction. When you try to leave through the impossible door, you find yourself in a garden that existed at a completely different house from your childhood. Dream geography follows its own rules, unbound by physical reality. You accept this without confusion or concern, simply noting it as an interesting feature of how dreams work. The lucidity ends when you make the mistake of thinking too hard about it, wondering how long you've been lucid, trying to estimate if you're breaking any personal records. The analytical thinking disrupts the delicate balance of awareness, and you slip back into ordinary dreaming, the clarity dissolving like fog in sunlight. When you wake the next morning, you immediately reach for your dream journal, capturing every detail while the memory is still fresh. You remember the kitchen, the strange hands, and the moment of recognition. You remember changing the refrigerator's colour, walking through the house and finding the garden from a different childhood home. Most importantly, you remember what it felt like, that dual awareness, that sense of being simultaneously asleep and awake, dreaming and observing dreams. Over the following weeks, you have more lucid dreams, not every night, not even most nights, but with increasing frequency as you continue your practice. Each one teaches you something about how this state works, about your own consciousness, and about how it operates under altered conditions. You learn that strong emotions tend to wake you up, so you practice staying calm regardless of what happens in the dream. You learn that logical thinking can end the lucidity, so you stay present and observational rather than analytical. You learn that the dream responds to expectation. If you expect something to be difficult, it usually is. But if you approach dream control with easy confidence, changes happen more smoothly. You discover personal variations in how the techniques work for you. Looking away and back with intention works well for small changes, but not large ones. Spinning in the dream seems to reset things, sometimes deepening the lucidity, sometimes providing scene changes. Rubbing your dream hands together helps stabilize the dream when it's starting to fade. These are your own discoveries, techniques that work for your particular mind, even though they might not work the same way for others. Most importantly, you learn that lucid dreaming isn't really about control in the way you initially imagined. It's not about treating dreams as virtual reality playgrounds, where you can do whatever you want without consequences. The most profound experiences come not from manipulating the dream, but from simply being present in it, fully conscious in this altered state, observing how your mind creates entire worlds from memory and imagination. You start using lucid dreams for purposes beyond just having interesting experiences. When you're worried about a difficult conversation you need to have, you rehearse it in a lucid dream, trying different approaches, practicing staying calm. When you're stuck on a creative project, you bring the problem into a lucid dream and let your sleeping mind approach it from unusual angles, making connections you wouldn't think of while awake. You use lucid dreams to face fears in safe environments. You're anxious about public speaking, so in dreams you practice giving presentations to dream audiences, learning to stay calm when the old panic starts to rise. The practice doesn't eliminate the waking anxiety, but it helps, giving you a space to work with the fear when the stakes aren't real. And sometimes you use lucid dreams for pure exploration and wonder, flying through impossible landscapes, visiting places you've never been, and experiencing sensations that have no waking equivalent. You swim through the air like water, walk on clouds that support your weight, and visit Mars or ancient Rome or entirely imaginary locations constructed from your mind's own creativity. But always, underneath the specific content, there's that fundamental fascination with the state itself, the fact that you can be aware while asleep, the strange divided consciousness where you're simultaneously dreaming and knowing you're dreaming. The way this reveals something essential about the flexibility and layered nature of awareness, about how consciousness isn't a simple binary, but a spectrum of different states and configurations. You're not a monk or a philosopher or a scientist. You're just a person who's learned to pay attention to an aspect of experience that most people ignore or dismiss. But in doing so, you've discovered a whole domain of consciousness to explore, a laboratory within your own mind where you can investigate awareness, memory, perception, and the nature of self through direct experience. You're lying in bed tonight, in whatever city or town you call home, and you're connected to something ancient and strange that reaches back tens of thousands of years. As you drift towards sleep, you're participating in a quiet revolution in human understanding. The gradual discovery of how to maintain consciousness through the transition into dreams, how to become aware within sleep, and how to explore the landscapes your mind creates every night. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams is really the story of how humans learn to understand consciousness itself, its flexibility, its layers, and its capacity for awareness even in radically altered states. From those first cave dwellers who saw no firm boundary between sleeping and waking, who ran with painted animals through impossible grasslands, through centuries of Egyptian sleep temples and Greek philosophers recording their visions, through Tibetan monks practicing recognition and medieval mystics experiencing spontaneous lucidity, through Enlightenment scientists systematically observing their own sleeping minds and modern researchers finally proving the phenomenon with objective measurements. People have been fascinated by this nightly transformation we all undergo. The techniques have been refined and systematized over this vast sweep of time. Ancient Egyptians discovered that environment and intention could influence dreams, though they interpreted this through theological frameworks. Tibetan monks developed sophisticated practices for maintaining awareness during sleep, understanding lucid dreaming as preparation for death and as a demonstration that all experience is fundamentally mind-created. Greek and later European philosophers recognized that paying attention to dreams changed the dreams themselves, that the act of observation influenced what was observed. Modern sleep science has demystified lucid dreaming while also confirming its reality. We know now that it occurs primarily during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralyzed. We know that certain brain regions associated with self-awareness and working memory become more active during lucid dreams than during ordinary dreams. We know that it can be trained systematically, that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, and that individual differences exist, but most people can learn to some degree. But beneath all the scientific understanding, the fundamental experience remains what it's always been. That moment of recognition within a dream, that strange dual awareness of being asleep and knowing it, that sense of consciousness operating in an altered mode where the usual rules don't apply. What's changed dramatically is accessibility. For most of human history, lucid dreaming was either accidental or required dedication to specialized practices, months in monasteries, apprenticeship to experienced teachers, and elaborate rituals and preparations. The knowledge was limited, often kept secret, and sometimes considered dangerous or heretical. Only a relative handful of people ever learned these techniques, or even knew they existed. Now the information is available to anyone with internet access. The techniques that Tibetan monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices can be learned from websites and YouTube videos. The systematic approaches that early scientists developed through painstaking self-observation have been refined and simplified into methods that work for most people willing to put in the effort. The barrier to entry has dropped from years of dedicated practice under expert guidance to a few weeks of consistent effort following clear instructions. You don't need to be spiritually gifted or intellectually exceptional. You don't need expensive equipment or professional guidance. You just need patience, consistency, and genuine curiosity about your own consciousness. Keep a dream journal, writing down whatever you remember every morning, training your mind to maintain that bridge between sleeping and waking memory. Test reality during the day, building the habit of questioning your state of consciousness, creating a pattern that will eventually carry over into dreams. Set gentle intentions as you fall asleep, not forcing or straining, but simply planting the seed of awareness in your mind as it transitions towards sleep. Notice the moments between waking and sleeping, paying attention to what consciousness feels like during that liminal transition. The results vary considerably between individuals, and this variation is normal and perfectly fine. Some people have their first lucid dream within days of starting practice. The recognition comes easily, almost naturally, as if they'd always had the capacity but simply needed permission to notice it. Others practice diligently for months before achieving clear awareness. Some find that lucid dreams happen spontaneously and frequently once they start paying attention to their dream life. Others have occasional lucid moments but never develop reliable control or sustained awareness. These differences don't indicate failure or lack of ability. They reflect the natural variation in human consciousness, the fact that people's minds work differently, respond to different techniques, and have different baseline tendencies towards self-reflection during sleep. The goal isn't to become some kind of lucid dreaming expert, logging hundreds of controlled dreams and mastering advanced techniques. The goal is simply to explore this aspect of consciousness, to learn what your particular mind does while you sleep, and to discover what's possible for you specifically. Tonight, as you approach sleep, you might hold a gentle question in mind. What will I dream about? Or perhaps, will I recognize when I'm dreaming? The specific question matters less than the attitude of curious attention it represents. You're not demanding anything from your sleeping mind, not forcing awareness or control. You're simply leaving the door open, creating space for recognition to arise naturally if it will. The question floats in your mind as your breathing slows and deepens, as your body releases the tensions of the day, and as your thoughts begin to fragment and drift. Somewhere in that transition, consciousness shifts into a different mode. Your brain begins generating the vivid imagery and narrative that we call dreams, constructing entire worlds from memories and imagination, creating experiences that feel completely real, even though they're entirely mental constructions. Usually you'd experience these dreams without recognizing them for what they are, immersed in the narrative, accepting impossibilities as natural, feeling emotions, and making decisions within the dream logic that seems reasonable at the time but would make no sense from a waking perspective. This is the ordinary default mode of dreaming, complete immersion without reflection, consciousness without self-awareness. But perhaps, if you've been practicing the techniques, if you've built the habits of reality testing and dream journaling and gentle intention setting, tonight might be different. Perhaps at some point in your dreams, something will trigger that question. Am I dreaming? Perhaps you'll notice hands that look wrong, or text that changes when you look away and back, or an impossibility that catches your attention despite the dream fog. Perhaps you'll remember, while asleep, to check whether you're sleeping. And if that recognition comes, if you have that moment of awareness where you understand I'm dreaming, you'll be joining a tradition as old as human consciousness itself. You'll be experiencing what shamans and mystics and philosophers have experienced across cultures and centuries. You'll be touching the same mystery that ancient Egyptians explored in sleep temples, that Tibetan monks cultivated through meditation, and that modern scientists have finally proven and begun to understand. The moment itself is simple and profound. You're simultaneously asleep and awake, unconscious and aware, creating and observing your own mental experience. Your consciousness is examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. It's a state that reveals something fundamental about the flexibility of human consciousness, about how we're not locked into a single mode of being, but can shift and reconfigure, can maintain awareness across different states, and can be present and observant regardless of whether we're awake or asleep. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams isn't finished. It continues tonight, in bedrooms around the world, as people drift towards sleep with varying degrees of intention and awareness. Some approach sleep as always, paying no attention to dreams, letting consciousness shut down completely without reflection or observation. Others are practicing the techniques, building the habits, and gradually learning to maintain threads of awareness through the transition into sleep. You're part of this ongoing story now. Whether you have lucid dreams tonight or next week or next month or never, you've been introduced to the possibility. You know now what previous generations learned, that consciousness doesn't have to shut down completely during sleep, that awareness can persist in altered forms, that the boundary between waking and sleeping is more permeable than it appears. Lucid dreaming doesn't offer magic powers or access to mystical realms, despite what some enthusiastic advocates might claim. It doesn't let you predict the future or communicate with spirits or access cosmic knowledge hidden from waking consciousness. What it offers is perhaps more valuable: direct experience of how consciousness works, how awareness can persist and observe even while the logical mind rests, how expectation and intention shape reality in profound ways, how the boundary between self and experience is more fluid and constructed than we usually assume. When you become aware in a dream, you're not discovering some external truth about the universe. You're discovering something about yourself, about how your own mind operates, about the extraordinary capacity for consciousness to fold back on itself, to watch itself, to be simultaneously the experiencer and the observer of experience. This self-reflexive awareness, this consciousness of consciousness, is one of the most remarkable features of human cognition, and lucid dreaming provides a unique laboratory for exploring it. As you fall asleep tonight, you're participating in an ancient investigation into the nature of mind. Your sleeping brain will create worlds, process memories, work through problems, rehearse scenarios, and generate the vivid experiences we call dreams. And perhaps, with practice and patience, you'll find yourself aware within those worlds, conscious enough to observe, to explore, to marvel at the extraordinary machinery of your own consciousness. The control part, changing dreams, directing action, creating specific scenarios, that's interesting, but ultimately secondary. The real gift of lucid dreaming is the awareness itself, the moment of recognition, the understanding that you're dreaming while the dream continues, that strange peaceful state where you're simultaneously asleep and awake, creating and observing, lost and found in the landscapes of your own mind. Sweet dreams. And if you happen to find yourself wondering whether you're dreaming while a dream unfolds around you, if you have that moment of questioning, that brief flicker of recognition, you'll be touching something profound. You'll be experiencing consciousness examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. The answer to am I dreaming is no. Right now, as you read this, you're awake, engaged with text on a page or screen, fully conscious in the ordinary waking sense. But in a few hours, when sleep has claimed you and your mind is generating its nightly visions, the answer might be different. You might find yourself in an impossible landscape, living through an impossible situation, and some part of your mind might remember to ask that simple question. And in that moment of asking, of genuinely questioning your state of consciousness, rather than automatically assuming you're awake, you might discover the answer is yes. Yes, you're dreaming, and yes, you're aware of it, and yes, you can observe this strange state, can explore it, can learn from it, can marvel at the fact that consciousness continues even when rationality sleeps. Your mind will create entire worlds tonight. Whether you're aware of them or lost in them, whether you recognize them as dreams or accept them as reality, whether you observe or simply experience, all of this happens every time you sleep. The only question is whether you'll remember, whether you'll know, whether that spark of awareness will arise in the darkness and illuminate the fact that you're conscious even in sleep. The gift is available, the techniques work, the state is real and accessible. All that remains is practice, patience, and that gentle curiosity about what lies behind your closed eyes each night. Welcome to the dream. May you recognize it for what it is. Consider organizing a 2,000-mile, 6-month camping trip where you would need to pack everything you would need to start over at the end. Now picture doing this in 1843, when the only content available on the internet was what your neighbour might have heard from someone whose cousin travelled west the previous year. Families preparing to hike the Oregon Trail had to deal with this reality, and their planning process involved a combination of science, speculation, and blind faith. The average pioneer family spent months preparing for their westward journey, which included the logistical challenges of cross-country relocation, along with the stress of wedding planning. Fathers would write lists and do calculations by candlelight on winter evenings, with the same intense focus as someone planning the longest camping trip in history. Knowing that they might not find what they had forgotten until they arrived in Oregon, mothers would make a list of everything they owned, including extra buttons, cooking pots, and fabric. Choosing a wagon was the first big decision that would affect how comfortable you were for the next 6 months of your life. The majority of families chose what was known as a prairie schooner, basically a big wooden box that was 4 feet wide and 10 feet long, on wheels, and covered in canvas. Imagine it like a mobile closet where you would also sleep, cook, and call home for 6 months. Tightly stretched over wooden hoops, the canvas top formed a comfortable tunnel that would resemble your childhood bedroom. It was like solving the most significant 3-dimensional puzzle in the world when loading the wagon. Families created packing techniques that would impress contemporary efficiency experts, because every square inch counted. Bags of flour, barrels of salt pork, and spare wagon parts were placed on the bottom because they were heavier. Spaces between and along the sides were occupied by bedding, clothing, and priceless family belongings. Creating a rolling household that could continue to run even if you were unable to unpack every night was the aim. The quartermaster's mathematical prowess and the foresight of someone who knew that buffalo meat wasn't always going to be available at the neighbourhood grocery store were needed for food planning. Along with bacon, beans, coffee, sugar, and salt, families usually packed 200 pounds of flour per person. These were not gourmet ingredients, but they were foods that could be cooked over an open fire with little cooking equipment and would not go bad during months of travel. Women had a particularly difficult time choosing what to wear because they had to strike a balance between 1840s social norms and practicality. People in Oregon would judge you before you had even found a place to live, so you couldn't exactly show up there in ripped and filthy clothes. Women therefore planned to wear their most expensive clothing on the actual journey while packing their best dresses at the bottom of trunks. Many developed the ability to wear skirts over functional bloomers to create respectable-looking ensembles that accommodated the physical demands of trail life. Parents had to think of themselves as both providers and entertainers for a 6-month journey, without playgrounds, rest stops, or toy stores, and their children's needs needed special attention. Books were heavy but necessary for both evening entertainment and education, making them valuable cargo. On tough days, simple toys like cloth dolls or carved wooden figures offered solace. During months of travel and outdoor living, parents frequently packed extra fabric, not only for repairs but also because they knew that by the end of the journey, their children would need new clothes because they had outgrown their starting sizes. Another important factor was medical supplies, and families put together what amounted to a travelling pharmacy, using whatever medical knowledge they could find and folk wisdom. Knowing that everyone would be impacted by the change in water and diet, they packed herbs for digestive issues. On a path hundreds of miles from the closest physician, bandages, laudanum for pain relief, and various tonics occupied valuable trunk space, signifying the difference between minor setbacks and possible disasters. The most difficult aspect of preparation was probably the emotional preparation. Families were leaving behind whole networks of connections, support systems, and accustomed lifestyles in addition to specific locations. They would bring family Bibles that functioned as both spiritual consolation and family history books, letters from loved ones, and small mementos from home churches. Although these objects were heavy and took up valuable space, they gave people who were going into an unknown future psychological stability. Families would get together for church services, farewell visits, and last communal meals as departure time drew near. These gatherings had the bittersweet feel of occasions that everyone knew might be final farewells. In addition to offering last-minute tips and forgotten supplies, neighbours would also pledge to write letters that they all hoped would somehow make it to Oregon Territory. As families left, friends and family wondered if they would ever cross paths again, causing entire communities' social fabric to be rewoven. Most families had what we might now identify as a mix of pre-exam anxiety and Christmas Eve excitement the night before departure. For the final time, children would lie in their comfortable beds while their parents made last-minute preparations downstairs. While attempting to commit details of homes they might never see again to memory, adults would stroll through empty rooms, making sure nothing important had been overlooked. Any sleeping arrangements they could make in and around their wagon would take the place of their actual beds tomorrow. Their accustomed kitchens would be converted into Dutch ovens and campfires. Any group of families that happened to be on their wagon train would become their neighbourhood. Everything that was familiar and comfortable was about to change into an adventure that would put all of their preparations to the test. Imagine being gently roused by the sounds of someone rekindling a campfire and the soft rustle of canvas as your neighbours start their day, rather than an alarm clock. On an Oregon Trail morning, your kitchen was any level area you could clear around a fire pit, your bathroom was wherever you could find privacy, and your bedroom was a wagon. At 4:30 a.m, when the air was cool and the oxen were resting from their night of grazing nearby, the usual trail day started before sunrise. Families had discovered the importance of starting early, not only to get as much distance as possible before the midday heat, but also because people and animals had the most energy in the morning for the challenges of the day. The first thing you would notice when you woke up would be the strange rigidity that results from sleeping on the ground, which never felt like a proper mattress no matter how hard you tried. Families soon discovered how to distinguish the subtle differences between different types of prairie ground, such as which places offered the best balance of support and softness, which areas drained well after rain, and which areas provided wind protection without retaining morning moisture. The rhythm of the morning ritual would grow as ingrained as breathing. The other parent would check on the animals, making sure the horses, mules, or oxen had not wandered far during their night of grazing, while the other parent rekindled the cooking fire from carefully preserved coals. When they were old enough to assist, children would be given jobs like collecting buffalo chips for fuel, which may seem like a bad job until you realise that these dried droppings burned cleanly and were frequently the only fuel available on plains without trees. The meal was typically straightforward but comforting, and breakfast preparation started while the stars were still visible. In addition to its caffeine content, coffee was necessary because the morning ritual offered psychological solace and a sense of normalcy in an otherwise utterly bizarre way of life. In battered tin pots, the coffee was brewed over fires that seemed to have their own personalities and moods, and was frequently strong enough to dissolve horseshoes. since they could be made quickly with basic ingredients and cooked on flat stones or iron griddles heated over the fire. Pancakes were a popular breakfast option. The batter could consist of whatever was on hand, sometimes just flour and water, sometimes enhanced with eggs if the family's chickens were still laying, and sometimes sweetened with molasses or precious sugar for special occasions or when spirits needed to be raised. Families would start the difficult process of breaking camp while breakfast was being prepared, and this daily ritual evolved into a meticulously planned dance of efficiency. To keep the bedding dry and usable for the following night, it had to be folded, aired, and packed. Since soap was too valuable to be wasted on daily dishwashing, cooking utensils needed to be cleaned frequently with sand and hot water. More thorough bathing was a luxury save for Sunday rest days or river crossings due to privacy and water availability, so personal washing occurred quickly, and usually involved only washing hands and faces. At the latest, the wagon train would start to move by 7 a.m, and the speed of the journey established its own daily cadence. People frequently chose to walk beside their wagons rather than ride inside them, because oxen could travel up to 2 miles per hour on good days. In reality, walking was better for a number of reasons. It spared the animals from the startling, bone-shaking experience of riding in a wagon without suspension. It allowed them to get food and fuel, or it was just a chance to stretch legs that had been crammed into makeshift sleeping quarters during the night. By developing games that could be played while keeping the steady pace required to cover 15 to 20 miles each day, children discovered ways to make the daily walk into entertainment. They could compete to find wildlife, gather unique rocks, or practice skills their mothers taught them, like identifying edible plants. As they travelled the miles required to get to Oregon before winter, parents used the daily walk as an unofficial school period to teach their kids geography, natural history, and practical skills. Known as nooning, the midday halt gave both humans and animals the much-needed respite they needed during the hottest part of the day. In order to give animals the opportunity to graze and rest in any available shade, families would unhitch their teams. This 2 to 3 hour break developed into a crucial social moment during which families could exchange supplies, discuss news, or just have pleasant chats with people outside of their immediate family. Women frequently used nooning to complete tasks that were challenging to complete while travelling, such as mending clothing, journaling, or cooking, which required more focus than walking could provide. While the wagon train was in motion, kids might play games that weren't useful or take naps in whatever shade was available. Usually men used this time to inspect machinery, fix problems, or talk with the wagon train captain about the next course. The afternoon commute was frequently more difficult than the morning one. Everybody was starting to feel the cumulative weariness of weeks on the trail. The heat made walking more challenging, and the dust kicked up by dozens of wagons created its own weather system. Because decision-making was more difficult when everyone was exhausted, hot, and possibly irritable, this was the time when families truly valued the structure and routines they had established. The complicated process of setting up camp came in the evening, and families devised systems that struck a balance between comfort and efficiency. The best campsites provided natural windbreaks, drainage to avoid issues in the event of nighttime rain, and access to water, fire fuel, and animal grazing. With months of practice, seasoned travellers could quickly assess water quality, weather security, and neighbour proximity while evaluating possible campsites with the help of professional scouts. The atmosphere of the wagon train would change as the sun sank, from the concentrated efficiency of travel to the more laid-back rhythms of camp life in the evening. Fires would start to appear all over the camp, cooking smoke would produce its own fragrant atmosphere, and the sounds of plodding oxen and creaking wagon wheels would give way to conversations, children playing, and the evening chores that got families ready for another night under the stars. This daily routine, which was repeated for months, strengthened family ties and produced skills that turned common people into masters of animal husbandry, outdoor living, and building homes wherever their wagons halted for the night. Imagine attempting to manage a restaurant with a fire pit in the kitchen, whatever fits in a wooden box for the pantry, and wherever you can find level ground that isn't too muddy or dusty for the dining area. Feeding families on the Oregon Trail was a daily reality, where mothers developed into skilled outdoor cooks, and everyone discovered that using limited ingredients creatively made the difference between meals that lifted people's spirits and meals that served a functional purpose. Modern backpacking enthusiasts would be impressed by the camp kitchen, which was a masterwork of portability and efficiency. Everything had to be multifunctional and compact. A cast-iron Dutch oven was used as a general cooking pot, roasting pan and bread baker. Tin plates served as serving platters and cutting boards. In addition to making coffee and tea, coffee pots were occasionally used to cook vegetables while other pots were in use. When cooking called for additional containers, even the wooden water buckets were converted into mixing bowls. Families spent weeks honing their craft of setting up the evening cooking area. No one wanted their sleeping space to smell like a barbecue pit all night, so the fire had to be oriented to benefit from the prevailing winds, for both heat distribution and smoke direction. Flat stones were used as serving areas and countertops, and rocks were arranged to form pot supports and windscreens. As a result, an outdoor kitchen was created that could use the most basic ingredients to create surprisingly complex meals. Modern bakers would find the skills needed to make bread on the trail both familiar and difficult. Like priceless heirlooms, sourdough starters were maintained with care and passed down through the generations, because a healthy starter meant fresh bread all the way, while a dead starter meant months of hardship and disappointment. The starter lived in jars or crocks that travelled in wagons, with the same attention to detail typically reserved for fragile china. Timing, temperature and technique had to be precisely synchronised when baking bread in a Dutch oven, which was similar to conducting a small orchestra. The heavy iron pot was covered with coals, which created an oven effect that could result in surprisingly light, crusty loaves. In order to develop an intuitive sense of temperature that would be useful in kitchens they would construct in Oregon, seasoned trail bakers would hold their hands close to the coals and count slowly. Along the trail, there were special opportunities and challenges related to meat preparation and preservation. Families had to swiftly transform vast quantities of fresh meat into forms that would keep without refrigeration after hunting was successful. When they were available, buffalo provided roasts, steaks, and jerky raw materials that could be used for weeks to augment stored supplies. The wagon train spontaneously celebrated the sharing of fresh meat, because butchering large animals was a communal activity. The daily ritual of preparing beans demanded patience and forethought, which contemporary cooks may find hard to understand. Pots that travelled with the wagons were used to soak the dried beans overnight and then cook them slowly throughout the day. The beans would be flavourful and soft by the afternoon, ready to be mixed with wild onions, salt pork, or whatever vegetables could be picked from the trail. A successful pot of beans could provide a family with food for days and give them the comfort and protein they needed to get through challenging parts of the journey. Collecting wild food turned into a daily routine that complemented provisions that were kept in storage and added much-needed diversity to diets that could get boring after weeks of the same staples. Youngsters were able to recognise wild onions, which gave flavour to bland food and contained vital nutrients that helped ward off scurvy. When wild berries were discovered, they were treated like priceless jewels and either preserved for special occasions or consumed fresh as treats. Even plants that are now regarded as weeds like dandelion greens were welcomed additions to meals that mostly consisted of bread, bacon and beans, in part because good coffee was vital to morale, and in part because the ritual of making coffee offered a reassuring routine. In otherwise unpredictable days, coffee preparation was elevated to an art form on the trail. Families came to favour various brewing, grinding and roasting methods. While some learned to stretch limited resources by combining coffee with chicory or other flavouring additives that added flavour without using up their supplies, others preferred coffee that was strong enough to float horseshoes. The social hub of camp life was the evening meal, when families could unwind after a long day of travel and concentrate on savouring food and conversing. Tables could be made out of anything flat, such as blankets spread out on the ground, boards balanced on rocks, or wagon tailgates. Families upheld meal customs and table manners despite the primitive surroundings, which helped to maintain a sense of normalcy and civilization in an otherwise chaotic setting. The trail's food experiences for kids were instructive and constricting. They developed tastes for wild foods that most modern children never experience, learned to appreciate simple foods prepared well, and realised how much effort goes into each meal. Not because trail food was especially tasty, but rather because it was connected to adventure, family time around campfires, and the satisfaction of meals that were genuinely earned through the day's work. Many kids later recalled it with surprisingly positive feelings. Wagon food storage required ongoing care to avoid pest damage, deterioration, and contamination from moisture and dust. Barrels of flour were sealed and periodically inspected for moisture damage or weevil activity. The brine used to store salt pork needed to be periodically refilled. Containers used for the storage of dried goods were designed to keep their contents dry and usable for everyday use, while withstanding the frequent jarring of wagon travel. After dinner, there was a community clean-up that bonded families and got everyone ready for the challenges of the following day. When soap was too valuable to spare, sand was used as an abrasive in hot water heated over the campfire to wash dishes. Cooking tools were washed, dried and packed to prevent damage during the night and to ensure they were available for meal preparation in the morning. The cosy sounds and scents of dozens of small communities celebrating the tranquil conclusion of another day on the trail would permeate the camp as families gathered around their fires following evening meals. Despite the challenges and uncertainty of the journey, the atmosphere created by the smell of coffee, wood smoke, and cooking food offered moments of true contentment and family closeness that many people later recalled as some of the happiest times of their lives. Imagine yourself lying on your back and gazing up at more stars than you have ever seen in your life. There are no streetlights or city lights, just a huge dome of sparkling points of light that makes you feel both incredibly small and incredibly connected to something vast and eternal. On the Oregon Trail, families learned to find rest and comfort during this time of night, in circumstances that would be difficult for even seasoned campers today. One of the biggest changes that families had to make was the gradual shift from house sleeping to wagon sleeping, which occurred as they established routines and systems that made their mobile homes into passably comfortable places to sleep. The interior of a covered wagon was about the size of a contemporary walk-in closet, but it had to provide a family with a bedroom, storage, and shelter during months of travel and in all types of weather. Most people didn't realize they had the engineering skills necessary to create sleeping arrangements. If there were mattresses at all, they were typically made of feather ticks or straw, which could be replaced with new materials as needed. More often, families made sleeping surfaces out of blankets, quilts, and whatever padding they could arrange out of soft items like clothing. The objective was to use materials that could be readily packed and rearranged every day to provide enough cushioning to make sleeping on hard wagon floors bearable. Children's sleeping arrangements frequently required the most ingenuity, because their developing bodies required more rest than adults. But small spaces could not accommodate everyone lying flat at once. Families established arrangements in which, in favourable weather, children slept in hammocks hung from the wagon bows, or in which younger children slept crosswise at the wagon's foot while parents slept lengthwise. To make the most of the vertical space within the wagon cover, some families constructed sleeping shelves. Families' nightly sleeping arrangements were greatly influenced by the weather. Many people preferred to sleep outside under the stars when the weather was nice, taking advantage of the space and fresh air that came with sleeping outside while also using the wagon for storage and weather protection. Around the dying campfire, families would set up their bedrolls so that they were close enough to enjoy the last of the warmth, but far enough away to keep smoke and sparks out. Along the trail, the bedtime ritual developed into a treasured family custom that offered security and solace in a setting that was otherwise undergoing constant change. They would gather the children from their evening play, wash their hands and faces with precious water, and say prayers, which frequently included asking for protection for the night ahead and expressing gratitude for the day's safe travel. While adjusting to the particulars of trail life, these routines helped families stay connected to their home traditions. Families used innovative combinations of canvas screens, well-placed wagons, and unwritten agreements about respecting one another's needs for personal space to deal with the ongoing problem of privacy. Bathing, changing clothes, and other personal tasks required preparation and collaboration, which strained everyone's patience and flexibility, while strengthening family ties. There was a certain atmosphere created by the sounds of a wagon train going to sleep. The night would be filled with the sounds of settling animals, distant coyote calls, and the soft creaking of wagon covers in evening breezes as fires subsided and conversations cooled. These sounds, which at first frightened those used to sleeping indoors, eventually grew reassuring and recognizable, a nighttime symphony that symbolized security, camaraderie, and the prospect of another day's advancement toward Oregon. In order to regulate the temperature in the sleeping quarters of wagons, layering techniques that would appeal to contemporary outdoor enthusiasts were necessary. Families discovered how to modify their sleeping plans according to the weather, putting on or taking off layers of clothing and blankets to stay warm during nights that could start out warm, and end in frost or start out warm, and turn into storms that put the waterproofing of wagon covers to the test. For wagon sleepers, Rain posed unique difficulties because, although the canvas covers were reasonably waterproof when they were first installed, weeks of exposure to the sun, wind and weather caused leaks and weak spots to form. Families discovered how to determine which parts of their wagon covers were most prone to leak, arranging sleeping quarters to prevent drips while maintaining the dryness of necessary items. In order to divert water away from sleeping areas during storms, some families created complex systems of internal tarps and channels. Trail sleeping's psychological components were just as crucial as its logistical components. Those who had always slept in permanent buildings had to get used to the constant movement, the strange noises, and the realization that they were only a thin canvas away from the wild. While adults occasionally found it difficult to cope with the vulnerability and exposure that came with sleeping outside, children frequently found this to be exciting rather than frightening. Around 4:30 a.m., the camp began to come alive, and the trail gradually began to wake up. Usually the first sounds were the soft movements of early risers checking on livestock and someone rekindling cooking fires. Because the day's journey would soon begin and everyone needed to be prepared to break camp and depart with the wagon train, families learned to wake up quietly and effectively. Every morning, regardless of the weather or time constraints, bedding had to be aired, dried and repacked. This daily practice became as important as feeding the animals or making breakfast because damp bedding could result in mould, sickness and sleepless nights. Families devised effective bedding handling procedures that saved time and guaranteed that everything would be cosy and dry for the following night's sleep. Water availability and privacy concerns limited personal hygiene before bed, but families stuck to whatever routines they could. Washing one's face and hands was commonplace when water was available, and families frequently saved a little heated water from cooking in the evening for washing before bed, which was both hygienic and psychologically soothing. Nighttime security measures mirrored the realities of traversing areas where there could be threats from both people and animals. When necessary, wagon trains set up defensive circles, with guards stationed to keep an eye out for issues and livestock kept inside. Families were able to share the comforts and difficulties of trail life in small, intimate camping communities, while still having physical security thanks to these arrangements. Families were engaging in one of humanity's oldest practices, creating shelter and finding rest in makeshift locations during lengthy travels, as they formed their sleeping arrangements each night. The knowledge and memories they acquired during these late hours were incorporated into family tales that would be passed down through the generations, introducing children and grandchildren to the spirit of adventure and tenacity that drove their forefathers across the continent in pursuit of new opportunities and homes. This part of our story will make you appreciate modern conveniences like hospitals, weather forecasts, and the ability to call for help when things go wrong, so settle down a little more in your cozy bed. Families were put to the test in ways they could never have predicted back in their cozy homes along the Oregon Trail, which was more than just a picturesque route through breathtaking countryside. The most dramatic and perilous obstacles that families had to deal with were probably river crossings, which turned tranquil streams into barriers that could quickly endanger lives or destroy everything a family owned. Unlike the meandering rivers you might paddle on a weekend camping trip, the rivers that crossed the Oregon Trail were frequently swift, deep, and erratic, capable of rising overnight as a result of distant storms or seasonal snowmelt. The entire community would stop when a wagon train arrived at a significant river crossing, allowing seasoned travellers to evaluate the situation and determine the best course of action. Wagons could be used to cross some of the crossings, so careful reconnaissance was needed to identify the safest, shallowest paths across rocky or sandy bottoms. Even successful crossings frequently resulted in wagons becoming stuck, tipping, or absorbing water that could destroy months' worth of supplies, so families would take everything valuable out of their wagons and carry it across separately. Other rivers required ferrying, a process that combined the cost of paying ferry operators with the stress of entrusting your whole household to a boat or raft run by strangers whose main qualification was that they owned watercraft, rather than necessarily knowing how to use it safely. In the hopes that everyone would be safely reunited on the other side, families would watch as their valuable wagons, animals and belongings vanished across perilous water. Even seasoned travellers were taken aback by how quickly the weather on the plains could change from pleasant to dangerous. In the open prairie, thunderstorms were not like those most families had encountered in their settled or wooded home areas. Prairie storms, which could scatter livestock, flood campsites, and turn wagon covers into ineffective umbrellas that offered little protection from horizontal rain, appeared like freight trains of rain, hail, and lightning because there were no trees or structures to break the wind, because they could quickly destroy months' worth of carefully stored food supplies and pose a risk of injury to humans and animals with ice chunks the size of chicken eggs. Hailstorms were especially destructive. Even seasoned travellers could be caught off guard by storms that formed more quickly than they could be evacuated, even though families learned to identify the warning signs of severe weather and created emergency protocols to protect themselves and their belongings. As water supplies dried up and temperatures rose above what most families had ever experienced, heat waves and droughts presented distinct but equally severe difficulties, making travel into a battle for survival. Extreme heat caused terrible suffering for oxen and other draft animals, and their suffering put families' ability to travel at risk. When it was feasible, people learned to travel at night when it was cooler, but this led to new navigational challenges and a higher chance of accidents in the dark. Since medical assistance was frequently hundreds of miles away, and folk remedies had to be used in place of professional medical care, illness on the trail was every family's worst nightmare. The most dreaded disease was cholera, which killed healthy adults within days of the onset of symptoms and spread quickly through wagon trains. In communities with doctors and adequate medical supplies, families would witness friends and neighbours pass away from illnesses that could have been prevented, from injuries from falls, animal kicks, or mishaps with cooking fires and tools to digestive issues brought on by changes in diet and water. Children were especially susceptible to the health hazards of trail life. As a result of necessity, parents learned how to treat wounds, set broken bones, and distinguish between symptoms that needed to be treated right away and those that could be handled with rest and simple cures. When replacement parts weren't available, and the closest blacksmith was weeks away, equipment failures could turn a small annoyance into a serious emergency. Common issues included broken wagon wheels, deteriorated axles, and harness failures, all of which needed inventive fixes made with whatever resources were on hand. Families learned how to fix nearly anything using rope, wire, wood scraps, and desperate ingenuity, becoming adept at makeshift repairs. Because animals were both a major financial investment and a means of transportation that many families couldn't afford to replace, the loss of livestock was especially devastating. Overwork, illness, poisonous plants, or wounds that could have been healed with the right veterinary care were the causes of oxen's deaths. Families were forced to make the difficult decisions of trying to buy replacement animals from other travellers at exorbitant prices, or leaving behind belongings to continue with smaller teams when draft animals were lost. As hunting grew less successful and stored supplies ran low, food shortages progressively emerged, forcing families to make more challenging choices regarding resource allocation and rationing. In order for adults to have the strength to handle the wagons and animals, children may go without food. Families would exchange valuables for food from other travellers or try desperately to collect wild foods that could offer vital nourishment. On a path where landmark recognition was the main means of navigation and weather, could block out familiar features for days at a time. Getting lost was a constant worry. Wagon trains that made incorrect turns could end up in places without water, enough grass for animals, or practical paths for wagons carrying a lot of cargo. Within wagon train communities, family ties and leadership structures were put to the test by the psychological strain of getting lost and the practical difficulties of figuring out the right path. Wagon train disputes led to emotional and social suffering that was frequently more difficult to handle than physical difficulties. Under the pressure of daily travel and group decision-making, personalities that appeared to get along well during the journey's planning stages may drastically diverge. Wagon trains may be divided into rival groups that offered less security and support to one another due to disagreements over leadership, resource sharing, travel speed, and route choice. Most families managed to adjust, get past, and keep going in the direction of Oregon in spite of all these obstacles. When they finally arrived at their destination and faced the difficulty of starting over in uncharted territory, the survival skills and family ties they developed during their shared struggles were invaluable. Families' ability to bounce back from adversity on the trail became a part of their pioneer heritage and family identity, resulting in tales of tenacity and resourcefulness that would be passed down through generations of descendants who might never fully comprehend how their ancestors overcame such incredible obstacles with such limited resources. Think about the neighbourhoods you might encounter on your daily commute, from amiable store owners to travelling entertainers to people whose entire lifestyle was entirely different from your own. This was the social reality of the Oregon Trail, where families came across a remarkable array of individuals, cultures, and circumstances that expanded their worldview beyond what could have been discovered through reading or conversation at home, because the reality was much more complicated and generally more tranquil than the dramatic tales that later gained popularity in books and films. Native American encounters were among the most important and misinterpreted aspects of trail life. Wagon trains and Native Americans interacted primarily on a commercial basis, with both parties benefiting from trading goods that each group had in excess for necessities. Informally acting as guides, Native Americans frequently provided information about water sources, safe river crossings, and the terrain ahead, which could help wagon trains avoid hazardous areas or save days of arduous travel. Usually, native peoples would trade this information for food, manufactured goods, or other commodities that they valued. Families learned about advanced cultures that had been successfully occupying and governing the Western territories for many generations as a result of these encounters. The resulting trading partnerships were frequently cordial and advantageous to both parties. In return for coffee, sugar, or manufactured goods like fabric or metal tools, Native Americans may offer fresh meat, vegetables, or other foods. During these interactions, children from both cultures would occasionally play together, sharing games and showing interest in one another's cultures, despite communication difficulties caused by language barriers. Wagon trains were given the chance to rest, resupply, and learn about the conditions that lay ahead during fought encounters, which also offered them a fleeting return to a more civilized society. The trail was interspersed with military forts and trading posts, which made them invaluable oases where families could buy supplies they had run out of, write to family in the United States, and receive news from both sides. Families might come across Mexican traders, French fur trappers, military personnel from different ethnic backgrounds, and other travellers travelling in both directions across the continent at these forts, which were cultural and national melting pots. Families found education about the wider world at these stops to be both fascinating and occasionally overwhelming, as the diversity of people there was frequently greater than anything they had encountered back home. Families who came across mountain men and fur trappers along the trail were captivated and occasionally taken aback by the entirely different way of life they represented. These men appeared to belong more to nature than to civilized society, because they had adapted to wilderness life so thoroughly. Although they were encyclopedic in their knowledge of wilderness resources, navigation, and survival tactics, years of isolation had frequently eroded their social skills. In exchange for supplies or cash, some mountain men worked as wagon train guides, offering their invaluable knowledge of river crossings, route selection, and hazard avoidance. Their tales of explorations, discoveries, and near misses entertained campfires in the evenings, and their real-world expertise assisted families in avoiding hazards and locating resources they might have otherwise overlooked. The daily routine of travelling with their own wagon train companions was broken up by the opportunities for social interaction, supply trading, and news exchange created by other emigrant families travelling in different directions. Families travelling back east, either because they had made the decision to stop or because they had finished their journey and were going back to see family, offered important information about the travel conditions and what to anticipate when they arrived in Oregon. These interactions with returning tourists were especially crucial for families who were starting to second-guess their choice to leave the country. During challenging parts of the trip, hearing first-hand reports of Oregon's opportunities, land availability, and successful settlement helped keep spirits high. On the other hand, learning about mistakes, setbacks, or unforeseen difficulties helped families psychologically get ready for potential realities. As diverse and unforgettable as the human experiences were, the animal encounters on the Oregon Trail range from dangerous circumstances that put families' capacity to defend themselves and their livestock to the test to breathtaking wildlife viewing opportunities. Buffalo herds were one of the most amazing sights that families would ever see. Hundreds of animals stretching to the horizon, producing their own sound effects with the rumble of thousands of hooves and their own weather systems with the dust they raised. Although hunting buffalo produced enough meat to sustain a wagon train for several days, it also required skills that most emigrants had to pick up from more seasoned hunters while they were on the trail. In addition to uniting wagon train members, the communal task of butchering such massive animals taught important lessons about cooperation, resource sharing, and food preservation that would benefit families once they arrived at their destinations. Although they were less frequent than the media made them seem, predator encounters did happen, and forced families to come up with ways to keep both themselves and their livestock safe. The scent of food and the presence of domesticated animals drew wolves, mountain lions, and bears to wagon trains. Families learned to keep weapons on hand in case of emergencies, maintain sufficient fires for protection and deterrence, and set up their camps defensively. Although they occasionally made wagons and livestock dangerous, prairie dogs, ground squirrels, and other small animals entertained children. Mile-long prairie dog towns could result in places where wagon wheels or animal hooves could enter burrows and cause harm or damage to equipment. Families learned to read terrain more carefully and to foresee dangers that weren't immediately apparent as a result of these experiences. Families from the eastern regions, where hunting and habitat loss had already reduced wildlife populations, were often astounded by the species and abundance of birds along the trail. The daily entertainment and sporadic hunting opportunities offered by migratory waterfowl, birds of prey, and songbirds complemented food supplies and connected families to the continents and the season's natural rhythms. Every night, as wagons circled for safety and company, domestic animals from other wagon trains developed their own social dynamics, as dogs, cats, chickens, and other pets interacted across the makeshift communities. Dogs would form their own social groups and hierarchies, which occasionally reflected the bonds that were growing within their human families. Once they made it through the trip, cats were useful in keeping rodents out of the way of food supplies that were being stored. People who had chosen unusual life paths and were on the trail for reasons that didn't fit the usual emigration patterns were frequently the subjects of the most unexpected encounters. The trail community was enriched with diversity and stimulating discussions from missionaries who were going to start churches among Native American communities, scientists who were gathering specimens for institutions in the East, artists who were recording the Western landscape, and adventurers who were looking for experiences rather than settlement. These oddball explorers frequently had abilities, insights, or knowledge that helped entire wagon trains. A missionary's proficiency in a language could help them communicate with Native Americans. In times of medical emergency, a scientist's medical knowledge could be extremely helpful. It's possible that an artist's ability to observe things helped them recognize landmarks or predict weather patterns more precisely than the average emigrant. Through dramatic encounters with mail carriers and express riders, trail families were able to re-establish a connection with the wider world that they had temporarily abandoned. Between distant communities and government outposts, these professional travellers transported letters, newspapers, and official communications at a far faster pace than wagon trains. When they reached wagon train campsites, there was a lot of excitement and a chance to communicate with anxious family members back in the United States. As families grew closer to one another under the harsh circumstances of shared travel and mutual reliance, the social dynamics within individual wagon trains changed continuously. It is possible for people who appeared to get along during the planning stages to have personality conflicts that only surfaced under pressure. On the other hand, families that had previously appeared to have little in common may become friends for many generations. Wagon train leadership structures were continuously evaluated and improved because various circumstances required various kinds of knowledge and judgment. The elected captain may have great route planning skills but struggle with interpersonal conflict resolution. During certain difficulties, such as crossing rivers, experiencing medical crises, or coming across potentially hostile groups, other travellers may show themselves to be natural leaders. Children learned things from the diverse range of people they met on the trail that they could not have learned in a homeschool. They developed social skills that would be useful in the diverse communities they would assist in creating in Oregon Territory, learned how to communicate across language barriers, and appreciated various cultural approaches to common problems. Generations of descendants were introduced to the adventure and variety of the trail experience through the cherished family stories that grew out of these encounters. Grandchildren would hear about the Native American chief who helped their grandfather's wagon train find water during a drought, the French trapper who taught their grandmother to identify edible plants, or the returning emigrant who alerted them to a hazardous river crossing in time to save lives and property. Imagine the moment you see the end of your journey coming. Not just another river to cross or another range of hills to traverse, but the real destination that has kept your hopes alive through every hardship and challenge of the trail, after months of waking up to the sound of creaking wagon wheels and the routine of setting camp before dawn. Families who had spent months concentrating on the day-to-day difficulties of travel without fully understanding how different their new home would be from everything they'd known before, found the approach to Oregon Territory to be both exhilarating and daunting. Gradually, the terrain started to shift from the arid splendor of the high plains and desert to the woods and mountains that would eventually become their new home. The initial view of the Columbia River was a poignant moment for many families, signaling the actual start of the end of their trail experience. The highway that would take them to the Willamette Valley and the farmland they had fantasized about during the challenging months of travel was this enormous waterway, which also served as the last significant challenge to be overcome. After the dry conditions of a large portion of the trail, it was nearly overwhelming to see that much water. There were particular opportunities and challenges associated with the last river trip down the Columbia. Families had to choose between attempting the challenging Barlow Road over the Cascade Mountains or taking a chance on the perilous river passage through the Columbia Gorge. Neither choice was simple, and both needed energy and resources that families may have believed they had already used up on the overland trip. Those who took the river route were forced to hire boatmen or load their wagons onto improvised rafts in order to move their belongings through rapids that had destroyed a great deal of property and taken many lives. For families who had preserved their possessions over 2,000 miles of overland travel, the irony of possibly losing everything within sight of their destination was not lost. Families that opted for the mountain route encountered distinct difficulties as they learned that the Cascade Mountains offered a landscape that was different from what they had experienced during the prairie sections of their trip. Steep grades, dense forests, and undeveloped roads presented new challenges for their animals and equipment, while also offering breathtaking views that served as a reminder of the original reason for their journey. After months of waiting and adversity, the actual arrival in the Willamette Valley was frequently unimpressive. Many families found themselves in an area that, although beautiful and fertile, needed the same pioneering skills they'd developed on the trail to build the homes and communities they'd imagined, without a welcoming committee or established community infrastructure. For families who were suddenly faced with decisions that would impact generations of their descendants, the land selection process was both thrilling and daunting. Large tracts of land remained available for families prepared to put in the effort to clear forests, start farms, and construct the infrastructure required for long-term settlement, even though the best land was frequently already claimed by previous emigrants. Together, families who had experienced the trail together and newcomers who had arrived at different times or by different routes came together to build the first shelter. Families used the skills they had learned from months of camping and improvised living to build temporary shelter that would keep them safe during their first Oregon winter while they worked on more permanent buildings. Many families found the shift from trail life to settled life to be more challenging than they had expected. The routine of clearing land, planting crops, and building permanent homes could feel restrictive and monotonous after months of continuous movement and daily change. Some family members suffered from a sort of homesickness for the nomadic lifestyle they had left behind, especially the kids who had enjoyed the trail adventure. Families from diverse backgrounds with varying opinions about the best way to organize communities and varying methods of problem-solving from their trail experiences had to work together and compromise in order to establish communities in Oregon Territory. For the establishment of the government agencies, churches, and schools that would transform Oregon Territory into a livable community, the social skills acquired during months of wagon train travel proved crucial. Families that had saved money for trail supplies and equipment found it difficult to adjust to the economic realities of starting over in a new territory. They now had to create revenue streams while pursuing their land claims. Many families were forced to combine farming with other jobs, using new skills they learned on the trail or skills they had honed back home. Because the demands of frontier life demanded adaptability and resourcefulness that went beyond conventional gender boundaries, women's roles in Oregon Territory frequently expanded beyond what had been feasible in their prior homes. These skills were crucial for frontier homemaking for women who had gained experience in managing outdoor cooking, handling livestock, and repairing equipment during the trail experience. Children's education became a community priority, requiring families to work together to build schools and hire teachers in places without such facilities. Children who were educated by walking beside wagons and learning useful skills around campfires frequently demonstrated greater adaptability to the learning conditions of the frontier than adults had anticipated. Within a few years of the large emigrations, the success stories from Oregon Territory started to reach friends and family back in the United States, inspiring more families to follow suit and generating a feedback loop that kept the westward movement going for decades. More waves of emigration were spurred by letters that described the country's rich soil, temperate climate, and prospects for growth. But not all Oregon tales were triumphs. Families also described the hardships of frontier life, the distance from loved ones and familiar surroundings, and the arduous physical work needed to start successful farms in densely forested areas. Later emigrants were better equipped to handle the difficulties they would encounter after finishing the trail journey thanks to these more realistic accounts. Families that had walked the trail together continued to have close ties and support networks that helped everyone adjust to their new surroundings, forming community networks that were frequently based on the shared experience of the trail in Oregon Territory. The ties forged during these months of mutual reliance and adversity turned out to be enduring underpinnings for the communities that would come to characterize Oregon's early growth, through letters that shared updates from both sides and occasionally urged more family members to travel west. Trail families also kept in touch with friends and family who had stayed in the United States. These correspondence networks offered emotional support to people adjusting to drastically different lives and assisted in maintaining family ties over great distances. More than 150 years after the last major wagon trains finished their journeys to Oregon Territory, think about how the adventures we've been following together still shape American culture and family tales as you sink deeper into your cozy bed and pull your blanket a little closer. Along with their belongings, the families who traveled the Oregon Trail carried with them stories, skills, and values that would impact the character of communities across the region and help shape the future of the American West. The trail itself turned into a life-changing event that altered people's perspectives on difficulties, teamwork, and the potential for establishing new types of communities in addition to where they lived. Children who grew up in established agricultural communities had a different relationship with nature than children who had spent their early years walking beside wagons, learning to identify edible plants and assisting with livestock management. With the perspectives and abilities that proved crucial for success in frontier conditions, these trail-educated kids frequently rose to prominence as leaders and innovators in their Oregon communities. Families' ability to solve problems, such as repairing equipment using whatever materials were available, coming up with inventive ways to deal with food and water shortages, and modifying daily routines to accommodate shifting weather and terrain conditions, was shaped by months of trail travel and lived on in Western communities for generations. In frontier societies where survival occasionally hinged on everyone's ability to carry out whatever tasks were required, regardless of traditional gender expectations, women who had managed outdoor cooking, handled livestock, and made crucial decisions during trail emergencies frequently discovered that these experiences had prepared them for expanded roles. An extensive oral history that linked generations of Western families to their emigrant ancestors was produced by the storytelling customs that grew out of trail experiences. Grandchildren who had never seen a covered wagon would be raised on elaborate tales of buffalo hunts, river crossings, and the hardships of spending months sleeping outside. Themes of tenacity, resourcefulness, and cooperation that became fundamental values in Western societies were frequently highlighted in these family tales. Through preparation, cooperation, and perseverance, the trail experience showed that regular people could overcome extraordinary obstacles, lessons that were applicable well beyond the initial emigration context. A distinctive American mythology that emphasized both individual success and teamwork was also produced by the trail. Families had to be independent and resourceful to successfully complete the Oregon Trail journey, but they also had to rely on their wagon train fellows for support and assistance in times of need. The experiential, practical learning that had defined trail education had an impact on educational establishments in Oregon Territory and later Oregon State. The recognition that frontier life required individuals who could combine intellectual capacity with practical problem-solving abilities was reflected in schools that placed an emphasis on practical skills in addition to traditional academic subjects. Early conservation attitudes in Western communities were shaped by the environmental consciousness that families gained from months of intimate observation of weather patterns, seasonal variations, and the availability of natural resources. Individuals who had personally witnessed the effects of resource depletion, water pollution, and overgrazing were frequently more in favour of sustainable land management techniques. The experience of the trail itself altered and adapted the religious and cultural traditions that made their way west in covered wagons. During months when worship sessions were conducted outdoors, around campfires, rather than in conventional buildings, churches in Oregon Territory frequently reflected a more pragmatic, informal approach to religious practice. Wagon trains had employed democratic decision-making procedures to settle conflicts, choose routes, and oversee local resources, which had an impact on the political institutions that arose in Oregon Territory. On the trail, town meetings and community collaboration had been crucial survival tactics, and these methods of governance permeated early Oregon communities' political systems. The folk medicine and practical first aid skills that families had acquired through trail travel had an impact on medical practices in frontier communities. Community healers frequently combined traditional remedies with techniques learned through trial experience, having learned how to treat illnesses and injuries with little money and no professional medical assistance. Lessons learned about soil conservation, crop diversification, and sustainable farming practices during the trail journey were reflected in the agricultural practices that emerged in Oregon Territory. During their westward migration, families frequently applied the lessons they had learned about the negative environmental effects of poor land management to their own farming operations. Relationships and trust built during shared trail experiences frequently served as the foundation for the business and economic networks that emerged in early Oregon communities. As they founded companies and economic alliances in their new communities, people who had shared resources, exchanged goods, and worked together in times of need maintained these connections. The practical, functional approach to problem solving that families had developed over months of building temporary shelters and setting up effective campsites under difficult circumstances was reflected in the architectural styles and community planning techniques that defined early Oregon settlements. In Oregon and other western states, contemporary family reunions and heritage celebrations frequently focus on honouring the bravery and tenacity of trail ancestors, giving descendant families a chance to reconnect with their pioneering heritage and come to understand the struggles their ancestors faced. A unique American optimism regarding the potential for self-reinvention, starting over, and generating better opportunities through perseverance and hard work was also influenced by the Oregon Trail experience. This fresh start mindset became a hallmark of American culture and still shapes people's perspectives on individual and collective growth. Interpretation programs help modern people comprehend the enormity of the challenge that 19th century families faced when they packed their belongings into covered wagons and set out west toward uncertain futures, while historical preservation efforts along the Oregon Trail route have given modern families the chance to experience something of what trail travel was like. The trail experience also had an impact on American literature, art, and popular culture in ways that still shape American society's perceptions of the westward migration, frontier life, and the interplay between individual success and group collaboration. As our time on the Oregon Trail draws to a close, picture yourself sleeping in your own bed for the night, not a bedroll by a smouldering campfire or a small room inside a canvas-covered wagon, but your own cozy bed with cozy pillows, dependable warmth, and the safety of sturdy walls surrounding you. As they change from travellers to settlers, from emigrants to Oregonians, and from people heading toward an uncertain future to those creating permanent communities that would endure for generations, the families whose stories we have been following tonight ultimately found their own forms of this comfort. Eventually, the children who had learned to sleep to the sounds of wagon covers, flapping in prairie winds and coyotes calling, grew up in homes with glass windows, wooden floors, and enough room for everyone to have a bed. However, a number of them subsequently stated that they never fully lost their love of sleeping outside or their capacity to find solace in basic sleeping arrangements when necessary. Eventually, the parents who had been anxious every night about their family's safety in the wilderness found themselves in towns with churches, schools, and neighbours who they could rely on in times of need. Although they had found the security they had sought by moving west, the independence and resourcefulness they had gained along the way remained traits they carried with them for the rest of their lives. The farms, businesses, and communities they established in Oregon Territory were built on the skills they had acquired over months of cooking over campfires, repairing equipment, and managing resources. Their approach to community development and problem-solving remained characterized by the collaboration and support that had been crucial for trail survival. Their tales of their experiences on the trail became cherished family heirlooms that were handed down through the generations, bridging the gap between ancestors who had risked everything on the hope of establishing better lives in uncharted territory and children who had never seen a covered wagon. These tales frequently focused on the practical aspects of everyday life, the value of planning and teamwork, and the fulfillment that came from conquering obstacles with perseverance and support from one another, rather than the romantic adventure that would later be celebrated in popular culture. When modern families trace their roots to Oregon Trail emigrants, they frequently discover that the attitudes and viewpoints that kept their ancestors going during the westward migration still have an impact on family culture generations later. These include attitudes toward problem solving, methods for getting involved in the community, and an appreciation of both independence and interdependence. The Oregon Trail story showed that regular people could achieve extraordinary feats by combining practical skills with a belief that their efforts would eventually result in better opportunities for their families, individual willpower with community collaboration, and meticulous preparation with adaptability. Tonight, as you get comfortable in your own bed, you may consider how the safety and convenience you take for granted are the result of people overcoming obstacles and creating communities by leaving behind comfortable surroundings in pursuit of better futures for their kids and grandkids. The soft sounds of your contemporary evening, possibly the distant hum of your heating systems, the distant sound of traffic or the familiar creaks of your house settling, are the same as the reassuring campfire sounds that eventually made it easier for trail families to go to sleep each night knowing that they were surrounded by people who shared their objectives and would support them through any difficulties that might arise the next day. The trail families eventually found what they were looking for, not just rich land or lucrative prospects, but the fulfillment that comes from showing themselves and their kids that willpower, teamwork, and ingenuity could overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges and open up new possibilities where none had previously existed. Their legacy endures not only in the neighborhoods they established and the families they reared, but also in the enduring American conviction that individuals can better their lot in life by working hard, supporting one another, and having the guts to go where others have gone in pursuit of better opportunities. As you fall asleep tonight, you're engaging in the same fundamental human activity that those trail families engaged in at the end of each day, finding solace and rest after the hardships of the day, regaining strength for the opportunities of tomorrow, and retaining the belief that perseverance and teamwork can overcome any challenges that may arise. Rest easy, knowing that you are part of a long line of people who, despite the most trying circumstances, managed to provide comfort, security, and a sense of community. They also left behind enduring values and useful skills that continue to shape how families handle opportunities and challenges. Even though the Oregon Trail was abandoned more than 150 years ago, the spirit of adventure, tenacity, and camaraderie that defined the trail experience still serves as motivation for those who embark on their own difficult and unknown journeys in search of better futures. Sweet visions of campfire dinners, covered wagons, and the fulfillment that comes from realizing that regular people can achieve genuinely remarkable feats when they band together and help one another. In the early 19th century, the United States was still refining its identity, grappling with international pressures. Chief among them was the persistent clash with Great Britain, which never fully receded even after the Revolutionary War. By the year 1812, tensions had once again escalated. British warships roamed the Atlantic, seizing American merchant vessels and impressing sailors into the Royal Navy. Britain justified these actions by citing its endless struggle with Napoleonic France, but Americans saw them as blatant infringements on neutral rights. Politicians in Washington, D.C., argued that national honor demanded a resolute stance. Yet not all Americans agreed. New England merchants, dependent on overseas trade, feared that a war would wreck their livelihoods. Frontier farmers from the West and South, meanwhile, were more bellicose. They complained of British influence over native tribes, alleging that British agents provided weaponry to indigenous groups resisting American expansion. Famed orators in Congress, labelled war hawks, pressed for military action, insisting that only force could end maritime harassment and secure national credibility. James Madison, the fourth president, presided over a charged political scene, a quiet, deliberative. He weighed options carefully, but the clamour for war grew. In June 1812, Madison sent a war message to Congress, highlighting impressment, trade restrictions, and alleged British incitement of native violence. A narrow majority in both houses voted for war, marking the first time that the United States formally declared it. The nation's newness and untested military raised questions. Could the young republic muster the unity and resources to challenge the world's leading naval power? On paper, the British hardly viewed the US as a primary threat. Napoleon's armies in Europe had captured their attention. Nonetheless, the British recognised that if the Americans invaded Canada, the region might be lost. After all, Canada was lightly populated, and the British presence there hinged on loyal militias. British leaders believed that, despite the American impetus, the conflict wouldn't supplant Britain's prime focus on the European front, so they stationed smaller garrisons, trusting that the disorganised American approach would yield limited success. Across the Atlantic, in American port cities, many tried to maintain commerce, but with British blockades looming, merchant captains found themselves restricted or forced to sail under constant threat. The administration in Washington saw the conflict as a chance to rid the continent of lingering British power. Some leaders fantasized that capturing Canada might be straightforward. They assumed Canadians would readily join the American cause. However, that assumption proved naive. Canadian loyalty to the Crown, especially among certain pockets, was stronger than Americans had anticipated. Meanwhile, the war's outbreak also reverberated among native nations, particularly in the Great Lakes region. Some tribes formed alliances with the British, considering them to be less harmful than the land-hungry American settlers. Leaders like Tecumseh strove to form a broad indigenous confederation that might halt further American encroachment. For them, this war was another chapter in a long-standing struggle to defend their homelands. The British, short on manpower, readily welcomed indigenous allies, albeit with uncertain commitments once the war ended. Public opinion within the United States remained uneven. Southern and western states tended to favour hostilities. In contrast, many New Englanders, reliant on Atlantic trade, found the conflict ruinous. Some states half-heartedly contributed militia. Political friction within the US threatened to hamper effective prosecution of the war. Nevertheless, the formal declaration spurred initial bursts of patriotism in certain regions. Local militia parades and oratory about defending liberty repeated the rhetoric of the Revolutionary era, though critics derided the war as Mr. Madison's war. As the summer of 1812 progressed, American forces readied invasions across the Canadian border, aiming to quickly seize territory. The War Department, however, was ill-prepared. The regular army was small, officered by a mix of Revolutionary War veterans and political appointees. State militias varied widely in discipline. Supply lines were shaky. Still, generals promised swift victories. Observers from Europe, half attentive while embroiled in Napoleonic campaigns, watched with mild interest, suspecting the conflict would remain localized. The War of 1812 began in this precarious, multifaceted environment. The Americans believed they could avenge maritime wrongs and perhaps expand into Canada. The British, confident but distracted, expected to defend Canada with minimal resources. Indigenous nations, caught in the crossfire, saw an opportunity to resist American expansion. As the war commenced, few realized the transformative effects it would have on North America's diplomatic and cultural landscape. Early in 1813, American strategists believed they could redeem the humiliations of 1812 by launching renewed offensives into Canada. However, the same structural flaws persisted: volunteer militias, uncertain supply lines, and leadership lacking experience in large-scale campaigns. Generals like Henry Dearborn planned coordinated thrusts along Lake Ontario and the Niagara frontier. Yet cooperation between commands remained shaky, and British defenders, aided by local militia and indigenous allies, effectively countered many moves. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a frantic shipbuilding effort at Presque Isle, present-day Pennsylvania. The plan was bold: construct a small fleet to wrest control of the lake from the British, thereby isolating their garrisons in western Upper Canada. In September 1813, Perry's squadron faced the British at the Battle of Lake Erie. Amid chaotic fighting, Perry's flagship took heavy damage, prompting him to row to another vessel and continue the fight. The result was a striking American victory, culminating in his laconic message, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." This triumph severed Britain's supply route and forced them to abandon Detroit. Simultaneously, William Henry Harrison led an American army into Upper Canada. Bolstered by Lake Erie's strategic advantage, Harrison advanced, culminating in the Battle of the Thames in October 1813. The death of Tecumseh there shattered the indigenous coalition in the region. Although some tribes would continue resistance, the unified front Tecumseh championed has dissipated. American morale soared at these regional successes, mitigating memories of the prior year's catastrophes. Yet not all fronts prospered. Along Lake Ontario, the Americans captured and burned York, future Toronto, angering Canadian locals but failing to achieve a decisive hold. Furthermore, the attempt to hold or take the Niagara region vacillated as leadership changed. The incompetent or quarrelsome interplay among American generals let opportunities slip away. British regulars, though outnumbered, capitalised on interior lines and local knowledge. They also enjoyed better coordination with indigenous forces. On the Atlantic side, the US Navy's larger warships occasionally triumphed in single-ship duels, but Britain's blockade grew tighter. American merchant vessels found it perilous to venture out. Privateers operating from smaller ports tried to slip through, capturing British merchant ships for bounty. Despite being a significant threat to Britain, these privateers were unable to lift the blockade. Coastal towns faced hardship as imported goods became scarce, fueling discontent. In New England, especially, anti-war sentiment solidified. Some Federalists saw the conflict as a Southern war, suspecting expansions in territory only benefited Southwestern agrarian interests. Amid these realities, 1814 brought a watershed shift in the global context. Napoleon's defeat in Europe freed British resources to pivot to North America. The British planned major offensives. One, a southern thrust aiming to capture New Orleans. Another, a mid-Atlantic invasion to strike the Chesapeake. They also stepped up attempts to secure control of Lake Champlain, a route to New York's interior. The intensification alarmed the Madison administration, which realised that if these drives succeeded, major US cities could fall or states might bolt from the Union. Also, central in 1814 was a series of negotiations that began in Ghent. Belgium, American delegates, including John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, faced British counterparts. These talks progressed slowly, shaped by events on the battlefield. Initially, Britain demanded concessions like a recognised indigenous buffer state in the Old Northwest, while the Americans insisted on status quo ante bellum. Each side hoped for a military advantage that would improve bargaining. Throughout the summer, the negotiations seesawed, overshadowed by intensifying hostilities. An overlooked aspect was the southwestern frontier, where Andrew Jackson confronted Creek warriors allied with or influenced by the British. Jackson's Tennessee volunteers waged fierce campaigns in the Creek War, culminating in a decisive victory at Horseshoe Bend. The resulting treaty forced vast land cessions from the Creeks, revealing how the War of 1812 also served American expansion at an indigenous expense. Jackson's reputation soared, positioning him for greater national prominence after the conflict. Thus, by mid-1814, the war was nearing a pivotal moment. The British planned to unleash their superior fleets and veteran troops now freed from European entanglements. The Americans, battered and divided, pinned hopes on local successes and the resilience of militia. Diplomatic channels flickered, but no one was sure how soon or on what terms peace would arrive. The stage was set for dramatic clashes that would shape not just the immediate fortunes of the two countries, but the future map of North America. Observers recognized that the war's outcome might finally clarify whether the United States, after 3 decades of independence, could fully stand among global powers or remain overshadowed by older empires. Late 1814 saw Britain escalate. One prong targeted the Chesapeake. Its success at capturing and burning Washington, D.C. in August shocked Americans. The British sought to quickly follow up by attacking Baltimore, a crucial port. If Baltimore fell, Britain might cripple the region's commerce and break American resolve. Yet Baltimore's defenders prepared vigorously. Citizens erected barricades, sank vessels to block harbour approaches, and reinforced Fort McHenry. British warships commenced bombardment on the night of September 13th, unleashing salvo after salvo into the fort. Despite the onslaught, the fort held. When dawn arrived, the American flag still billowed, witnessed by Francis Scott Key, who penned the Star-Spangled Banner. This morale-boosting outcome forced the British to withdraw, neutralising their Chesapeake campaign. Another British thrust aimed at Lake Champlain. An army advanced from Canada, hoping to slice into upstate New York and isolate New England. On September 11th, 1814, American naval forces under Thomas MacDonough won the pivotal Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, outmanoeuvring the British squadron. With their naval support lost, the British land invasion faltered, forcing a hasty retreat. This second repulse, alongside Baltimore's defence, shattered British hopes for a swift resolution by capturing major towns. Meanwhile, the southwestern frontier remained a separate theatre. Andrew Jackson's victory over the Creeks had freed him to concentrate on potential British moves along the Gulf Coast. British strategists planned a grand assault on New Orleans, imagining that controlling the Mississippi's mouth would hamper American expansion. Jackson, aware of the vital importance of the city, assembled a force of militia, volunteers, freedmen, and even a group of Barataria pirates under Jean Lafitte, forging a makeshift but spirited army. But that confrontation awaited final culmination early the next year. In the midst of these unfolding battles, negotiations in Ghent progressed. Sensing that neither side would gain from prolonged conflict, British diplomats seized earlier demands for territory or indigenous buffer states, while Americans, stung by the burning of their capital, recognised that an indefinite war threatened ruin. By December, a draft treaty emerged, endorsing the principle of status quo ante bellum. Both nations would revert to pre-war boundaries. Outstanding issues like impressment or maritime rights were not addressed, rendering the war's original triggers unsolved. Nonetheless, the desperate weariness on both sides pressed them to sign the Treaty of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. However, word of the treaty needed weeks to traverse the Atlantic. None of the signatories realised a major confrontation loomed on the Mississippi. British forces landed near New Orleans in mid-December 1814. Jackson rushed to fortify the city's approaches, digging entrenchments along the Rodriguez Canal. On January 8, 1815, the British launched a frontal assault, certain their disciplined ranks could overwhelm Jackson's ragtag defenders. Instead, entrenched Americans unleashed devastating volleys of musket and artillery fire, decimating British columns. The attack collapsed, British casualties soared. While American losses were modest, Jackson's victory catapulted him into national stardom. Ironically, this epic battle occurred after the signing of peace. When news of the Treaty of Ghent finally reached North America weeks later, both countries ratified it promptly, halting further bloodshed. For Americans, the war concluded on an emotional high thanks to the improbable success at New Orleans. They hailed the conflict as a second triumph over Britain, ignoring that the treaty omitted the maritime issues that sparked the war. For Britain, the war had always been a side theatre overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars, so ending it with minimal concessions was acceptable. Only indigenous nations truly lost out. With Tecumseh's confederation broken and no recognised buffer territory, the war thus spurred the unstoppable wave of American expansion westward. In the aftermath, Federalist opposition collapsed, tainted by war-rumoured secession talk at the Hartford Convention. The party withered, ushering in the so-called era of good feelings. The war also stimulated a sense of national identity, forging heroes like Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, and Oliver Hazard Perry. The mythos of the war overshadowed the chaotic mismanagement and half-baked strategies that marked its early phases. Instead, popular memory latched onto the star-spangled defence of Fort McHenry, the ragtag victory at New Orleans, and the notion that the United States had defended its independence once again. From a broader perspective, the War of 1812 significantly shaped North American geopolitics. Canada, having rebuffed invasion, consolidated its distinct identity, reinforcing loyalty to the Crown. The United States, for its part, experienced a surge of nationalism, ironically reinforcing Union sentiments despite the war's rocky start. The conflict also revealed structural weaknesses in American finance and logistics, prompting post-war reforms. Freed from foreign entanglements, the US turned more confidently toward internal development and westward expansion. Indeed, the war's messy conclusion paved the path for subsequent growth that would define much of the 19th century. Historians continue to debate the War of 1812's deeper significance. Some label it a minor war, overshadowed by the Napoleonic giants in Europe, while others see it as a critical second test of American sovereignty. The reality, perhaps, is that both are true. On the grand scale, Britain was more consumed with Napoleon, but for the young United States, the conflict marked a crucial juncture. Did the new republic have the cohesion to withstand external assault, or would it fragment under pressure? One often overlooked outcome was the impetus for American industrialization. British blockades cut off European imports, prompting domestic manufacturers to step in and supply textiles and finished goods previously sourced from abroad. This unintended stimulus laid early foundations for the Industrial Revolution stateside. Once peace resumed, those infant industries demanded tariff protection, spurring sectional debates over free trade versus protective measures, a theme that shaped national politics well into the mid-century. The war also spurred the creation of new symbols of identity: the battered but surviving flag at Fort McHenry, the poem by Francis Scott Key that morphed into a national anthem, and even the iconic image of Dolly Madison rescuing crucial state papers. These narratives turned the War of 1812 into a story of pure strength. For many Americans in subsequent decades, it stood as proof that courage and cunning could offset inferior numbers or resources. That cultural legacy overshadowed the administrative bumbling and the partisan rancour that nearly crippled the war effort. For indigenous nations, the war's end accelerated their dispossession. Tecumseh's dream of a native confederacy collapsed with his death. British forces, no longer needing a bulwark against US expansion, provided limited post-war assistance. Tribes that had allied with Britain faced retribution or land seizures as Americans advanced. In the South, Andrew Jackson's post-war ascendancy led to further treaties pushing native groups west. Thus, the War of 1812 served as a key moment, paving the way for widespread white settlement throughout the Mississippi region and beyond. As for Canada, it developed a sense of shared heritage by resisting American invasions. French and English-speaking Canadians united under the Crown to repel the foreign threat, sowing seeds for a budding national identity distinct from Britain and the US. Figures like Laura Secord, who carried warning of an American raid, or the dead General Isaac Brock, became local heroes. The war's memory underscored that Canada would not be simply swallowed by the larger republic to the south, a dynamic that remains a point of cultural pride. Meanwhile, the returning US soldiers found themselves in varied conditions. Many frontier militias simply melted back into civilian life. Officers like Andrew Jackson or William Henry Harrison parlayed their war reputations into political capital, eventually capturing the White House. The post-war political environment recognized the potency of war heroes as leaders. The Federalist Party, tarred with disloyalty, soon dissolved, leaving the Democratic Republicans dominant, though internal factions would later spin off into new parties. James Madison completed his presidency in 1817, claiming the war had proven the constitutional system could endure an external threat. However, not all scars vanished. New England's economy, battered by blockades, pivoted more strongly toward manufacturing. Southern cotton expanded rapidly, ironically, fueled by the sense of security that no immediate British incursion threatened the coastline. The war's ephemeral alliances with French exiles or Spanish forces in Florida also factored into ongoing jockeying for territory. Within a few years, the US negotiated further expansions, culminating in the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. These expansions, ironically, were partly greased by the sense that the US had won the War of 1812, even if the official treaty indicated no formal victor or concession. Thus, the conflict's legacy blossomed in multiple directions. For some, it was an afterthought overshadowed by the Napoleonic saga. For others, especially Americans, it was a second war of independence that validated the constitutional experiment. For indigenous nations, it triggered sorrowful fragmentation. For Canadians, it stamped a rebellious, proud identity that shaped future confederation. And for the wider Atlantic world, it removed a potential thorn, allowing Britain and the US to gradually pivot from enemies to trading partners. Of course, the complexities of war never vanish neatly. Subsequent decades saw tensions remain, especially in the boundary disputes in the Great Lakes region, eventually resolved by more peaceful diplomacy. The War of 1812 thus quietly ended an era of direct Anglo-American conflict. In the century that followed, both nations found more pressing concerns elsewhere, forging an uneasy but enduring peace. Over time, the war receded into historical memory, overshadowed by other milestones, yet its impact on shaping North American political, cultural, and economic trajectories remains indisputable. From a modern viewpoint, the War of 1812 often suffers from overshadowing by the American Revolution or the Civil War. Yet it introduced important transformations in how Americans conceptualize their government's role, how local militias interface with federal authority, and how the broader continent responded to shifting power dynamics. For a generation that came of age after 1776, the war proved their own defining moment. Many states saw newly minted heroes or identified local episodes of valor, forging a tapestry of war stories that fed local pride. Among lesser-known anecdotes is the role of enslaved men who escaped to British lines, particularly in the Chesapeake region. The British offered freedom to those who joined their cause, akin to certain practices during the Revolution. Many seized the chance, enforcing British logistical efforts or forming labour battalions. Following the war, some relocated to British territories such as Nova Scotia or Trinidad, forming diaspora communities known as Americans. The phenomenon highlighted the contradictory nature of a war fought over liberty, while slavery persisted, adding another dimension to the moral tensions of the era. Another overlooked thread is the role of women on the home front. Dolly Madison's rescue of the White House portrait is famous, but countless unnamed women toiled under blockades, farmed while husbands marched, and nursed wounded militiamen. Some women, with entrepreneurial flair, turned to weaving or local manufacturing to fill voids left by the disrupted import market. Their contributions, though seldom documented, were part of the shift toward a more self-sufficient domestic economy, proving that crises can spur inventive responses in local communities. Meanwhile, the impetus for building infrastructure grew. The war exposed how the poor roads hindered troop movements and supply lines, prompting calls for federal investment in internal improvements, canals, turnpikes, and eventually railroads. Although these developments advanced mostly after the war ended, the War of 1812 experience laid bare the necessity for connectivity. As a result, the federal government gradually leaned into more involvement with the infrastructure, an idea championed by national Republicans who wanted to unify the states through improved trade routes. Diplomatically, the post-war settlements signified a slow thawing in Anglo-American relations. British statesmen, preoccupied with maintaining post-Napoleonic Europe's order, found it pragmatic to reduce friction across the Atlantic. The Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarized the Great Lakes, a pioneering arms control pact that diffused future tensions. Over time, the Canada-US boundary stabilized, fostering an unusual phenomenon, the world's longest undefended frontier. This shift from hostility to mutual accommodation in North America stands as a direct outgrowth of the war, even if overshadowed by the dramatic episodes of 1812 to 1815. For indigenous peoples, the war's end spelled heartbreak. Britain no longer needed to bolster native confederations, so they withdrew support. The momentum of American expansion resumed, unstoppable. A patchwork of treaties forced tribes onto smaller lands or westward. The war had briefly offered a chance for unity under Tecumseh's leadership, but that vision perished at the Thames. The subsequent displacement of tribes in Ohio and Indiana soared, part of the broader national policy that would eventually culminate in the forced removals of the 1830s. Culturally, the war fed a romantic notion of American pride in adversity. Painters produced works depicting the Constitution's duels at sea or the British retreat from Baltimore. Poetry and ballads commemorated local militia triumphs. Over decades, these popular accounts coalesced into a somewhat sanitized narrative highlighting victory at New Orleans and the heroic stand at Fort McHenry. The fiascos, the bungled invasions of Canada, the burning of Washington slipped into lesser emphasis. This selective memory pattern shaped how textbooks presented the war for generations, culminating in a sense that the US overcame formidable odds to defend its independence once more. Thus, the War of 1812 was not solely about the immediate triggers of maritime rights or frontier tension. Its significance unfolded over decades, influencing economic policy, forging new heroes, weaving new cultural motifs, and setting boundaries for indigenous communities. Even with no territorial gains codified, the intangible results were profound. The conflict established that the US could wage war without fracturing, albeit narrowly. It paved a path for internal expansion and signalled that a truly post-colonial North America was emerging, with the US and Canada forging distinct identities. Looking back, these legacies underscore that wars, even ones overshadowed by larger global events, can reshape continents in subtle but enduring ways. The War of 1812 might seem distant, Yet its themes echo in contemporary life: how a young nation handles international bullying, the friction between defending principles and managing everyday commerce, and the tensions of forging unity among disparate regional interests. Observing how that the US then navigated blockades, invasions, and internal disputes can offer perspective on the modern crises, where resource constraints and political divides remain just as real, albeit in different forms. One instructive aspect is the leadership dynamic. President Madison, initially reluctant, found himself backed into a war by vocal congressional voices. The war's early failures exposed the cost of insufficient preparation and partisan bickering. Only by mid-conflict did the administration coordinate effectively with local militias, naval contractors, and privateers. This shift from disorganization to partial synergy teaches how policymaking, once confronted with real adversity, can pivot. Many modern observers glean that advanced planning, while ideal, often collides with political hesitance, yet adversity can spur belated but decisive collaboration. Another dimension is the interplay of personal and strategic agendas. Ambitious generals, such as William Hull or later Jacob Brown, had their reputations at stake. Politicians in Congress angled for local advantage or re-election. The war's path was shaped by these individual aims, sometimes to the detriment of cohesive national strategy. Similarly, in today's environment, personal ambition can sabotage or realign collective efforts, showing that cohesive leadership must harness personal drives rather than deny them. The conflict also underscores how external catalysts can unify an otherwise fractious society. Despite ongoing disputes, the burning of Washington united many who previously criticized the war. The subsequent defense of Baltimore turned despair into resilience, bridging divides, at least temporarily. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in national histories. A tangible external threat can galvanize unity, overshadowing internal differences. However, sustaining that unity after the crisis abates is another matter, a lesson well illustrated by the meltdown of Federalist support post-war and the ephemeral era of good feelings. From a moral vantage, the war showcased how indigenous alliances can be manipulated by great powers. British promises to protect native lands or the American pledge to incorporate friendly tribes often found little fulfillment once strategic ends were met. The ephemeral nature of these alliances led to tragic outcomes for indigenous communities. Modern discussions about the rights of marginalized groups caught in geopolitical crossfires resonate with the story of these nations' exploitation as pawns. While times differ, the principle that real autonomy seldom emerges from foreign patrons remains relevant. In the realm of memory, the War of 1812 reveals how selective retelling can overshadow complexities. Francis Scott Key's rocket's red glare soared in the national consciousness, overshadowing episodes where US invasions failed or inflicted harm on civilians. Today, educational curricula often reduce the war to a handful of famous vignettes: burning of Washington, the Star-Spangled Banner, Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, neglecting the messy intricacies. This phenomenon, common in historical narratives, underscores the importance of seeking more profound perspectives beyond iconic highlights. Another parallel to modern times is the war's reflection on global commerce. Then, as now, major powers tried to control trade routes, imposing blockades or sanctions. The US had to navigate a dual challenge, sustaining internal unity while resisting external economic pressure. The war's outcome hinted that a nation with robust internal markets and flexible production can endure even when cut off from usual trade. This resilience dynamic remains at the core of contemporary discourse around self-sufficiency and global supply chains. Ultimately, the War of 1812's legacy remains multifaceted. It united Americans around a renewed sense of identity, advanced some individuals politically, and inflicted irreparable damage on indigenous confederacies. It highlighted that the young republic, though battered, could stand as an independent entity, shaping a distinct brand of national pride that propelled expansions west and cultural evolutions at home. Yet the moral questions, particularly regarding indigenous and enslaved populations, reveal deeper costs. For midlife readers who are balancing personal ideals with real-world complexities, the War of 1812 emphasizes that every grand enterprise, from commercial policy to warfare, hinges on negotiations of principle, ambition, and compromise. During this delicate balance, societies often uncover their potential for harmony as well as the potential for future strife. When the final guns fell silent and the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, The War of 1812's immediate outcome could be summarised as a military stalemate but a psychological victory for the US. The impetus behind the war, ending British impressment and maritime restrictions, remained largely unresolved in the text of peace, but global shifts, including the final defeat of Napoleon, rendered those maritime issues moot. Britain no longer felt the same compulsion to detain American sailors. Gradually, normal trade resumed. Domestically, the war left behind a changed political and economic landscape. The Federalist Party collapsed, tainted by its near-treasonous Hartford Convention. The Democratic Republicans established a single-party dominance despite the emergence of internal factions. James Monroe succeeded Madison and ushered in the so-called era of good feelings, where partisan bickering lulled temporarily. Simultaneously, the war stoked calls for a more robust national infrastructure, roads, canals, a better banking system to prevent future logistic nightmares. Many of the same states that had balked at federal authority during the war now grudgingly admitted the necessity of coordinated planning. Of the war's personalities, Andrew Jackson emerged as the archetypal hero. His triumph at New Orleans overshadowed earlier fiascos. Popular ballads hailed him as the unstoppable Old Hickory. This catapulted Jackson toward the presidency in the following decade, shaping a new wave of populist politics that departed from the more patrician style of Jefferson or Madison. Another figure, Dolly Madison, remained a cultural icon for her bravery during the White House evacuation, exemplifying how smaller personal acts can become legendary in a war overshadowed by battles and sieges. Meanwhile, the war's end did not bring peace to indigenous nations. With Tecumseh's coalition shattered, American expansion surged west, leading to treaties that often forced tribes off ancestral lands. The war's ephemeral alliances, wherein the British used tribal forces to hamper US invasions, vanished once the conflict concluded, leaving tribes vulnerable. This pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, culminating in a systematic push across the continent that overshadowed earlier illusions of indigenous-led confederations. For Britain, the war was a minor chapter. Most British historical accounts mention it as a side conflict overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars. The eventual forging of an amicable British-American relationship in the 19th century meant that the War of 1812 quietly retreated into the background of British consciousness. The Joint Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 prevented future naval build-ups on the Great Lakes and fostered the concept of a demilitarized boundary that remains remarkable in global terms. For Canada, defending against American invasions underlined a budding sense of distinct identity. Residents of Upper and Lower Canada had, to many Americans' surprise, not welcomed the idea of annexation. This loyalty to the British Crown found fresh impetus after repelling repeated US attacks. Over time, Canadian historians pointed to the War of 1812 as a foundational moment. The volunteer militias, the alliances with Indigenous fighters, and the persevering local leadership formed the nucleus of later Canadian unity. Commemorations throughout the 19th century celebrated heroes like Isaac Brock, forging national myths that shaped the country's future. In the broader context of US military tradition, the war highlighted weaknesses that spurred professionalization. The humiliating collapses of militias taught that raw volunteer forces needed better training and discipline. Naval successes, on the other hand, proved the potential of a well-crafted professional navy. Post-war, the Navy's leadership gradually expanded, adopting new ship designs and forging a tradition that would eventually propel the US to maritime prominence in the next century. The Army, though overshadowed, also instituted reforms in leadership selection and supply management. As the decades passed, the war's memory nestled into national lore. The Star-Spangled Banner, originally penned as a poem, eventually became the national anthem by the early 20th century, immortalizing that moment at Fort McHenry. Veterans of the war, overshadowed by the larger generation of Revolutionary War patriots, formed their associations, though their recollections were less frequently lionized. It wasn't until the war's centennial in 1912 that a wave of commemorative events revived interest. Historians passed diaries and official records, unveiling the war's complexities, how it advanced certain domestic industries, spurred expansions, inflamed Indigenous dispossession, and permanently altered the shape of Canadian identity. For Canada, it reinforced a distinctive path under the Crown. For Britain, it ended an irksome sideshow that proved Americans wouldn't revert to colonial dependence. And for Indigenous peoples, It signalled the lethal truth of an expanding American republic. The war's finale, overshadowed by the surreal timing of news, delivered no single glorious victor, but shaped the next century's cross-border realities in ways subtle yet enduring. Jeanne-Antoinette Poisson, destined to become the immortal Madame De Pompadour, arrived in a Paris that was both glittering and precarious. Born on December the 29th, 1721, she occupied a curious social limbo. Her father, François Poisson, drifted in and out of business success, while her mother, Louise Madeleine de la Motte, cultivated ties among bankers and courtiers. Rumours insinuated that Jeanne's true father might be a wealthy financier, le Normand de Tournhem. Whispers aside, from infancy, she received an education far above what most middle-class girls could dream of, learning not only to read and write, but also to dance, sing, and appreciate the subtlety of wit, skills that would later prove invaluable. Her mother cherished a prophecy from a fortune-teller who claimed Jeanne would someday rule the heart of a king. This prophecy, half in jest, guided her mother's ambitions. She introduced Jeanne to private tutors who immersed the girl in the nuances of theatre, music, and the refined manners of Parisian salons. The child became adept at reciting verses by Racine or playing harpsichord preludes. People teased that she might become a minor actress in the city's comedic troupes. Instead, fate had something grander in store. At age 9, Jeanne was placed briefly in the Ursuline convent to polish her moral upbringing, though the real impetus behind this stay was to shield her from a smallpox outbreak. There, in a stark room with stone floors, she first confronted the gulf between the cheer of drawing-room society and the bleak realities of illness and mortality. She survived with her health intact, returning to secular hostel life with a renewed sense of carpe diem. Her mother's circle had not diminished. On the contrary, they believed Jeanne's brush with potential tragedy demanded that she enjoy the world's pleasures with heightened urgency. By adolescence, she graced the occasional soiree. Her presence glowed, large, expressive eyes, a lively intelligence, and a measured confidence that belied her youth. One had to be careful, though ambition in a woman could be ridiculed or scorned. So Jeanne cultivated an outward modesty, letting her talents speak softly. Through the dynamic swirl of Paris's haute bourgeois gatherings, she eventually met Charles Guillaume Le Normand d'Etiolles, a relative of her rumoured patron father. This connection sparked talk of a suitable marriage. The match appealed to her mother, who hoped it would secure Jeanne's future. For her part, Jeanne saw in Charles a kind soul, if not a blazing passion. The union in 1741 launched her into a comfortable life of receptions and mild amusements on their estate near Paris. Yet the city's gravitational pull was strong. Jeanne received numerous invitations to select aristocratic salons, as people quickly noticed her wit in conversation. She did not shy it from discussing art or drama, nor from gently critiquing certain aspects of courtly extravagance. That slight dash of candour, balanced by charm, distinguished her from the endless parade of stiff, self-conscious ladies. Within months, word spread, there is a Madame d'Etiolles whose presence lights up any gathering. The Comtesse de Feuquières introduced her to more exclusive circles, culminating in an opportunity to attend a masked ball at Versailles in 1745, celebrating the marriage of the Dauphin. There, among a crush of masked revellers, she caught the eye of King Louis XV. The king, reticent by nature, found in her a refreshing mixture of grace and candour. While elaborate intrigues swirled around him, this newcomer radiated sincerity. Their brief conversation that evening was filled with an electricity that neither of them could forget. Court watchers speculated, but none predicted how swift the next moves would be. Madame d'Etiolles was no naive maiden. She recognised the risk of courting royal attention. The previous royal favourite, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, had recently died, leaving an emotional gap in the king's life. Yet stepping into that void threatened scandal, especially for a woman not of noble birth. Still, from behind her modulated smiles, Jeanne sensed destiny aligning. The prophecy her mother once whispered returned to mind. She would rule the heart of a king. She recognised that in a rigidly stratified society, becoming the king's confidant might be her only path to real influence. By the year's end, a plan was set in motion. The king's valet discreetly arranged a meeting. Under the veil of secrecy, they exchanged letters. Her husband, outraged, found himself powerless. The monarchy overshadowed personal protest. In March 1745, Louis XV arranged for her to be presented at court formally. The once lower bourgeois Jeanne Antoinette was granted a title, Marquise de Pompadour. It was a moment of metamorphosis. The fatherless child, the teased girl who studied the great playwrights, now stepped onto the grand stage of Versailles. The next decade would see her orchestrate art patronage, political alliances, and shape the monarchy's image. Yet behind the gilded exteriors, a swirl of jealousy, rumour, and heartbreak would dog her steps. For now, though, she embraced her new name, Madame de Pompadour, and prepared to navigate the labyrinth of royal favour. In 1745, when Jeanne Antoinette Poisson made her debut as the newly minted Marquise de Pompadour at Versailles, the gilded corridors were filled with admiration. She became the first bourgeois mistress to receive open recognition from a French king. Elegant but not aristocratic, her every move drew scrutiny. Enemies whispered that she had bewitched Louis XV. Others admired her graceful bearing, praising her flawless manners and a cultivated charm that overshadowed even established duchesses. The king himself displayed uncharacteristic devotion, summoning her for private suppers, parading her at formal events, and awarding her lavish apartments in the palace. Versailles was a realm of illusions. Behind mirrored halls and polished marbles lay cutthroat rivalries. The courtiers, ephemeral in their silks and powdered wigs, circled Madame de Pompadour like vultures. Some attempted flattery, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her intercession with the king. Others plotted to dethrone her, fearing that her influence might reshape politics. Among these conspirators was the Dauphin's circle, along with older aristocratic families who scorned a mere commoner overshadowing them. Yet Madame de Pompadour remained unfazed. She had honed her social instincts in the bourgeois salons, and her intellect soared beyond mere coquetry. She recognised that the surest path to security was to make herself indispensable to Louis XV, not merely as a bedfellow but as a confidant, counsellor and orchestrator of cultural life. She set about renovating her living quarters, appointing them with sumptuous tapestries, elegant furniture, and curated artworks. The effort wasn't mere self-indulgence. It mirrored her ambition to make Versailles a beacon of refined taste. She championed the Rococo aesthetic, a style that favoured playful curves, pastel hues, and whimsical motifs. Under her patronage, artists like Boucher and Van Loo gained commissions for witty, light-hearted paintings. Porcelain from the Sèvres factory, which she helped develop, became a symbol of French craftsmanship, prized across Europe. The synergy of her aesthetic sense with the monarchy's resources birthed an era in which the French court style reigned supreme among Europe's elites. But Madame de Pompadour did not confine herself to the arts. She also recognised the intricacies of diplomacy. France teetered between alliances with Spain, Austria, and other powers. Meanwhile, rival Britain loomed across the Channel, its navy menacing French colonial interests. Louis XV, though well-intentioned, often avoided direct policy-making, retreating to hunting or private amusements. Pompadour stepped into that vacuum, forging ties with ministers and ambassadors. She guided the choice of the foreign minister, favoured certain generals, and mediated tensions at home. Critics scorned the idea of a woman controlling foreign policy. She brushed aside their derision, focusing on forging alliances that might bring stability. The 1756 diplomatic revolution, aligning France with Austria, bore her fingerprints. Although the subsequent 7 Years' War turned disastrous for France, one cannot dismiss her attempt to recalibrate alliances in a fracturing Europe. As mistress, she also faced the vulnerability that her bedroom role might wane. Louis XV, known for a roving eye, could have set her aside once novelty faded. She addressed that possibility head-on by establishing a deeper emotional bond with him. She cultivated a warm companionship, shared intellectual pursuits, and even managed his anxiety or indecision in state matters. Aware that physical intimacy might recede, she pivoted to become his loyal friend, advising on matters ranging from building projects to royal ceremonies. Over time, though the romantic spark diminished, the emotional closeness lingered. If gossip circulated that her sexual influence had ended, she retained the king's trust, ensuring her place as a fixture at her court. Amid the court's swirling intrigues, Pompadour also championed philosophers and writers. Voltaire, previously scorned at Versailles, found in her a rare ally. She admired his wit, and though cautious about overtly challenging the church or censorship, she quietly facilitated his projects. Diderot's Encyclopédie, a compendium that threatened the old guard with new ideas, also benefited indirectly from her protective stance. She believed that the monarchy could remain stable while fostering progressive thought. An irony, perhaps, given that future revolutionaries drew on such Enlightenment works to question royal authority. For her part, Pompadour saw no contradiction. She wanted a monarchy polished by reason and aesthetic brilliance, not a stagnant relic. In the shadows, health concerns began plaguing her. She suffered from bouts of illness, likely exacerbated by stress. The palace doctors, incompetent by the modern standards, offered only bleedings or tonics. She pressed on, orchestrating plays, hosting literary salons, and continuing to counsel the king. The year 1757 brought a narrow brush with death for Louis XV, which consisted of an assassination attempt by Damiens, which rattled the monarchy. Pompadour's unwavering presence, urging calm and punishing conspirators, further solidified her position. She had become more than a mistress or a decorative figure. She was the monarchy's anchor of continuity, bridging personal comfort for the king and the broader cultural identity of the era. Despite swirling rumour and envy, she pressed on, aware that her star might dim at any moment, but determined to leave a luminous mark on France's cultural and political landscape. As the 1750s advanced, Madame de Pompadour's role in Versailles crystallised. She reigned as an unmatched patroness of the arts, ensuring that the palace no longer served solely as a symbol of absolute monarchy, but also as a stage for creative brilliance. She championed painters like François Boucher, whose pastoral scenes and playful mythologies perfectly suited the Rococo style Pompadour adored. Through her influence, tapestry workshops in Beauvais and Gobelins reached new heights, weaving dreamlike landscapes that graced royal salons. Yet her artistry extended beyond commissions. She personally oversaw colour schemes, interior decorations, and table settings for state banquets. In an age when women's influence was often restricted to the domestic sphere, Pompadour turned domestic aesthetics into a grand cultural statement. Simultaneously, she strengthened ties with intellectuals. Her secret exchanges of letters with Voltaire stand out. Though she never fully endorsed his more radical critiques of religion or monarchy, she appreciated his wit and recognised the advantage of having a famous pen on her side. The philosopher envied her proximity to power, while she admired his intellectual boldness. Tales say she even facilitated Voltaire's appointment as historiographer to Louis XV, though discreetly to avoid conservatives accusing her of promoting subversive ideas. She tread more carefully when dealing with Diderot. The Encyclopédie tested the monarchy's tolerance, so Pompadour approached its controversies with caution, ensuring that, while censors barked, they rarely bit too deep. She saw France's future in a delicate balance. Enlightened thinking might modernise the monarchy, but unbridled criticism could incite rebellion. Her relationship with the king evolved in tandem. The early romantic fervour had cooled, replaced by an affectionate friendship. Some courtiers quietly mocked that she no longer shared the royal bed, but had become headmistress of culture. Others believed she retained intangible intimacy, beyond the physical realm, that anchored the king's trust. She became the caretaker of his emotional well-being, scheduling amusements to lighten his melancholic moods. She also shielded him from certain noble factions who stoked conflict for personal gain. If the king found more fleeting conquests, Madame de Pompadour rarely intervened, focusing on preserving her unique bond. She possessed a surprising serenity, underpinned by the conviction that her mastery of conversation, taste, and sincerity kept her indispensable. However, the 7 Years' War, erupting in 1756, tested her position. The war pitted France against Britain, Prussia, and other shifting alliances. Many pointed at her for the diplomatic revolution, alliances that had France supporting Austria. The war's initial campaigns went poorly for France, especially overseas, where British fleets seized French colonies. At home, taxes soared to fund failing armies, and the populace grew restive. Rival courtiers pinned blame on Pompadour, accusing her of amateurish interference in grand strategy. Pamphleteers circulated nasty caricatures depicting her enthroned, pulling puppet strings while generals kowtowed. She responded calmly, urging the king to replace incompetent ministers and reorganize finances, but morale was low. The humiliations on the battlefield tarnished both the monarchy's image and her own. In this crisis, she allied with the Duc de Choiseul, a capable statesman who shared her vision of stabilizing foreign policy. Together, they reformed the navy, tried to unify command, and pursued new loans. Though results took time, these measures slowed the hemorrhage of French fortunes. Meanwhile, she commissioned elaborate stage entertainments within Versailles to maintain a veneer of opulence, hoping that even as the war raged, the court's sense of refinement might soothe the king's anxieties. Critics referred to her as frivolous, yet she steadfastly maintained that if the monarchy seemed to crumble from within, the entire nation could become disheartened. Rumours swirled that she occasionally wept in private at the war's mounting casualties, feeling guilt for the diplomatic shifts that had set off the conflict's chain of events. Others insisted her tears were for the loss of her own political clout. The truth likely combined these facets. As a woman possessing more influence than many statesmen, she carried a heavy burden of accountability. Nonetheless, she pressed on with unwavering composure, greeting ambassadors politely, offering them the best French wines, and deflecting barbs about lost battles with the impeccable politeness of a hostess who would not let gloom overshadow the monarchy's majesty. All the while, her health frayed. She suffered from frequent migraines, respiratory infections, and perhaps the early signs of tuberculosis. Versailles' damp corridors and unpredictable weather hardly helped. Yet to preserve her image, she rarely admitted weakness, continuing to preside over official gatherings in sumptuous gowns, a faint smile on her lips. She confided in a small circle, noting that though her body felt battered, her spirit remained fiery. She was no naive ingenue. She recognized that if her health collapsed, her enemies would swoop in, reconfiguring the monarchy's circle of favourites. She needed to maintain her integrity, at least in public, to prevent the flame of her ambitions from fading. As the war continued into the early 1760s, the reputation of Madame De Pompadour began to fade due to her numerous defeats. Many corners of Versailles whispered that the monarchy needed a scapegoat for the lost battles in distant lands, like the humiliations in India and Canada, and who better to blame than the bourgeois mistress turned stateswoman? Meanwhile, King Louis XV had grown more taciturn, burdened by gloom as reports from the front lines showcased fiasco after fiasco. Pompadour, though, refused to retreat into obscurity. She believed her cultural legacy, if not her foreign policies, might yet salvage her name in history. She threw herself into grand architectural projects. The Petit Trianon, for instance, took shape as a small chateau in the palace's grounds. Officially, it was an expression of refined tastes, an embodiment of the new neoclassical style that was edging out Rococo flamboyance. Pompadour championed this shift, instructing architects to favour clarity, proportion, and a gentle grandeur. She oversaw landscaping, ensuring the gardens offered a tranquil retreat from Versailles' stifling pomp. Though some courtiers mocked the expense amid a draining war, she defended it as fostering national artistry and craftsmanship. Indeed, her unwavering support for Sèvres porcelain, tapestry weavers, and furniture makers kept them afloat despite war-induced financial crises. These actions ironically preserved France's global reputation for luxury goods, even as military fortunes waned. A more private pastime was her encouragement of scientific curiosity. She facilitated gatherings where mathematicians and natural philosophers demonstrated the latest theories on electricity or the cosmos. On rare nights, the king himself might wander in, feigning mild interest, while she asked pointed questions about planetary orbits or experimental contraptions. If some at court found it absurd for a mistress to delve into science, she responded with an elegant shrug. Beauty, she believed, encompassed knowledge too. Though never an Enlightenment radical, she saw no harm in letting conversation roam beyond strict orthodoxy, provided it didn't undermine monarchy or faith. At her private dinners, one might overhear discussions of Newton, echoes of Voltaire's praise for Newtonian physics, and speculations about whether the cosmos reflected God's grandeur or reason's supremacy. Despite this glow of intellectual patronage, the war pounded on, culminating in the Treaty of Paris 1763, which sealed France's losses overseas. The king's morale sank further, as did public opinion of the monarchy. Exchequer coffers had been gutted, complicating the monarchy's ability to placate unrest at home. The Marquise faced renewed calls from influential dukes and princes to step aside. But each time, Louis XV reaffirmed her presence, telling critics quietly that her loyalty and counsel were more precious than ephemeral scapegoats. Even so, her influence on foreign or economic policy receded somewhat, ceding space to ministers like the Duc de Choiseul. She recognised that sometimes stepping back could preserve her position in a monarchy grown suspicious of overreach. Her personal life took a bittersweet turn as well. While she and Louis XV parted physically, their emotional bond endured. She oversaw some discreet new favourites for the king, ensuring they remained overshadowed by her seal and emotional role. This arrangement caused outward scandal, like a mistress who arranged lesser mistresses for the king. To her, it was a strategy to maintain unity. She avoided illusions about romance. She valued the monarchy's stability, her safety, and the king's contentment. Courtiers who smelled hypocrisy could do little but whisper. Meanwhile, exhaustion gnawed at her. Her health demands soared. She sought cures in mineral baths, sojourns to fresh country air, or quackish potions. At times, she coughed blood, a dire sign. Doctors pleaded with her to relinquish intense court duties. She demurred, worried the vacuum might invite her enemies to corner the king. On good days, she could host a modest dinner, entertaining ambassadors with wry anecdotes about cultural trifles. On terrible days, she lay bedridden, instructing maids to deliver urgent messages to or from the king's cabinet. Rumours circulated that she might not outlive the decade. Some courtiers rejoiced in that possibility. One morning in 1764, she travelled to Paris for a medical consultation. The city, abuzz with new philosophic clubs, briefly reminded her of simpler times, long before she was Madame De Pompadour, when she was just Jeanne d'Etiole, enthralled by the capital's vibrancy. Nostalgia mingled with anxiety about her fate. The doctor's diagnosis was grim, advanced pulmonary disease. She still resolved to return to Versailles, determined not to show mortal frailty in front of her detractors. The monarchy demanded the facade of unchanging grace. In April 1764, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her final days saw her writing letters to loyal friends, expressing regret not for her climb, but for the heartbreak inflicted, and the war's tragedies. The king, uncharacteristically emotional, visited her bedside offering comfort. On April 15th, 1764, Madame de Pompadour died at the age of 42. The court's immediate response was a wave of mixed sentiment. Some courtiers were relieved, others stunned at the end of an era. The king, famously stoic, watched her coffin leave Versailles in the rain, reportedly muttering, "Every day I lose a friend." The mistress who had soared from bourgeois birth to the apex of courtly power now belonged to history, leaving behind a legacy of cultural revival overshadowed by a disastrous war. Though ephemeral in mortal form, her imprint on France's art, diplomacy, and monarchical identity resonated long after her final breath. The news of the death of Madame de Pompadour swept through France's chattering classes. Her casket left Versailles quietly, without the state honours some believed she deserved, signifying the monarchy's official reluctance to over-celebrate a mistress. Yet beyond the palace gates, a more nuanced reaction emerged. The artisans of Sèvres porcelain laid wreaths in her memory, recalling that her patronage had elevated their craft to global renown. Playwrights in Paris's bustling theatres acknowledged her crucial role in supporting comedic and dramatic works, especially those by authors who previously found no foothold at court. The city's literati debated whether she'd been a subversive ally of Enlightenment or merely an opportunist who shielded radical writers from direct censorship. In the years following her passing, a swirl of memoirs and diaries from court insiders added complexities to her portrait. Some, like the Duchesse de Branca, insisted Pompadour was cunning but never malicious, referencing times when she mediated petty feuds and sought to reduce court punishments. Others, such as the Comte d'Argenson, portrayed her as manipulative, citing how she influenced Louis XV to ostracize certain ministers. The truth likely encompassed both dimensions, a woman forging alliances to survive in a labyrinth of power, occasionally stooping to intrigue, but also championing genuine reforms. Posthumously, Voltaire penned a measured eulogy, calling her the luminary who strove to lighten the gloom of a fractious monarchy. He didn't shy from acknowledging her mistakes, particularly in foreign policy, yet lauded her role in fueling the arts. This balanced tribute resonated with a segment of the population that recognised how precarious her place at court had been, pinned between satisfying a king's ephemeral desires and wielding real influence in a male-dominated sphere. In an epoch dismissive of women's public roles, her achievements were singular. Over the subsequent decade, the monarchy advanced under new favourites and alliances. Louis XV, though he took other mistresses, never found the same confidant dynamic. Madame du Barry, for instance, faced more direct contempt from the old aristocracy, lacking Pompadour's cultivated veneer. Pompadour's circle of loyal ministers, like the Duc de Choiseul, tried to salvage what they could from the diplomatic fiascos of the 7 Years' War. A few smaller successes in overseas negotiations carried an echo of her strategic vision. Yet the monarchy's standing with the populace remained tarnished. The costly war had battered finances, sowing seeds for deeper unrest that would erupt decades later. As time wore on, Madame de Pompadour's memory became entangled with criticisms of the Ancien Régime. Revolutionary pamphlets in the late 1780s brandished her name as a symbol of courtly excess. They painted her as one who indulgently rearranged finances for personal luxuries. She symbolised to them the moral corruption that allowed a monarchy to lavish wealth on elaborate pleasures while peasants starved. The nuance that she was also a champion of arts, that she tried to moderate the monarchy's stumblings, often got lost in the fervour of revolution. By the 1790s, anything associated with the monarchy was suspect, and her carefully curated style, rococo extravagance, became an emblem of the out-of-touch aristocrat. Yet ironically, some revolutionaries who rummaged through confiscated palaces discovered references to her philanthropic gestures. She had quietly funded orphanages, assisted certain scholars, or patronised hospitals. These acts showcased were a good gesture, though overshadowed by the general wave of anti-royalist sentiment. By the 19th century, a wave of new historians revisited her story, portraying her less as a villain and more as a reflection of monarchy's last attempts to remain relevant. They cited her patronage as crucial in forging a golden age of decorative arts, recognised internationally. The Sèvres porcelain brand, by then globally cherished, was inextricably linked to her impetus. Cultural memory, thus seesawed. Biographers in the Victorian era, enthralled by the romance of royal courts, depicted her as a tragic figure, the beautiful mistress overshadowed by war and ill health, valiantly saving off the monarchy's decline. They relished dramatic details of her elaborate fashions, her signature pastel dresses, floral motifs, and the pompadour hairstyle that ironically endured in hairdressing lore. Meanwhile, critics from more austere backgrounds indicted her for entangling France in alliances that backfired. 20th century scholarship, with its penchant for analysing female commis agency, has re-evaluated her as a political actor who leveraged the era's constraints to carve out real influence, albeit overshadowed by a system not designed to respect or credit her fully. In present day, travellers to Versailles often ask about Madame de Pompadour. Tour guides highlight the surviving decor she influenced, certain pastel-lacquered rooms or delicate Sèvres vases. They mention how she nurtured the Rococo style's final flourish, bridging the Baroque opulence of earlier years with subtle, playful elegance. Museums occasionally mount exhibits on her cultural patronage. Her face, captured in portraits by artists like Boucher, exudes a gentle confidence that transcends centuries. For admirers of 18th century history, she stands as a figure who, in the swirl of monarchy's extravagance and looming social tension, found a way to channel her intellect and artistry, imprinting a distinctive feminine mark on French heritage. As modern historians re-examine Madame de Pompadour's life, they continue to discover layers unmentioned in popular accounts. Her personal correspondence, scattered across archives in Paris and provincial chateaux, reveals a woman who wrestled with theological questions, contrary to the jaded depiction of her as purely secular. She wrote to a confidant about the tension between the pomp of Versailles and a spiritual yearning, confessing a sense of guilt at times, but also belief that God might call individuals to serve in worldly spheres. This spiritual dimension complicates stereotypes that she was solely driven by ambition or vanity. Moreover, diaries from palace servants shed light on her daily routines. She rose early to handle letters from provincial officials or meet with artisans about furniture designs. By mid-morning, she might be advising the king on which courtiers to promote. By afternoon, she oversaw rehearsals of comedic plays or small operas, a respite for the war-weary monarchy. In the evening, private dinners with the king, wreathed in the flicker of candle-lit chandeliers, allowed her to glean insights into his anxieties. She balanced each role with remarkable stamina, though migraines and palpitations often tormented her. A newly discovered note from her lady-in-waiting described how, after hosting a lavish ball, Pompadour would retire behind closed doors, pressing cold cloths to her forehead, tears of pain slipping quietly as she resolved not to betray weakness the following day. In addressing her romantic liaisons, it's easy to assume her life was consumed by the king's attentions. Yet subtle references suggest she once harboured affections for an unnamed court musician, exchanging whispered confidences in corridor alcoves. Realising the danger in such a dalliance, she ended it swiftly to avoid scandal, leaving behind a clue to her capacity for self-denial. Another rumoured flame was a philosopher she corresponded with under a pseudonym. Whether that was purely intellectual or tinged with romance remains debated. The overriding truth is that she recognised that enthralling the king required keeping secrets. She had to preserve the monarchy's illusions, even if that meant sacrificing personal longing. Her sense of strategy in coping with the backstabbing environment remained striking. She carefully placed allies in minor roles, a guard captain, a chamberlain, a bishop, so that vital threads of palace life led back to her. If a plot surfaced, she'd hear rumours early enough to steer the king away or quell conspirators. She likewise practiced generosity to those in need, awarding small pensions to older courtiers or assisting impoverished aristocrats with dowries. This generosity wasn't purely altruistic, it fostered an environment where indebted souls recognised her as a pillar of stability. For many at court, she assumed the role of a quiet caretaker, serving as a bridge between a distant monarchy and everyday crises. In an era lacking official welfare, her patronage served as an informal safety net. The deeply personal dimension of her existence was her unwavering devotion to her daughter, Alexandrine. Born before her ascendancy at Versailles, the child's well-being weighed heavily on Pompadour's mind. Alexandrine was placed in a convent for education, occasionally visiting the palace. In 1754, Alexandrine died unexpectedly of peritonitis. The heartbreak shattered Pompadour, who wept inconsolably for days, nearly refusing to appear in public. The king, not known for empathy, attempted consolation, but her grief lingered. Some historians pinpoint this tragedy as a pivot in their relationship, transforming her from a radiant figure to one more introspective, channeling energy into cultural projects. She seldom spoke of Alexandrine publicly, but references to Mon Ange Perdu in her letters allude to that maternal sorrow beneath the gold-laced facade. As the monarchy stumbled from the war fiascos, Madame de Pompadour's composure ironically stabilised the king's morale. She orchestrated an unspoken serenity within the palace walls, ensuring that the presence of music, gentle laughter, and well-executed ceremonies shielded Louis XV from gloom. Although critics called her the Minister of Pleasures, a more profound look reveals her role as a caretaker for the monarchy's emotional climate. That intangible labour, often relegated to women, ensured that even in failing wars, the monarchy projected continuity. Without her, the king might have succumbed to paralysing despair or neglected governance entirely. She, in effect, became the monarchy's emotional pivot. When contemporary readers gauge her significance, they must weigh the paradoxes: a bourgeois woman who championed aristocratic extravagance, a mistress who reconfigured diplomatic ties, and an aesthete who contended with the brutality of war. She was not without faults. Certain decisions sparked conflict, and her loyalty to the monarchy overshadowed empathy for the broader populace. Yet one can see in her a formidable intelligence navigating male-dominated politics, championing creativity and forging a personal brand that outlived her mortal years. That blend of contradictory traits cements her as a figure too complex for simple judgments, a testament to the nuanced roles women could occupy in a kingdom perched precariously on the brink of historical transformation. Today, Madame de Pompadour endures as an emblem of 18th century elegance, overshadowed yet also illuminated by the monarchy's eventual collapse in 1789. She died decades before the French Revolution erupted, which is surprising to some, but her story offers a lens into the monarchy's illusions and the flickers of modern sensibility stirring beneath them. The Rococo style she popularised, with its playful curves and pastel palette, might seem superficial, but it signalled a shift away from the heavy formality of earlier Baroque. In championing intangible pursuits like music, painting, and philosophical discussion, she partially laid a cultural groundwork that, ironically, helped spread ideas that later questioned the monarchy's absolute basis. In the centuries after her demise, her name popped up in unexpected places. Industrial producers of porcelain invoked Pompadour pink or Pompadour blue for delicate tableware. Dressmakers resurrected the Pompadour hairstyle in various reinterpretations, some tall and powdered, others more subtle but referencing that flair she had for graceful display. Literary authors from Balzac to Nancy Mitford explored her biography, each spinning vantage points. Was she a cunning manipulator or a gentle caretaker for an indecisive king? Tourists wandering Versailles can still glimpse spaces she once inhabited, the private apartments facing the gardens, or the opera house she influenced. Guides recount how she once staged private theatricals there, starring as comedic heroines, coaxing the king from his stony reticence. The wallpapers and colour schemes, faintly preserved, reflect that pastel whimsy. Her official portrait by Boucher stands in the Wallace Collection in London, capturing her with a book in hand, emphasising her intellectual bent. Observers note the calm in her eyes, a subtle pride that defies the ephemeral nature of her courtly status. Modern feminism appraises her differently. She was no activist for women's equality by present standards, yet she challenged conventional boundaries. She effectively shaped policies behind the scenes, overshadowing many male courtiers whose official titles dwarfed her own. She minted alliances with philosophers to protect free expression from draconian censors. She financed expansions in fine arts and manufacturing, forging a synergy between monarchy and commerce. While she did not upend the patriarchal structure, her survival hinged on appeasing it. Her example reveals how a determined, intelligent woman could carve a realm of influence. In that sense, she both reaffirmed and quietly subverted the patriarchal monarchy. Her ephemeral presence, overshadowed by new favourites after her death, underscores the monarchy's insatiable appetite for novelty. Yet none repeated the unique blend of artistry, diplomacy, and emotional guardianship she brought. For a fleeting period, she had a near ministerial role in shaping foreign alliances, a stance that no subsequent mistress or consort fully replicated under Louis XV. By the time of the revolutionary upsurge, that entire system, the monarchy, its fawning courtiers, its cycle of misdemeanors, faced condemnation. The memory of Madame de Pompadour, both revered and reviled, became part of the propaganda arsenal describing an outdated regime. Her radiant self-assurance in official portraits served as evidence of aristocratic decadence, ironically ignoring the fact that she hailed from the bourgeoisie. For the average person our age stumbling upon her story, the immediate reaction might revolve around the gossip, a mistress at Versailles, the icon of style. But deeper reflection uncovers a figure bridging bold intelligence, aesthetic brilliance, and pragmatic survival in a court bent on devouring the naive. She was that improbable cultural prime minister, as some labelled her, forging a space in a male-dominated environment. If at times she contributed to misguided policies or neglected the plight of the lower classes, such failings aligned with the monarchy's broader blind spots. In that sense, her story reflects systemic complexities rather than personal ones alone. But her narrative might evoke parallels with the art of balancing professional demands, personal identity, and the swirl of public scrutiny that go way deeper than we all might imagine. She found ways to harness her adversity, lack of birth rank, suspicion from aristocrats, to shape a remarkable trajectory. Whether we judge her kindly or harshly, she embodied the precarious dance of pleasing the powerful while forging something new, a synergy of intellectual tastes, refined pleasures, and aesthetic transformations that left France irrevocably changed. Her adversaries wrote pamphlets proclaiming her ephemeral, but ironically she remains a hallmark of that era, overshadowing some royals in cultural memory. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour's life underscores a universal theme. In an environment where official power rests with men, an individual with vision, resilience, and strategic cunning can mould an age, albeit at personal cost. She gave French culture a final Rococo bloom before the wave of neoclassicism and, eventually, revolution. Her touches on diplomacy and arts, overshadowed though they might have been by war and scandal, continue to invite re-examination. And so, for those who seek nuance in history, her story remains a captivating chronicle of ambition, grace, heartbreak, and a legacy that resonates long after her heart ceased to beat within Versailles' gilded labyrinth.